Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Bone Deep, Untangling the Betsy Faria Case by Charles Bosworth and Joel Schwartz, narrated by Gary Bennett. Chapter 1. Tuesday, December 27th, 2011. Every Tuesday night was game night, 6 to 9 o'clock. It had been that way for years for the dedicated group of friends who met at Mike Corbin's house in O'Fallon, Missouri, a growing suburb on the northwestern edge of the St. Louis metropolitan area. They were brought together by their love of role-playing board games, where each player assumed the identity of a specific character and rolled the dice to move along the board and carry out fantasy missions of good versus evil. It was an engaging, thought-provoking, and fun way to spend some time with friends without spending a lot of money. Mike was not only the host, but also the official referee, who devised the missions and controlled the games for the players that included his longtime partner, Angelia Julian, along with Brandon Sweeney, Marshall Bach, Richard May, and Russ Faria. The Tuesday after Christmas, December 27, 2011, was still game night, but with a twist. Richard had to work and couldn't attend. The group couldn't really play their favorite Rollmaster game when a player was absent. That would be like trying to read a novel with one of the main characters omitted. Mike sent texts to everyone informing them of Richard's absence and offering the usual alternative. They could play a different game, or they could watch a movie or two. After a text conversation among the players, they decided to show up at Mike's to enjoy whichever option was chosen. Russ was going, and he and his wife Betsy texted each other several times that day to formalize their separate plans for the evening. Betsy had spent the night before at her mother's apartment and was going to the Siteman Cancer Center in nearby St. Peter's at 1:30 p.m. for her regular chemotherapy session to battle the aggressive breast cancer that had spread to her liver. After that, she would go back to her mother's apartment for the evening. Russ planned a 5-minute detour from his regular route home from game night to pick her up and take her home to Troy, 25 miles away. Their text conversations couldn't have been more normal for a modern couple, complete with abbreviations, typos, and careless punctuation. Betsy, 10:35 a.m. You were supposed to get dog food tonight. Russ, 10:41 a.m. Yeah, I will get it when I come in. Betsy, 10:41 a.m. You got game tonight? Russ, 12:12 p.m. Yeah, going to game, then we'll come get you. We'll call when on way, should not be too late. Betsy, 12:13 p.m. Okay, great, honey. A few hours later, she texted a change in plans. Betsy, 3:46 p.m. I got TP, toilet paper, and Pam HUPP wants to bring me home to bed. I need rest. WBC, white blood cell count, is low, but got infusion, chemotherapy, anyway. Russ, 3:47 p.m. So you coming home here? Betsy, 3:48 p.m. Yes, Troy. Russ, 3:49 p.m. She is bringing you? Betsy, 3:52 p.m. Yes, she offered and I accepted. Russ, 3:57 p.m. Okay, see you soon then. Betsy, 3:57 p.m. Okay, great. Russ spent a normal day in his home office in the bare concrete of his unfinished basement, working in information technology for Enterprise Leasing. He knocked off at 5 o'clock and started a 25-mile trip southeast to game night in the early evening darkness and late December cold. Betsy called his cell phone shortly after 5 p.m. to remind him that she was getting a ride home from Pam HUPP, and she added that she had some news to share with him at home later. Good or bad? Russ had asked his ill wife with a touch of trepidation. It's good, Betsy replied. Don't worry. It was the last time he would speak to her. He made one more call while driving to game night to let his mother know he wouldn't make the usual Tuesday family night dinner at her house because he needed to run some errands on the way to game night. Russ's red 2002 Chrysler PT Cruiser hadn't been running well, so he left it in the garage and took the blue 1999 Ford Explorer parked in the driveway next to the silver 2006 Nissan Maxima that Betsy had been driving lately. He backed the Explorer out of the driveway of the ranch house on the corner of Sumac Drive and Osage Avenue, and 2 short blocks later turned east out of the small Waterbrook Estates subdivision onto rural Highway H. He cut quickly through a patch of rolling farmland to reach Route 47 in Troy, a busy road lined with fast food restaurants and strips of stores and offices. He stopped at the Conoco service station to pump a few gallons into the Gas Hog Explorer. After that, he made a quick turn south onto Missouri Highway 61, 4 divided lanes that connected the chain of small towns between Russ's house in Troy and Mike Corbin's mobile home in O'Fallon. Russ stopped at a U-Gas station in Wentzville to buy a carton of cigarettes at the best price he had found anywhere. He stopped again at Green's Country Store in Lake St. Louis and, as he promised Betsy, picked up a big bag of dog food for Cicely, their chestnut brown Chow Golden Retriever mix. Then he made a final stop at the Quick Trip, or QT station in O'Fallon, to pick up 2 bottles of his favorite brisk iced tea. And even after all of that, he still walked through Mike's front door in the Rolling Meadows Mobile Home Park at 6 o'clock, right on time. Mike had just started playing a DVD of what everyone would remember as the latest Conan the Barbarian movie, probably Conan the Destroyer. There were a few quick "How was your Christmas?" exchanges among Mike, Angelia, known as Ange, Brandon, Marshall, and Russ, but everyone quickly settled in to watch the action on TV. When Conan had completed his path of destruction, Mike popped in another DVD of The Road, one of those post-apocalyptic downers that soon bored the audience. About halfway down the road, everyone decided to call it a night. They said their goodbyes and departed at 9 o'clock into what was a light snow. Hungry from skipping dinner, Russ drove only a few minutes before pulling into the drive-thru at an Arby's restaurant in Lake St. Louis to pick up 2 sandwiches he ate while drinking one of the bottles of iced tea on the drive home. His call to Betsy to let her know he was on his way went unanswered. That wasn't unusual. Drained from chemotherapy, she could well be asleep already. He parked in the driveway at what he calculated was close to 9:45 p.m., hoisted the bag of dog food over his right shoulder, and went in through the unlocked front door to the small foyer with the basement stairs on the left, the living room that opened off to the right, and the dining room and the kitchen beyond that. He dropped the dog food against the door into the garage on the left, peeled off his black Harley-Davidson leather jacket, and dropped it on the chair on the right at the entrance to the living room. He called for Betsy as he glanced into the living room, still strewn with open Christmas presents and cheery holiday decorations. And his world exploded. Betsy was sprawled in a contorted pose on the floor in front of the sofa, with a pool of dark red, almost black, blood staining the beige carpeting under her head. As he ran to her, Russ screamed, "Betsy! Betsy!" Betsy, a stocky 5'4" and 160 pounds, was lying on her right side, with the front of her body twisted downward until her left shoulder almost touched the floor. A pink-flowered comforter was wrinkled underneath her. She wore a black t-shirt, blue workout pants with orange and white stripes down the side of the legs, and green and white below the ankle socks. She was dressed as Russ remembered when he last saw her, and as he was used to seeing her when they relaxed at home or she visited family. Her arms were crossed in front of her and bent up at the elbows, so that her hands were close to her face. As Russ dropped to the floor in front of her, he could see her face was covered in dark blood, which also was matted in her dark brown hair. There was a deep and gruesome gash across the inside of her upturned right forearm near her wrist. And then he saw it, the black handle of what appeared to be a kitchen steak knife protruding horribly from the left side of Betsy's neck, just below the jawline and above a grisly slash across her neck. There was dark, crusting blood everywhere around her head. "Betsy! Betsy! No!" Russ heard himself screaming over and over as he collapsed flat on the floor near her blood-covered face. Her eyes were closed, and he could see her tongue protruding beneath her lips. It hit him like a lightning bolt. She was already dead and gone. There was nothing he could do. As he looked at the awful gash down to tendon and bone near her right wrist, his mind told him, through the shock, that she must have committed suicide. She had threatened it before, more than once. She was even hospitalized once after telling a police officer on a traffic stop that she wanted a gun to kill herself. And she once pulled a knife during an argument with Russ and threatened to harm herself. With the recent diagnosis of terminal cancer, the debilitating chemotherapy, and the constant struggle with depression, Russ's spinning mind told him she must have finally reached her breaking point. He started to cradle her in his arms, but realized that touching anything, even the woman he loved, could create problems for the police when they tried to determine what happened. He forced himself up from the floor and started to dial 911 on a cell phone, but remembered that a 911 call should be made from a landline so police could trace it to an exact address. He staggered into the kitchen to use the phone on the wall. He dialed 911 as he collapsed weakly to the floor, knocking off his yellow baseball cap. Dispatcher Tammy Vaughn answered at 9:40 p.m., and after some quick preliminary questions, name, address, phone number, asked, "Russell, what's going on there?" In a loud and nearly hysterical voice marked by constant, breathless sobs, Russ said, "I just got home from a friend's house, and my wife killed herself. She's on the floor." "Okay, Russell, I need you to calm down, honey, okay? Take a couple of deep breaths. We're going to get someone on the way there, okay? What did she do?" The sobs continued through her frenzied voice. "She's got a knife in her neck, and she's slashed her arms." Okay. Calm down, honey. Is she breathing at all?" "No." "Russell, how long were you gone today?" "I left around 5. I just got back. She went to her mom's, and her friend was bringing her home, so I don't know what time she got home." "And you said that she had been depressed lately?" "She's got cancer." "Russell, where's the knife now?" The pain and hysteria in his voice intensified again as the reality of his answer shocked him. It's still in her." "It's lying right next to her." "No, it's in her neck." The sobbing continued. "Oh, my God. Why would she do this to me? Why would she do this?" "Russell, they're on their way, hon, okay? They'll be there shortly. Is there anybody else there in the house with you?" Russ was screaming again. No, there's nobody else here. What am I going to do? No. Vaughn continued to apply her training to try to calm the caller. "Russell, take a couple of deep breaths, okay? I don't need you hyperventilating, okay?" "My God, what am I going to do?" "What is her name?" "Her name is Betsy." "Betsy?" "Yes. Oh, Betsy, no. Oh, my God, no." "Russell, do you think she's beyond help right now?" His voice grew louder, and he was sobbing again. "I think she's dead. Oh, God." "Okay, take a couple of deep breaths. If you need to, step outside, okay?" Russ began to wail again. No. I don't want you to go." At 9:49 p.m., while Russ was still on the phone with the dispatcher, Deputy Chris Hollingsworth from the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office, LCSO, let himself in the front door, the first of a legion of first responders about to descend on the house at 130 Sumac Drive. As soon as he saw Betsy's body, he knew this was not a suicide. This woman had been murdered. He told Russ he should leave the house to avoid contaminating the crime scene. He escorted the unsteady Russ to the front porch and steered him to one of the chairs. Russ's head was spinning, and he couldn't begin to believe what he had just seen. Why would Betsy commit suicide in the midst of her courageous and determined fight against cancer? He felt overwhelmed by grief, confusion, and panic. He wondered if he was going into shock as he began to shiver uncontrollably in the frigid December air in nothing but a t-shirt and jeans. Someone wrapped a white blanket around his shoulders, and he instinctively pulled it close. Hollingsworth suggested he would be warmer in the patrol car, and Russ eagerly agreed. He chain-smoked cigarettes and struggled to concentrate as he tried to answer the deputy's questions. He told him about Betsy's cancer, her bouts of depression, the couple's activities that day, and how he had discovered her body. They had last spoken by phone about 5 o'clock when she was at her mother's apartment playing a board game. Her friend Pam Hupp was going to drive her home. Betsy said she had something good to talk to him about then. Hollingsworth asked about the dog barking behind the house, and Russ explained that it was unusual for Cicely to be chained up outside. She usually went out only for a quick potty break and then came right back in. The yard wasn't fenced, so she was on a chain when she was outside. When Sheriff's Detectives Mike Merkel and Patrick Harney arrived and took a quick look through the house, they asked Russ to go with them to the sheriff's office, to give them as much information as possible, and to make a formal statement while the crime scene was being examined for evidence. Russ felt the pain of leaving Betsy crumpled on the living room floor, but there was nothing he could do for her. She was beyond his help and his reach. He shivered under the blanket as the detectives drove him to the sheriff's office nearby in Troy. Russ kept wondering how any of this could be real. Betsy could not be gone from him. Not now, and not like this. He had been preparing to lose her to cancer at some time in the not-too-distant future, but he couldn't accept her bloody death in their living room amid the Christmas decorations. None of it made sense. How could he be riding in a police car with detectives while Betsy lay dead at home? How could she have committed suicide now? Chapter 2. Russ Faria shivered again and pulled the blanket tighter around him as he sat in tiny interview room 2 at the LCSO. It was 10:30 p.m., barely an hour since he discovered the body of the woman he loved, the woman he struggled so hard to build a life with. He felt sick to his stomach and sensed he was slipping deeper into an emotional, mental, and physical morass. He looked it, too. A 41-year-old man with disheveled, short black hair, a mustache and goatee, and a thick, stocky frame, at 5'10" and 230 pounds, all wrapped up in a white blanket. His face was pale, and his blank brown eyes closed or gazed toward some undefined spot across the room as he breathed heavily, almost panting. He finally was able to form one coherent thought. "I'd like a cigarette," he said softly to Detective Mike Merkel, a slender, shaved-head detective dressed in a black sheriff windbreaker and khakis. Merkel went in search of a cigarette, leaving Russ alone. Russ didn't know it, but Merkel's frequent departures from the interview room over the upcoming hours would allow detectives to observe Russ's behavior when he was alone. A small, tubular lipstick camera hidden across the room transmitted a full view of Russ seated at the table to a monitor in another room. They watched his first 4 minutes in the room as he repeatedly whispered, "No, no, 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 no," and "Why? Why?" He buried his face in his hands and sobbed as he continued to say, "No, no, 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 no." He turned to the table on his right, dropped his head onto his crossed arms, and began to cry. "Why? Why? Oh, God! Oh, God!" His cries soon turned into louder sobs, and then anguished wails of, "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" Merkel walked back in and said flatly, "Take a deep breath for me, Russ. Take a couple of deep breaths for me." In his report later, Merkel would write, "It should be noted Russell did not appear to have any moisture on his face or arms where he may have been crying. That observation may have been factual, as well as the result of Russ wiping his eyes with the blanket, but it also may have marked the beginning of what would become an avalanche of official judgment against Russ Faria. During the hours that followed, Merkel left Russ alone several times and watched his grief overwhelm him again and again. Once he leaned back in his chair as he repeated, "No, no, 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 no," and then slammed his head backward into the wall several times. He seemed to be speaking to God, Merkel thought, as he said, "Oh, God, no! Why? God, why did she do this?" Another time, Russ fell to his knees on the floor. Leaning against the table, he seemed to pray with another refrain of, "No, no, no, no." Merkel returned with another cigarette for Russ and opened the interview by asking about the Farias' daily lives so he could get to know them better. Russ mustered all of his composure as he tried to provide accounts of his activities that day, the Farias' marital history, Betsy's physical and mental health, and their relationships with families and friends. Betsy's cancer and chemotherapy left her too ill to work for an insurance company, as she had for many years, and in fact had qualified her for disability payments from Social Security. She was still operating her part-time disc jockey service called Party Starters for weddings or other special events, and spent most weekdays at home making calls for the DJ service. She still played tennis as often as she could manage to muster her energy, which was sapped by cancer and chemotherapy. When Russ finished his workday in his basement office, he and Betsy would have dinner together and usually watch movies before going to bed. They attended church services on Sundays and occasional activities during the week. Russ described the couple as social butterflies on the weekends, going out or visiting friends and family. They enjoyed riding Russ's Harley-Davidson motorcycle, and had a few separate activities, such as tennis for Betsy and taekwondo lessons and game nights for Russ. Merkel explained that the police always read Miranda rights to people they interviewed at the station. After listening to the quick recitation of his rights, Russ asked the next logical question. "Am I being arrested?" It was beginning to feel like he was. The police had put off his request to call his mother, but Merkel told him he was not under arrest, and the extensive questioning was an effort to learn as much as possible about Betsy and Russ to assist the investigation. Russ explained that neither of Betsy's two daughters from a previous relationship was living with them now. Her youngest daughter, Mariah Day, 17, was living with Betsy's mother, Janet Meyer, in Lake St. Louis, so she could graduate from the high school she was attending before the Farias moved to Troy almost 2 years ago. Betsy's older daughter, Leah Day, 21, was staying with one of Betsy's 3 sisters, Julie Swaney, in nearby Crèvecoeur, after a series of personal conflicts with Betsy and Russ, and also after arguing with Betsy's mother when Leah lived with her. The conflicts had led Betsy to take Leah's silver Nissan Maxima away from her the day after Thanksgiving. The girl's father, whom Betsy never married, lived in Florida with his wife and their children, and rarely had contact with Leah and Mariah. Betsy and Russ married in 2000, and the 11 years since then had not been perfect or easy, he admitted. Years ago, they engaged in frequent and loud arguments, but there had never been any violence. They separated a couple of times, including once for about a year, but then they started attending the Morning Star United Methodist Church in Wentzville, and the pastor was providing valuable counseling that was greatly improving their relationship. An occasional spat was nothing out of the ordinary for married couples. Coincidentally, Merkel attended the same church and offered to call the pastor to assist Russ. "That would be great," Russ said, choking back more tears. Merkel asked if Russ or Betsy had been involved with anyone else during the separations. Russ said Betsy had seen a guy named Rich for a while, but he didn't know much more than that. He said he had not seen anyone else. Russ said the worst challenge to their lives arrived in late 2009, when Betsy was diagnosed with breast cancer. She underwent a mastectomy and reconstructive surgery in 2010. The cancer was still considered in remission by early 2011, but while Betsy and Russ were attending a family wedding in Rhode Island in October, her doctor called with news that the cancer had returned and spread to her liver. When they visited the doctor after returning from Rhode Island, he delivered the grim prognosis. The cancer was inoperable, and Betsy likely had 3 to 5 years to live. Betsy was disappointed, of course, but she said she had beaten cancer once and she would do it again. She even decided to keep their plans for a 7-day survivors cruise to Belize, Honduras, and Cozumel with friends and family in November. She changed the theme to a celebration of life. The group had a great time, and Betsy got to swim with dolphins, an event she called one of the highlights of her life. Russ said Betsy was a generally positive person, even during the last 2 years fighting cancer and enduring some medical problems with breast reconstruction. But she was also realistic. She told Russ she was making unspecified preparations for the future and for the care of her daughters after she was gone. Did Betsy take much medication? Russ said that, in addition to several cancer-related meds, she had been on the antidepressive anxiety medication Celexa for at least 5 years. She had threatened to harm herself years ago, but that was before she was on an antidepressant. Betsy never used illegal drugs and drank alcohol sparingly. She had battled depression for years and could become depressed over events or situations. How did Russ deal with stress? "I just really don't have a lot of stress. I find a lot of peace. I read my Bible. The answers are all there. I know that God takes care of everything." Russ began his description of the day's events by explaining Betsy was undergoing chemotherapy at the Siteman Cancer Center in St. Peters, not far from her mother's apartment in Lake St. Louis. She usually spent nights before and after chemo sessions at her mother's to save gas and time on the longer commute between Siteman and the Farias' home in Troy, 35 miles away. Betsy had been staying at her mother's since Monday to await her chemo session Tuesday afternoon. They had planned for him to pick her up on his way home from game night, but she texted him that her friend Pam Hupp had offered to drive her home. Russ thought a family friend named Bobby might have gone to chemo with Betsy that day. Bobby lived in Texas, and the Farias had bought her a plane ticket for Christmas so she could visit Janet and Betsy. Russ also remembered Betsy told him she had something good to talk to him about when they got home that evening, and told him not to worry. Russ listed the 4 stops he made on the way to game night and at Arby's on the way home, where he estimated his arrival at about 9:45 p.m. He talked about his 4 friends at game night and said nothing unusual had happened. As usual, they had smoked a little marijuana, but no one drank alcohol, not even a beer. He hadn't used his cell phone while he was there, but did get a call between 8 and 8:30 p.m. from an unknown number, which he didn't answer. Merkel took the questioning to Russ's discovery of Betsy's body. Russ lay on the interview room floor to demonstrate how close he got to Betsy. Merkel leaned down close to Russ, and they agreed Russ had been 10 to 12 inches from Betsy's face. He was still wearing the same clothes he had on when he found her body. Merkel asked if Russ noticed anything out of place in the master bedroom, and Russ said he was never in any room except the living room and kitchen. He said one thing that would be noticeable in the bedroom, however, was the jewelry armoire he had given Betsy for Christmas. One of the front legs broke when he was moving it, and he had propped it up against the wall. Russ said he hadn't touched Betsy, but thought she had killed herself. "Because I saw her arm slashed." "Both arms?" "I don't know. I know I saw at least one. Her arm was slashed, and it was slashed crossways, and it was very deep. And I saw a knife." That image opened his heart again, and he began to wail. "Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus Christ." His face contorted, and he began to cry and sob again. "The knife was in her neck." His voice was strained, and he was almost choking. There was blood all over the floor." Merkel told Russ to take a deep breath and a drink of water. Merkel moved his chair closer until his right knee was in between Russ's knee. The cop said he was troubled by the lack of blood on Russ and his clothing. Russ drew a diagram on Merkel's legal notepad to show how he had approached Betsy's body from the front, where there was little or no blood except directly under her head and face. Merkel asked Russ to pull his shirt tight across his chest so he could examine it for blood spots. There were none. Merkel said that he could almost guarantee that he would have touched or embraced a loved one if he had found them like Betsy. Did Russ have a reason for not embracing Betsy? "No, I don't. I saw that she was already gone. She didn't look to be breathing, and her tongue was half out of her mouth, and there was blood everywhere on her face. And I knew I had to call 911, and I didn't know. At that point, I thought she had killed herself. If she didn't, I knew if I touched something, it would disturb any kind of an investigation." Merkel was surprised Russ was thinking about preserving the scene for police in the moments after finding his wife's bloody body. "I don't know what was going through my head. I knew I had to call somebody to help. I knew she wasn't with us anymore. I knew I needed somebody to come, and so I called the police. I fell on the floor in the kitchen. I couldn't breathe. I wanted somebody to come help me. I didn't know what to do. I mean, my wife is laying on the floor dead, with a knife in her neck. I called police. I didn't know if she had done it or somebody had done it. I didn't know." Merkel took a break to go to the restroom and find another cigarette for Russ. Russ sat quietly for the first 2 minutes, then stood abruptly and leaned his face toward the wall beside his chair, moaning, "No, no, no, no." He turned and paced across the room to lean his head against the other wall, and repeated, "No, no, no, no." He returned to the chair, wrapped himself in the blanket again, and sat still and silent, staring at nothing for long minutes, before whispering more refrains of, "No, no, 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 no," and "Why, why?" Russ finally dropped his face onto his crossed arms on the table and began to ask God, "Why? Why? Why did you take her from me?" He pounded his fists on the table. "No, no, 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 no! This has got to be a bad dream. No, 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 no!" Merkel returned after a seemingly eternal 30 minutes and said the police were trying to round up more cigarettes. He said Russ couldn't go home yet because the police were still examining the house. And then he asked, "What can I do for you? I know it's probably an unfair question to ask you right now." Russ's face clouded over again, and he began to sob. "I want my family. My girls, my mom. I want my family. I want my baby back." Merkel said softly. I know you do, Russ, as Russ began to cry loudly and covered his face with a blanket. Oh, God, I don't know what to do. I think you're the only one who can help us with this right now. Although it's limited, I think you have the most knowledge about the last few hours of her life, as much as I hate to put it that way. The truth being what it is, it's between you and Pam, right? If Merkel meant to suggest Russ and Pam Hupp as a limited list of possible killers, Russ didn't catch it. He thought Merkel was talking about the people who knew the most about Betsy's final hours. Yeah, he said. And there's Mom and Bobby. She was over there playing a game. I should have gone over there and played a game with them. Merkel nodded. There's probably 1,000 what-ifs. I can't even imagine. Chapter 3. Almost 5.5 hours of interrogation by Detective Merkel were essentially replayed when Detectives Ray Floyd of the Troy Police Department and Keith Ryder of the Chesterfield Police Department took over the questioning at 3:52 a.m. They introduced themselves as investigators with the Major Case Squad, MCS, of Greater St. Louis, a regional police organization that assists local police with resources and manpower, and apologized for making Russ start all over. The questions drew some new details from the same story Russ had told Merkel. Russ and Betsy had not had any recent disagreements or arguments, and, in fact, had enjoyed a great Christmas holiday. Asked if Betsy had suffered any injuries or wounds recently, Russ said he had seen Betsy on Sunday night when they had sex, been intimate, he said discreetly to the detectives, and didn't notice anything new beyond the existing scars from her mastectomy and breast reconstruction. Floyd asked about the last person known to see Betsy alive. What do you know about Pam, her friend? Is there anything that would be hinky about her? No, Russ said thoughtfully as he shook his head. How long have they been friends? Several years. Pam came up a week or two ago to our house, and they had lunch together. He thought Pam and Betsy had met for lunch to discuss forming a non-profit organization to collect money for people with health issues. The women had become friends when they worked for a State Farm insurance agent years ago. Russ had met Pam's husband twice, but didn't know him well and couldn't remember his name. The Farias and the Hupps never socialized. Detective Ryder asked if Betsy had been making any plans for her inevitable death. No, we did have life insurance, but we've always had life insurance. It's not like she got more life insurance or anything like that. She hadn't done anything differently than she normally does. Russ said again that he thought she killed herself and had been dead for some time when he found her. He didn't want to think she would kill herself, but there had been some frightening incidents in the past. Russ recounted how Betsy once pulled a knife, threatened to harm herself, and accidentally cut Russ's arm as he was taking it away from her. What would Russ think, Floyd asked, if Betsy's death was not a suicide? That would mean someone broke into the house and killed her, Russ said, but he had no idea who would have done such a thing. They had nothing to steal, they owed no one money, and no one owed them money, and neither of them had problems with anyone. Floyd didn't think the way Betsy died fit the pattern of a suicide. Russ agreed, but said, again, that everyone who knew Betsy loved her. No one would want to kill her. Asked about a will or life insurance, Russ said there was no will, but there were insurance policies totaling $300,000 or more, all naming him as primary beneficiary. There was a $50,000 policy on Betsy through his job, and there were 2 policies Betsy had taken out years ago for $100,000 and $150,000. At 5:30 a.m., after 7 excruciating hours of questioning, Floyd asked Russ to write and sign a statement of his activities the night before. On an official form for the sheriff's office, Russ printed a 23-line, succinct and sparse account of Betsy's trip to chemotherapy, his hours at game night, and his discovery of her body. Floyd asked, "Why do you think Betsy would choose this time and this day to kill herself?" Russ choked up and began to sob. "'Cause she knew I wouldn't be home until later, and she would have some time by herself." Was there anyone who would want to hurt Betsy? "No. Everybody loved Betsy." His voice was barely above a whisper. "She was a positive soul. She always brought smiles to people. She made me smile all the time. She made me so proud. I was happy to have her in my life. No issues between you and Betsy right now? No. We had a good weekend. Russ detailed holiday activities with both of their families on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and the day after Christmas. We had a good time. She didn't act like anything was bothering her. She was really happy, and we played games, and... His voice softened and trailed off. What do you think should happen to somebody if they killed Betsy? If they killed Betsy, they should be put away for a very long time, Russ said with a sigh. As the interview continued to 8:30 a.m., Floyd asked for a DNA sample. Russ agreed, and Detective Merkel swirled a cotton swab inside Russ's mouth. At 9:49 a.m., Russ agreed to Floyd's request for an evidence officer to take swabs of his hands and feet. Russ broke into more spasms of sobs and tears after the technician left and he was alone once again. He sighed heavily and repeatedly as he covered his face with his right hand or ran his hand through his hair. He was exhausted and drained. He had asked a couple of times if he could call his mother, but the detectives said he could do that later. He hadn't talked to his family or anyone but the police. He couldn't identify any feeling in his mind or body that wasn't grief and confusion and a desperate desire for this to be over. He had no idea how much more lay ahead. Chapter 4. Betsy Faria's death was not a suicide. The flat statement by Detective Ray Floyd sent Russ Faria's mind into another spin of confusion. Floyd returned to interview room 2 at 11:20 a.m. Wednesday, almost 13 hours after depositing Russ there, to tell him the police had concluded that Betsy did not commit suicide. Russ realized that left only one alternative. Someone murdered his wife in their home and escaped unseen. That seemed to make less sense to his fogged mind than if she committed suicide. Floyd's next step was disturbing. He advised Russ of his Miranda rights and asked him to initial a form acknowledging he had received them and to sign a form certifying he had waived his rights. Russ did as he was asked, as Floyd explained that Russ was not under arrest and was free to leave any time. Russ felt anything but free to leave. He was feeling increasingly under suspicion in Betsy's death. Through the fog, he heard himself saying he would do anything he could do to help, especially now that the police were looking for someone who murdered Betsy. The detectives began a new series of questions. Could Betsy have had a boyfriend she was seeing on the side? No. Had Betsy been married to anyone before Russ? Yes, she had been married to Ron Carter and still maintained a friendship with him. The two men had gotten past some tension when Russ and Betsy first got together after she divorced Ron. Since then, Ron had helped Betsy with some repairs around the house. But Russ was sure Betsy was no longer attracted to Ron, and he had accepted that their marriage was over. Floyd said he had learned the news Betsy intended to share with Russ on Tuesday night was a plan for them to move with Leah and Mariah into the first floor of her mother's former house in Lake St. Louis, while her mother and her friend Bobby lived upstairs. The Farias would then rent out their house in Troy. Russ said he would have wanted to think about that and discuss it with everyone. He would have had to be sure that Leah and Mariah understood they had to live by the rules set by him and Betsy. What had Russ been wearing when he was home Tuesday before he left for game night? He had worn the same orange Rhode Island t-shirt he still had on, with either a pair of black shorts with a red stripe or blue sweatpants with a white stripe. He couldn't remember which. And he would have been wearing the brown slippers he always wore when he worked in his basement office. Then Ryder asked another surprising question. Was Russ willing to take a polygraph test to prove he was just a poor husband who had come home and find this? Russ didn't hesitate. Yeah, I've got nothing to hide. Like I said, I'm an honest person. Floyd asked if anyone else would stand to inherit money if Betsy died. No, the only way they would get money with her being gone is if I was gone too, because everybody knows that everything is in my name. There had been no discussion between you and Betsy and the children or her mom that some of the insurance would be shared with them upon... No, she said that. If she was to go, she would like me to give her mom some money, to help her mom out. But, that was always the understanding anyway. Are you okay with that? Ryder asked. Yeah, I mean, everybody kind of pitches in and helps out with their mom because she's up in years. And since she got divorced last year, she's a little bit more needy than she has been in the past. I do a lot of helping around her apartment when she needs something fixed. Floyd said Betsy's mom seemed to think a lot of Russ and had expressed her concern for him when detectives talked to her. Russ put his right hand over his eyes and his voice choked. She's like a mom to me, too. He continued to sob as Floyd added that Leah and Mariah had been to the police station to ask about their dad. Russ sobbed again as he asked how Leah and Mariah were doing. They're taking it as well as could be expected 2 days, 3 days after Christmas, Floyd said. But that's why it's extremely crucial if you have any idea of where this may have come out of. Anybody that maybe could point us in the right direction so we could get on that as well. We have about 15 guys assigned to look into this as much as we can. It's very, very important, Ryder added. Not only have you lost your wife, those 2 girls have lost their mom. We can't leave any stone unturned. If there's something you're holding in for pride, just let it out now, 'cause we need to know so we can get justice for you and the girls. No, we've got no problems with anybody. We've been really good. Floyd asked if Betsy had made any changes to her life insurance policies or taken out new policies. Not that I know of, Russ said. Russ wasn't picking up on it yet, but the tone of the detective's questions was beginning to change, and not in his favor. Chapter 5. Elizabeth K. Faria was stabbed so many times that the pathologist conducting her autopsy told the police he would need more time to calculate an accurate number. Assigned to observe the autopsy at 1 p.m. Wednesday, while other detectives interrogated Russ Faria, Detective Mike Merkel asked if the number could exceed 25 wounds. The pathologist nodded and said simply, "Yes." Dr. Kamal D. Sabarwal, a forensic pathologist with the St. Louis County Medical Examiner's Office, said the number and nature of the injuries made it impossible to establish a single cause of death or a time of death. The medical examiner, M.E., gave Merkel a list of the general locations of the wounds, a shocking recitation of stab wounds and slashes to the neck, face, head, arms, shoulders, chest, back, and abdomen. Merkel rushed his report to Detectives Ray Floyd and Keith Ryder. Betsy Faria was stabbed 25 times, and counting. That sordid information, added to the polygraph test underway with Russ at that moment, was about to dramatically alter the tone of the Betsy Faria murder investigation and the interrogation of her husband. By 1:55 p.m. Wednesday, the police had fed Russ lunch from McDonald's. He wasn't hungry, but he ate anyway, and had driven him to the Lake St. Louis police station, where Detective Gary McIntyre was waiting to administer the polygraph. McIntyre read the Miranda rights to Russ for a 3rd time and asked him to sign forms acknowledging that and confirming the polygraph was voluntary. McIntyre put a cord around Russ's chest, a blood pressure band around his arm, and a pressure clamp on his finger, all attached to the laptop in front of the detective. McIntyre asked Russ 4 direct, simple questions that require a yes or no answer. Regarding whether or not you killed Betsy Faria, do you intend to tell me the truth? Yes. Did you kill Betsy Faria? No. Did you kill Betsy Faria with a knife? No. Do you know for sure who killed Betsy Faria? No. And almost that quickly, the lie detector test was over. McIntyre led Russ into another small interview room at 3:55 p.m., where they were joined by Floyd and Ryder. Russ sat in a corner with the wall to his left and a small table to his right. Floyd sat almost knee to knee with Russ, while McIntyre pulled up a chair at the side of the table and Ryder sat at the far end. McIntyre opened by saying, "All right, how do you think you did?" "I had to have passed," Russ said emphatically. "You had to have passed. Okay, well, remember when I was talking to you before the polygraph examination, and I said in order for you to pass this test, you're going to have to be 100% honest with me?" "Yes." "You were not 100% honest with me. I do this for a living. You are not 100% honest with me." Russ was shocked. His voice turned plaintive but exasperated. I was honest. I mean—" As he would for the rest of the interrogation, Russ sat with his upturned hands extended in front of him and punctuated his comments with emphatic gestures. "Okay, understand, like I said, I do this for a living," McIntyre said. "And this is how all the interviews start out. Okay. You were not honest. Yes, I was honest. You were not honest. Yes, I was honest. And by the time it's all said and done, we both sit here, for 3 hours, and the truth comes out. You feel better. You get this huge weight lifted off your shoulders." Russ didn't acknowledge this invitation to confess to something he hadn't done. "I did not," McIntyre interrupted. "I don't want to go that route. I don't want to drag this thing out forever, okay? The fact of the matter is, McIntyre spoke without any emotion, "you stabbed Betsy." Russ was beyond horrified. McIntyre had just accused him, bluntly, unemotionally, officially, of killing his wife. One of the police officers he assumed was there to help him in a time of trouble, as all kids are taught by their parents, had just announced he believed Russ was a cold-blooded killer. His mind began racing. What could he have said or done in the last 18 hours that made the police believe he had been lying to them and, worse than that, was capable of murdering Betsy? He tried to keep his voice under control as he answered emphatically while shaking his head. "No, I did not. I wasn't even there." "You can be in denial with yourself," McIntyre continued, "but there's somebody looking from the outside, okay? And looking at the evidence and looking at the facts." Russ shot back with what was the most important fact of all. "I wasn't even there!" "Russ, you were there." "No!" Russ's voice was rising with a new air of urgency in the face of these more insistent accusations. "No! I found her like that when I came home." Russ realized McIntyre had concluded that Russ failed the polygraph test. How could that be? His answers were the absolute and simple truth. He wouldn't find out for some time that McIntyre had written in his report, "Upon careful examination of R. Faria's charted responses throughout the test series, it is this examiner's opinion there were significant, consistent physiological responses indicative of deception when the above relevant questions were answered by R. Faria." McIntyre invoked a standard technique from the interrogator's handbook. "We can help you if you confess now. Let me explain something to you, okay? We're dealing with one of two people right here. We're dealing with somebody who lost it, made a mistake, and is remorseful. Or we're dealing with some kind of fucking monster. You tell us who we're dealing with. You tell us who you would rather a jury see, okay? One of two people." Russ was shaking his head. Hey, Russ, it's done. It's done. It's over." Russ sighed and shook his head again, and said, as calmly as he could, "I did not do it." "We're past that. There's too much here, Russ. You're a church-going man, correct? Well, God is in this room with us right now." Russ could only hope McIntyre was right. "And God knows that I did not do this. I could not do this. I found her like that when I got home." McIntyre turned up the pressure in a soft voice that belied his new accusation. "Russ, you were fucking pissed." Russ shook his head again. "No, I've not been fucking pissed in a long time." Floyd stepped in. "Something happened when you got home, Russ. A lot of things have happened since we last talked to you. There's been a lot more physical evidence recovered from the scene, as well as from her body. And this is—" "Why weren't these guys listening?" Russ interrupted. "Nothing happened when I got home." Floyd wasn't buying it. Something happened that led him to kill Betsy in a rage. Russ repeated again and again that nothing happened, and he found Betsy dead when he got home. There's already been statements gathered that, your relationship with your wife, not that anybody's perfect, but you guys were in a little bit of a rocky relationship," Floyd said. "This is coming from a friend that she's confided in. This is coming from some of her family members that she's confided in. And they're concerned about you, Russ. What friend or family member would say something like that to the police?" Russ sighed again. "I walked in the door, and found her. There is no way that took place. There's absolutely no way that took place. A medical examiner has already ruled that out. You did not find her there. She was alive when you got home. She was dead by the time the police got there. What I need to know is what happened. Russ, this is not suicide. This isn't a random killing. This is a crime of passion. Russ's voice remained emphatic, but desperate. I did not do this. I'm telling you, I did not do this. She was dead when I got home. Why did you assume suicide? Because I saw slashes on her arms. Floyd's voice was flat but disbelieving. Slashes on her arms. And that was your only... That's why you assumed suicide. A knife protruding out of her neck didn't make you think that it may be something else? That story is not correct, and you know it. McIntyre asked. Who did it, Russ? I don't know. McIntyre spat out an exasperated, Bullshit. I did not do this. Well, look, quit playing dumb, all right? This is what we do. The evidence is there. Is it a crime of passion, or are you a monster? This happened. If you didn't do it, then tell me who did. I don't know who did this. I did not do this. I found this when I got home from my friend's house. I have no reason to lie. You have a lot of reason to lie, McIntyre huffed indignantly. That's probably one of the dumbest statements I've heard in a long time. I have no reason to lie. You need to get this off your shoulders, Russ. Floyd chimed in. I wanted to believe you, but there's absolutely no way that I can believe you after talking to those detectives and those crime scene people that processed the scene, that relayed the trace evidence. She's already had an autopsy. There's too much stuff pointing at you. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, and I just need you to tell me what sparked the incident happening. I did not do this. I can't tell you what sparked it because I wasn't there when it happened. Russ's voice was louder and more emphatic, and his hand gestures were more dramatic. You only have one person with a motive, money. It's the oldest motive in the world, and I would hate... Money? That thought had not found its way through the fog in Russ's head until that moment. Betsy's insurance money? That was insane. I don't have any need for money, he said slowly. Listen to me. I would hate to think that's your motive. I don't think it's your motive. I think there was a fight, an argument, or something like that. Russ shook his head again in frustration. There was no argument. Well, how many times did we practice putting a pillow over her face and suffocating her and telling her this was what it would feel like to die? How many times? Russ was flabbergasted and his brow furrowed. Putting a pillow over her face? Where did such an absurd allegation come from? I never did that. Never? So our friends are just making this up. This is a story I'm just making up, I should say? You never put a pillow over her face and said... Russ could taste a new anger in his mouth. What friends could possibly be telling an outrageous and patently false story like that? And why? No! You know, this is what it would feel like to die. This was insane. No! Then why would they make that up? Why would her friends tell the police that you had done that and she was scared of you? Russ was set back again. She had no reason to be scared of me. She's never been scared of me. Floyd played the God card again. And somebody, well greater than both of us, knows this. No, I had nothing, you will, to do with this. Answer to that. You will answer to that as well. And that's why you need to get your conscience clean and come clean with what... My conscience is clean. I had nothing to do with this. Nothing at all. Ryder said, Russ, you've got two girls that just lost their mother. You've got a mom that just lost their daughter. Russ's frustration was growing, and his voice was rising. And I'm being accused of something that I did not do. McIntyre was more emphatic about Russ failing the polygraph. 100% deception. It wasn't 85. 100% deception. Russ wondered if the police had talked to Mike Corbin and his game night friends. They could prove he was 25 miles away when Betsy was killed. There's no way I could have been there. How is there no way you could have been there? You left at 9 o'clock. You got home at 9:30, 9:35. The call comes in around 9:45. That's why I need to know what happened in that 10 to 15-minute time frame. She was alive and healthy when you got home. And there it was, the official conclusion by the police that Russ had managed to slaughter his wife and call 911 in 10 or 15 minutes after driving home from a relaxed evening watching movies with his friends 25 miles away. Russ couldn't even absorb the enormity of the errors in that accusation. Chapter 6. After accusing him of murdering his wife, Detective Ray Floyd didn't give Russ Faria time to catch his breath before the cop dropped the big lie, or, in the best light, the big mistake, on him. Delivering what would become a foundation of the case against Russ, Floyd said, "She hadn't been dead hardly at all when the police got there. Less than an hour." Russ was shocked again. He was no forensic expert, but his brief moments with Betsy's body told him she had to have been dead longer than that. "I was not there when that happened. I found her like that." You need to be honest for her family. You need to be honest for the daughters that you say are yours. You need to be honest for the mother-in-law that you love. You need to be honest for your wife. That stung, and Russ suppressed a surge of anger. "I am being honest. I am telling you what happened. I walked in the door. I put the dog food down. I took my jacket off, and I saw my wife on the floor. That is exactly what happened. And I wanted to believe you all day, and I did believe you all day, until this other information came in, and I realized you were lying to me." Russ fought back. "I don't know what information you have that contradicts what I'm saying, but that is exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened when I walked in the door." Russ was gesturing emphatically with his hands. "That is what happened," Ryder asked. "How many times have you played this story in your head to make sure you get it right? It's like a well-oiled machine. You're like a parrot regurgitating the same story the whole time." "No, because it's what happened." Floyd again. "I don't think you're a bad person, but I think something triggered and something happened and you've lost control. I was wondering if it was something to deal with the fact that she wanted everybody to move into this house." "She never mentioned that to me. I never got a chance to hear it. The first time I heard about it was when you told me. I don't know why you keep saying I'm not telling the truth." "Because the crime scene has been cleaned," Floyd said as he shifted in his chair, leaned forward, raised his voice, and began speaking faster. "There's no reason for someone to break into your house and clean the crime scene. There's evidence the crime scene had been cleaned. There's blood. It's easily detected on some of your clothes at your house. That's why I'm telling you. You're lying. The fact of the matter is, it's a sloppy crime scene. There's blood on your clothes, in your residence, in your bedroom." "I didn't even go to my bedroom." "How did the blood get on your clothes and also on your shoes in your bedroom, Russ? Somebody break into your house and put your shoes on to kill your wife?" How could there be blood on clothes and shoes he wasn't wearing in a room he never entered? "I have no idea. This is what I was wearing today." Russ continued to fence with the detectives, insisting repeatedly that he was wearing the same clothes he put on before he left the house at 5 o'clock Tuesday. He had no idea how Betsy's blood got on clothing in the bedroom he never entered. The cops were more insistent that Russ was constructing a ridiculous scenario that someone came into his house, put on his clothes, killed Betsy, changed out of his blood-spattered clothes, and left them on the floor in his bedroom. Their vision was that Russ came home, changed clothes, killed Betsy, and then changed back into the clothes he was wearing now. Floyd said, "You're in a bad spot, brother, and you need to be honest. You come home, you got into a fight, an argument with your wife. You pulled a knife from your kitchen and stabbed her multiple times and killed her. We know when it was done, who did it. The only part of this whole puzzle that we haven't been able to put in place is the why it happened. I don't want to believe you killed her for money. I don't want to believe that I did not kill my wife because she was dying of cancer already. You could have waited if you were in it for the money. Time was on your side. All you had to do was wait." Russ tried to ignore the disgusting implication that he was circling like a vulture, waiting to collect her life insurance after her death from cancer, or, even worse, that the money was a motive for killing her. "I did not kill my wife. How many times do I have to say that?" Every speck of evidence secured at that residence points in one direction, and one direction only. You. With the pen in his right hand, Floyd jabbed his index finger toward Russ's chest. That's it. It doesn't go anywhere else except straight ahead. "I did not do it. I did not kill my wife. I don't care what the evidence says. I did not do this." Floyd began to stack lies upon lies, or bogus assumptions upon bogus assumptions. Who would have such a master plan that they would come into your house minutes before you got home? A lie about the timing. Put your clothes on so the blood evidence would be on your clothes. A lie about blood on his clothes. And kill your wife, and then put your clothes back in your room. The third lie in the same sentence. To be found by police. Who would have such a master, devious plan to be able to pull that off? That's some serious planning. This is a big conspiracy. OJ, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. That's some major planning right there. Russ was getting so numb to the accusations that even comparing him to O.J. Simpson failed to push him into an angry outburst. "I did not do this. I don't understand what's going on here." "What's going on is that your wife is dead." Russ sucked in his breath and let some of the anger boiling inside escape through his voice. "I know that. She's been murdered. She was stabbed multiple times with a knife from your residence. And there's only one person that was culpable, that had the means and the motive to do it. And like I said, the puzzle at this point is fairly easy. We're just trying to figure out the why. And the why could be the difference. It could be a difference between murder first degree and a manslaughter, murder second degree. I mean, the why is a big part of what is going on here. The insanity just didn't end. I did not do this. I had no motive to do this. I love my wife." Ryder asked if Russ would pray for forgiveness. Russ shot back that he did not need to seek forgiveness because God knew that he did not kill his wife. Ryder stayed with the religious theme. God knows the truth. He was looking down when all of this went down. She died a horrendous death. She's not coming back. She's in heaven now. "I did not do this. I am not capable of this." Russ pounded his left hand onto his knee with each word to emphasize his claim of innocence. "I don't know who did it," McIntyre said. "Russ, there's too much evidence. It's going to bury you. How many times do we have to tell you? Man, help yourself out here. It's overwhelming. Russ, listen to me. Quit shaking your head no. This happened. It absolutely did happen." Russ looked at the men across from him and told them another truth. "I know you think it did, and everybody here thinks it did, and all evidence says that it did." McIntyre said, "This is not a tough case on our part. This isn't tough. It's done. It's a done deal. We're trying to give you the opportunity to tell us why. Something happened. Were you high? Were you on drugs? You smoked some weed last night, right? Did you go into a blackout and then, all of a sudden, there she was, dead? Is that—" "No, I did not black out. I know I came in with the dog food and took off my jacket, and there she was. This is what happened, and I don't know what I can do to make you believe me." "You're telling us a lie." "I'm not telling you a lie. I'm not lying. I'm not a liar. I've never been a liar, and I've no reason to lie." McIntyre pounced, but his voice was soft and low. "Russ, you have a lot of reason to lie. We understand that. Something happened that wasn't supposed to happen." Russ denied it again, but the detectives were on a roll, insisting repeatedly that something happened that drove him to kill Betsy. And then Ryder dropped the bomb. "Your wife was stabbed over 25 times." Russ felt his heart shatter. "Oh, my God, no," he moaned as he dropped his forehead into his right hand. How could someone have stabbed his Betsy 25 times? Ryder repeated, Over 25 times. Over 25 times. And they're not done yet. They're still counting. Russ could only repeat, "Oh, my God." Ryder hammered away at a new and painful injury to his suspect. 25 times. 25 times, Russ, and they're still counting. That's someone who was in a blind rage that lost control. That's not a stranger who did that. That's somebody who lost control of their emotions and couldn't stop until it was done. Russ slumped farther down in his chair with his head bowed. "I did not do this," he mumbled again. "I did not do this. There's no way that I did this." McIntyre snapped. "You cannot stick with that bullshit story. It's bullshit." "It's not bullshit. It is so obviously bullshit. Nobody is going to buy. You have to come up with something better than that." "That's all I have, because that is the truth." Russ and the cops seesawed repeatedly between "you stabbed your wife" and "I did not do this." Floyd said the brutality made Russ look like a cold-blooded killer who has no remorse for anything. Sure, she didn't stab herself 25 times. "No, I did not do this. I did not do it." And then, as if someone had flipped a switch in his brain, Russ realized there was only one way to stop this outrageous assault by the cops. He looked at the detectives and said, "If you're not going to believe me, then I need a lawyer." McIntyre seemed incredulous, and his voice shot up. "You're going to let the evidence speak for you. Listen to me. Once we're done, we're done. When we walk out, we're done. This is your fucking chance right now. This is it. And I'm telling you that this evidence is going to bury you. It is going to bury you. Don't be stupid, Russ." "I'm not being stupid," Ryder said. "You sound like you're trying to convince yourself, Russ." "No, I'm not trying to convince myself. I'm trying to convince you that I'm telling the truth, because I am telling the truth." The detectives made one last desperate attempt. "We know you did it," McIntyre said. "No, you think I did," Russ shot back. "The evidence will prove that you did, Russ." "Well, you guys sit here and accuse me of that." "Russ, I have every right to accuse you because all of the evidence points to you." 77 times in the last 90 minutes, Russ had said, "I did not do this," or "I didn't do it," or "I had nothing to do with it," or something close to those words. Dozens of more times he had sworn he was not lying. It was now clear there was absolutely nothing he could do or say to convince them he did not kill Betsy. His grief was tearing at his insides, while the cops were battering him with unrelenting accusations that he was a monstrous killer. He had spent almost 18 hours under interrogation, with no contact with anyone from his or Betsy's families, and hadn't slept in more than 33 hours, and it was time for the madness to stop. "Then I want a lawyer," he said, with a new air of defiance and without a hint of emotion. "I want a lawyer right now. I want a lawyer." McIntyre and Ryder immediately walked out of the room, as Floyd stood quickly and snapped, "We understand. Stand up and put your hands behind your back." Russ stood slowly and turned his back to Floyd. At 4:36 p.m., Wednesday, December 28th, some 21 hours after Betsy was murdered, Russ felt the cold steel of the handcuffs around his wrists and heard the click as they locked. Russ heard Floyd say to one of the other detectives, "As soon as they want a lawyer, that means they're guilty." Chapter 7. Russ Faria stared blankly out of the window of the police car as the detectives drove him back to the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office in Troy. The unbelievable events of the last hour were beginning to force him out of the shock that had consumed his mind and body since he walked into his house the night before. He was still confused about what had happened and why, but he was beginning to understand that he was now in a new, tragic, and dangerous reality, unlike anything he had ever experienced. In just the last nearly 20 hours, he had discovered the brutalized body of his wife, and, isolated from family or friends, had undergone the most prying examination of his personal life, his marriage, his religious faith, his integrity, and his honesty, by a tag team of homicide detectives he had assumed was trying to help him. He willingly submitted to a polygraph test, only to be told he had failed and was a liar and a killer. He had endured the detectives' allegations that he was a raging monster who butchered his own wife. And now he was under arrest, his hands cuffed behind his back, riding in a police car with those same detectives on the way back to a cell at the Lincoln County Jail. This insanity was real, he was beginning to understand, as he watched the familiar countryside pass by the car window. He was vaguely aware the detectives were still talking to him, still trying to get him to confess, even though he had invoked his right to have an attorney present. He was done talking to them, and was trying to tune them out. Once they arrived at the county jail, the detectives took him to a holding cell, a small room with several bunks like he had imagined a drunk tank would be. He asked again to make a phone call, and was shown the telephone on the cell wall. Finally. He called his mother and told her he was okay, but had been arrested and jailed on suspicion of murder, of killing Betsy. He asked to speak to his cousin Mary Anderson, the person he trusted the most in the world. Only 5 months apart in age, they grew up more like sister and brother and remained close as adults. He called her his sister cousin and said the two were really the wonder twins who would always read each other's mind. He asked Mary to call the only lawyer he knew, Andrew Beanie, who also attended the Morning Star Church. Mary had once worked for Beanie, so she knew him too. Mary was as stunned as her cousin that any of this could be happening. She knew to her very core Russ could not have killed Betsy. There had to be some horrible mistake, some crucial misunderstanding. She had just seen Betsy and Russ at a family Christmas party on Monday, December 26th, and they were fine. She learned something had happened to Betsy when she got on Facebook early Wednesday morning and saw a posting from Betsy's daughter Mariah, clearly implying Betsy was dead. Mary called several family members and friends without getting any useful information before she reached Russel Faria, Russ's sister, at the home of their mother, Lucy Faria. Rachel shocked Mary by telling her the police were at Lucy's house at that minute. Mary drove to Lucy's and arrived while the detectives were interviewing Lucy and Rachel. Mary asked the police repeatedly if Betsy was dead, citing Mariah's Facebook posting. The police would say only that Betsy had been accosted. When Mary asked where Russ was, a burly plainclothes officer, whom she would later identify as Sergeant Ryan McCarrick, told her Russ was out looking for the person who had attacked Betsy. She was furious when she learned later that afternoon that Russ had actually been undergoing police interrogation without an attorney, an interrogation she would soon learn had resulted in his arrest. Despite being overwhelmed by exhaustion, Russ spent a restless Wednesday night in the cell, unable to find any comfort on the thin pad atop the metal bunk. He was barely aware of eating a little of the breakfast he was served Thursday morning. He was surprised when Detective Mike Merkel came to the cell at 10:30 a.m. to seize all of his clothes, the same clothes he had worn for the last 42 hours on this long, strange trip to jail as a widower and accused murderer. Merkel presented Russ with a search warrant authorizing him to take the clothes: an XL-sized orange t-shirt proclaiming Rhode Island, blue jeans, dark brown boots, white socks, a pair of black undershorts, a dark leather-strapped watch, and a dark leather belt. Merkel gave Russ a funky red and blue tie-dyed t-shirt and a pair of jeans, which he put on reluctantly, wondering about their previous inhabitants. The search warrant also authorized taking fingernail clippings from Russ's hands, which an evidence technician did with sterilized nail clippers. Russ didn't know when Andrew Beanie arrived at the county jail at 4:30 p.m. to see if he could help Russ. Beanie couldn't imagine the friendly, mild-mannered man he knew from church being involved in anything as brutal as the murder of his wife. Beanie gave Detective Stephanie Kaiser and Sergeant Perry Smith of the Missouri Highway Patrol the names of 2 people Mary Anderson and other sources thought should be investigated: Pam Hupp and one of Leah Day's former boyfriends, and he added that there were thousands of people who would tell police there was no way Russ killed Betsy. After Beanie had talked to the detectives for 30 minutes or so, they surprised him by announcing they were about to release Russ from jail due to a lack of evidence. Russ was as surprised as Beanie when detectives told him he would be released, and Beanie was there to escort him out of jail. Russ felt a wave of relief wash over him, tempered by the awful reality that Betsy was dead, and his life was still in ruin. He could only assume the police finally realized he could not have killed Betsy and were now developing other suspects. After a long wait for jailers to process his release, they took him to the lobby, where Beanie met him and told him he would drive him to his parents' house. Beanie was struck by how exhausted and shaken, emotionally and physically, Russ looked as he walked unsteadily into the lobby. Russ and Beanie weren't prepared for the mob of reporters and photographers waiting outside as they walked into the parking lot. Beanie took Russ by the arm and told him to look straight ahead and not engage with the media in any way. Beanie had been interviewed on TV before, but he had never felt as physically assaulted as he did when the media pushed forward in such a rush that they actually separated him from Russ. Russ shook off the shouted questions of, "Did you kill your wife?" with a terse comment, "No comment," until one reporter pushed his microphone at Russ as he slid into the passenger seat of Beanie's car. Without looking at the reporter, Russ snapped, "Get out of my face." At that moment, Russ couldn't begin to know how important that reporter, Chris Hayes, from Fox 2 KTVI in St. Louis, would become in the long saga that was just beginning. Chapter 8. 1997, O'Fallon, Missouri. Russ Faria had noticed the cute young woman behind the cash register the first time he went into the store at the service station where he had stopped for gas in O'Fallon in 1997. She had a huge smile that lit up her face, and her blue eyes sparkled as the perfect reflection of the personality that everyone called bubbly. Her curly brown hair had blondish highlights, which Russ thought were a classy touch. He made a point of chatting her up every time he went to the station, including the extra stops he made just to see the girl he quickly came to know as Betsy Carter. She was genuinely nice and friendly, remarkably extroverted, really, and he hoped her response to his flirtatious banter was an indication she was interested in him. He was right. Although she was still going through a divorce, she asked Russ out on a date. It was the first step in a romance that soon led to their decision to live together in her mobile home in O'Fallon. Russ was 28 and Betsy was 29. She had two little girls, 7 and 3, from a relationship before the short marriage that was about to end in the pending divorce. Russ quickly grew to love the girls, just as he did their mother. After living together for 2 years, Russ and the now divorced Betsy married in January 2000. Russ Faria had grown up in nearby Florissant, Missouri, one of the popular middle-class communities on the northern edge of St. Louis. He had spent a year in Florida with his parents when he was in the 6th and 7th grades, while his father worked as a construction laborer and painter. After they returned to the St. Louis area, Russ went back to school in the Florissant area until he dropped out of Hazelwood Central High School in 1987. 2 years later, he earned his high school general equivalency degree from a nearby technical school. He had a series of jobs, including maintenance for a major grocery chain and 10 years managing a liquor store during the time he met Betsy. He went on to work for an asphalt company and then a company that assembled bicycles for big box and discount stores. But Betsy knew he was capable of a more substantial career in life. She encouraged him to go back to school, and he attributed his associate's and bachelor's degree in information technology to her positive influence. The degrees led to a good job in 2007 in IT technical support for Enterprise Holdings, the parent company of the massive enterprise leasing operation headquartered in St. Louis County. Betsy Meyer Faria also had grown up in the St. Louis suburbs, the third of 4 daughters of a staunchly Roman Catholic family. She was a standout softball pitcher in grade school and high school, and a member of state championship teams in 1984 and 1985. As a senior in high school, she had started her own DJ business called Party Starters. She attended classes in broadcasting that complemented her DJ business. It was the perfect outlet for her love of music and extroverted personality. She could get anyone out of their comfort zone and onto the dance floor. She operated the business part-time, and after Russ started seeing her, he often assisted her at DJ events by running the sound system. Betty said she had performed at 1,500 weddings and other events. After broadcasting school, she landed a job as a DJ at a country music station in the Florida Keys, where she began a long-term relationship with a man who moved back to St. Louis with her in 1989 and fathered her 2 daughters in 1990 and 1994. They never married, and he returned to Florida shortly after their second daughter was born. He had barely any contact with the girls as they were growing up. Betsy married Ron Carter in 1995, but it only lasted about a year before she divorced him. Despite a happy start to the Farias' marriage, it soon proved far less than perfect. They argued often, and Russ would admit that his sometimes volatile temper could lead to angry words with Betsy and her daughters that he would later regret. They separated a few times, including once for about a year, while he stayed with a friend across the Mississippi River in nearby southwestern Illinois. They both had relationships with people outside of their marriage, but each time they separated, they would forgive each other and decide to try again to make their marriage work. In 2011, they were living in Troy, and Betsy was fighting the cancer that threatened to take her life. In discussions with friends and family during the 2011 Christmas holidays, she developed a plan that would allow her to spend her last few years closer to her beloved family and friends in the area that really felt like home. She was going to propose that she and Russ buy her parents' old house in Lake St. Louis and move there, renting out the house in Troy. She didn't expect Russ to like the idea, but she was excited about presenting it to him when he got home from game night on December 27th. Chapter 9. Thursday, December 29th, 2011. 2 days after Betsy Faria's murder. Russ Faria's arrival at his mother's house for a reunion with his family after 2 long days of police interrogation in a jail cell, and the unbelievable accusations that he had murdered his wife, was bittersweet. He had ached to see his family while he was being questioned, but hugging him now made him that much more aware of Betsy's absence. With some of the fog from the last 2 days lifting, he was beginning to hope his family and Betsy's family could help him find his way toward an answer to the question haunting him since he found Betsy's body. What do I do now? He was trying to put his experience with the police into some manageable perspective. Despite the aggressive accusations from detectives at the end, he was certain they released him because they realized he was not involved in Betsy's death. Surely they would redirect their investigation now and find out who really killed her. Mary Anderson knew her cousin was not capable of committing murder or harming Betsy in any way. Mary had seen them at a Christmas party just 3 days ago, and they were happy and laughing. Betsy saved Russ a seat next to her on the sofa and happily invited him to join her there. But Mary's very nature required her to ask Russ one direct question when they had their first chance to sit down together. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" she asked softly. When he said no, he had not killed Betsy, she knew he was telling the truth. Beyond her confidence in the man she knew so well, his eyes and face told her unequivocally that he was innocent. She looked down and softly rubbed his wrists where she could still see the imprints from the handcuffs. She was glad Russ's ordeal with the police was over, and he could begin to rebuild his life free from suspicion. Russ also was pleased to find that Betsy's family seemed to harbor no suspicion that he was involved in her death, and treated him with the compassion and affection he had always felt from them, especially from Betsy's mother, Janet Meyer. He always thought of her as a second mother and happily spent hours helping her with jobs around her house or apartment. But Russ now had to turn his attention toward the painful task of arranging Betsy's funeral, which his family had agreed to pay for. Russ and Betsy always agreed they would be cremated, although Russ sensed disapproval from her Catholic family. He wanted the funeral to be at the Morning Star United Methodist Church, which had been so essential to the life the Farias were rebuilding together. But since Betsy had grown up Catholic, as had Russ, her family was adamant that there should be a Catholic service. Russ accommodated everyone by scheduling dual funeral services at St. Patrick Catholic Church in Wentzville at 10:30 a.m. the next Tuesday, January 3rd, 2012, and at 7 o'clock that evening at Morning Star. But it was the visitation and wake at a funeral home in Wentzville the night before the services that drew extraordinary and perhaps unforgivable conduct at a time reserved for compassion and consolation. The first event roused Russ Faria from what others called grief so deep that he was in an almost zombie-like stupor. Mary watched painfully as Russ stood over the open casket. A scarf hid the injuries to her neck, and long sleeves covered the wounds to her arms. Russ began to speak directly to Betsy and then fell to his knees. A heartbreaking scene. But later one of Betsy's aunts angrily approached Russ, struck him in the chest, and spat out an accusatory, "How could you?" in front of the other startled mourners. Some onlookers said they heard her call him a murderer. Despite his shock at this assault, he decided not to respond. The woman never liked him and made him the butt of nasty comments in the past. He avoided any contact with her for at least the last 3 years, placing her in that special category the Italians term dead to me. And despite this cruel and no-class attack now, Russ responded only with stoic silence. He would learn later that someone told his mother about the incident, and she angrily confronted the woman. Russ knew that this was sufficient. His mother was a tiny woman, but Lucy was packed with Italian matriarchal power and was not someone to fool with. He nicknamed her TNT and called her a firecracker in a small package. The second event at the funeral home was just as shocking. Pam Hupp and her husband Mark walked in and inexplicably confronted a number of Russ's and Betsy's relatives with angry recriminations and allegations of somehow being responsible for Betsy's death. The confrontation soon became a shouting match, including Mark Hupp leaning into Rachel Faria's face and challenging her to hit him. Mary quickly located the funeral director and asked him to throw out the Hupps. They saw the wisdom in a retreat after the funeral director threatened to call the police. Russ's and Betsy's relatives were outraged and offended, and they couldn't understand the Hupps' aggressive misconduct. The day after the funeral services, Russ escorted Betsy's body to its final disposition, the funeral home's crematorium. He was supported by his best friend and an aunt, and they said a short prayer as they watched through a window as the box containing Betsy's body rolled into the flames and the door closed behind it. Russ compared the short process to the funeral pyres he had heard about in other cultures. He decided he would keep the urn with Betsy's ashes with him until the time came for his body to join hers. Chapter 10. Wednesday, January 4th, 2012. The second time Russ Faria felt the click of handcuffs around his wrists seemed even more shocking and terrifying than the first. The morning after Betsy's funeral services, Russ started trying to rebuild some of the wreckage that was now his life. Even the smallest things seemed so difficult. His sister took him to a mall so he could buy a new cell phone. The police still had his phone, and he struggled to deal with the fact that it was part of the investigation into the murder of his wife. He was staying with his parents, and as gracious and welcoming as they were, he still felt Betsy's killer had not only taken his wife and destroyed his life, but had also destroyed his home, the house he could never enter again. At 3:30 p.m. that day, Russ was on the computer in a back bedroom talking via Facebook with a cousin in Chicago about getting together for a visit, when he suddenly heard distressed voices in the front room. He walked in to face a shocking scene. Sergeant Ryan McCarrick and Detective Ray Floyd, their pistols in their hands, pushing past Russ's parents just inside the front door. Russ's 65-year-old father, Richard, was adamantly telling the police they couldn't enter his home without a warrant. As they forced their way past him, they responded that they had a warrant, turned abruptly toward Russ, and leveled their pistols at him. McCarrick barked, "You're under arrest for the murder of your wife. Get down on your knees." Russ was flabbergasted. He was certain the police released him 6 days earlier because they had cleared him, the same assumption made by Mary Anderson and the entire Faria family. Russ's mind was racing, but he was thinking clearly as he dropped to his knees and followed the detective's shouted orders to put his hands behind his back. As Floyd clicked the handcuffs around Russ's wrists once again, he forced himself to remain absolutely calm and quiet. He was being escorted to a police car when he heard one of the other officers crack sarcastically, "You forgot to check the drains. There is blood in the drains and on the mop." Even in the turmoil of that minute, Russ knew that blood or other evidence from the drains, the mop, or anything else could not be cause for charging him with Betsy's murder. He wasn't there, and nothing the police found there could incriminate him. As McCarrick ushered Russ into the front seat of the police car that Floyd was driving, Russ saw Mary's car pull up across the street. His cousin saw Russ in the police car and was headed toward it when an officer stopped her and told her to stay back. Russ heard a shouted warning from one of the officers. "Watch her!" Another absurd insult. What was Mary going to do? Break Russ out of the police car and escape with him to Mexico? McCarrick slid into the back seat behind Russ as Floyd pulled away and drove down the street. And then Russ felt the cold steel of McCarrick's pistol against the back of his head. McCarrick snarled, "If you say anything, if you even breathe the wrong way, I'm going to paint the windshield with your brains." Russ was shocked again and had to wonder how seriously he should take this threat from the big cop. He had already decided to remain silent, and McCarrick's threat confirmed the wisdom of that decision. Russ would do nothing to test McCarrick's intent. When he arrived at the Lincoln County Jail, Russ was booked on 2 felony charges, 1 count of first-degree murder, which alleged he knowingly caused the death of Elizabeth Faria by stabbing her in excess of 25 times, punishable by 10 to 30 years in prison, life without parole, or the death penalty, and 1 count of armed criminal action alleging that he committed murder while armed with a deadly weapon, punishable by a minimum of 3 years in prison and no stated maximum. He was informed a judge had set his bond at a crushing $1 million. The indignities of the rest of the booking process followed quickly. Fingerprints, mugshot, pockets emptied, stripped to his shorts and dressed in the uniform orange shirt and pants like every other prisoner wore. The guards gave Russ a thin mattress pad as if he could possibly sleep now, and placed him in the familiar holding cell to await assignment to a regular cell. At least Russ could use the phone on the wall to call his parents and his cousin Mary to begin planning the next steps in this already surreal fight for his life. Chapter 11. 7 days a week, Joel Schwartz's morning ritual included a careful reading of the Law and Order section of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch to note the names of those newly arrested and the details of their alleged crimes. It wasn't a casual glance or idle curiosity. It was a smart habit by an experienced professional. As one of the top criminal defense attorneys in the St. Louis region, if not the Midwest, there was a distinct possibility he would be getting a call from one or more of the people whose names he had just read as being on the pointy end of criminal charges, from the most mundane to the most horrific. When those calls came, Schwartz wanted to be as informed and prepared as possible. One of those calls did indeed come at the unusually late hour of 9:30 p.m. on January 4th, 2012, and the woman on the phone dropped the name of Russel Faria. Schwartz knew exactly whom she was talking about, the husband charged in the stabbing of his wife in their home in Troy. From newspaper and TV reports, the only remarkable aspect of the case seemed to be the brutality of the attack. It wasn't cynical for a defense attorney to register no surprise that a husband was accused of killing his wife, or, occasionally, even the reverse of a wife charged with dispatching her husband. Except for drug deals gone bad and bar fights, there probably wasn't a more common crime scenario than a marriage ending with the violent death of one spouse. But this late evening call was different. It came from Mary Anderson, who was an assistant in the law firm Schwartz worked in after he left the St. Louis Public Defender's office. He hadn't spoken to her for, 20 years? But now she was calling with the big ask. Would he represent her cousin, Russ Faria, on the murder charge in his wife's killing? "Joel, I know he's innocent, with all my heart," she said. Schwartz told her to meet him at his office first thing the next morning. Mary had been in a near panic about finding a defense lawyer for Russ, until one of her friends reminded her that she had worked for one of the best in the business. She called Schwartz immediately without any thought of the hour. At the meeting the next morning, she was pleased Schwartz already had accumulated a substantial amount of information and media reports. Even before the briefing by Mary, Schwartz had decided he probably would represent Russ Faria on what media reports were portraying as a fairly simple case of a husband murdering his wife. Mary told Schwartz everything she could think of about Russ and Betsy, with special emphasis on Russ's remarkably detailed game night alibi. Schwartz was impressed by the depth of her information, and even more so by the look of certainty in her intense brown eyes and the set of her jaw when she swore there was absolutely no way in hell her cousin murdered his wife. Schwartz knew she believed it, and he hoped her instincts were right. And then she offered one more noteworthy observation. Based on some inexplicable, disgraceful, and, Mary thought, suspiciously aggressive conduct at the funeral home, Schwartz should look closely at the woman whom everyone was describing as one of Betsy's best friends, and, more important, the last person to see her alive, Pam Hupp. Mary thought the attitude and actions toward Russ and his family by Pam, and even by her husband, were not only cruelly abnormal, but calculated to create hostility and suspicion toward Russ. Pam's unbalanced performance had far exceeded the righteous anger that could be excused from a grieving friend of the departed. Mary had never heard of Pam Hupp until her name was mentioned at the family Christmas party on Monday, December 26th. Schwartz told Mary he would meet with Russ that day, even before getting the small down payment on his fees that he requested. She was thrilled, and, taking no chances with Russ's defense, hand-delivered the payment to Schwartz's office before the end of the day. Joel Schwartz drove to the Lincoln County Jail in Troy shortly after noon to meet his new client. On the 30-minute drive west on Interstate 70, Schwartz analyzed everything he knew about the case so far. One conclusion seemed obvious. Unless the Russ Faria he was about to meet was a much different man than described by Mary Anderson, and unless his seemingly rock-solid alibi crumbled, the charges should be dismissed in fairly quick order. As Schwartz had said to Mary, this case surely was the result of some misunderstanding by the police and prosecutor that shouldn't be that difficult to clear up. Schwartz thought the reports by the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and local TV news had been routine. Brief stories with minimal police comment on December 28th and 29th about a woman stabbed to death in her home. There were mentions of her battle with cancer. The major case squad of Greater St. Louis had been activated, and one suspect, identified as her husband in some reports, had been questioned and released. An online story by a TV station on December 30th said investigators would work through the New Year's holiday to find grounds for a charge and arrest, and the county prosecutor was fast-tracking DNA and fingerprint tests as well as cell phone records. One of the Faria's neighbors was concerned that the unnamed man had been released. "We are wondering why he got released, and we are concerned that he is out. I will tell you that," the man said. Another report noted that a call to Betsy Faria's home phone number gives listeners a chance to hear her bubbly message on the answering machine. The media began hitting the story harder after Russ was arrested on January 4th. More friends and relatives were quoted, including one the Post-Dispatch said described a wake and funeral that were filled with tension because of suspicions about Russel Faria's involvement in his wife's death. The story also reported that Janet Meyer, Betsy Faria's mother, declined to comment about the charges against her son-in-law, other than to say, "I can't handle it. I've been close to him as well." While announcing Russ's arrest, Lincoln County Sheriff Mike Kribbaum told the cameras, "We want to make sure we arrest the right person, and we have enough evidence to keep him in jail. And we do have it this time." Schwartz thought that sounded wrong on both counts. But the story by NBC affiliate KSDK also contained an even more interesting comment by Lincoln County Prosecuting Attorney, PA, Leah Askey. "We know from sources that she came home and laid down on the couch. We can assume she was likely resting or asleep at the time of the incident." Schwartz wondered how Askey could know that now. Who could be her sources? Fox 2 also quoted Sheriff Krigbaum's comment about getting the right man, but added that the arrest resulted from the discovery of unspecified key evidence in a second search of the Faria home the day Betsy was buried. And then Fox 2 quoted Askey with a surprising attack on Russ's alibi. She said the more police investigated, the more Russ Faria's timeline unraveled, leading authorities to believe the murder was premeditated. Schwartz was eager to see her evidence for that, given the alibi he had heard. Schwartz was entering the lobby of the Lincoln County Jail when he was surprised to run into Sergeant Ryan McCarrick. Schwartz knew McCarrick was the lead detective on the Faria case and a tough, no-nonsense investigator, and McCarrick knew immediately why this top defense attorney was arriving at the jail. The cop didn't miss the opportunity to offer some candid, professional advice to the lawyer. "Talk some sense into Faria," McCarrick said, "and get him to confess so everyone can wrap up this nasty case." Schwartz offered no reaction to the unsolicited advice and left McCarrick with a casual, "See you later." Within minutes, Schwartz was seated in a small interview room across the table from Russell Scott Faria, a husky, formidable-looking man who seemed exhausted, but certainly not intimidated, panicked, or terrified. While he seemed physically capable of inflicting damage on another person, Schwartz saw something much less threatening in the man's face, and especially his eyes. After some general discussion, Schwartz delivered his stock opening gambit for a new client. "Tell me what they're saying you did." Although that was designed to test a defendant's perspective on the crime rather than to elicit a claim of innocence or an admission of guilt, Russ Faria responded immediately with exactly what he had been telling the police and everyone else for the last week. "I did not kill my wife. I did not do this. I could not do this. I loved my wife." 2 decades as a criminal defense attorney had taught Schwartz not to jump to any conclusions on guilt or innocence, But the man in front of him now seemed genuine in his inability to comprehend how or why he had been charged with murdering his wife. Russ maintained a calm and purposeful demeanor as he gave Schwartz the full account of Tuesday, the stops along the drive to game night, 3 uninterrupted hours with his friends there, the uneventful drive home while downing a couple of sandwiches, and then the soul-shattering discovery of Betsy's body. Schwartz found Russ's claims of innocence sincere and convincing, even if he was at a complete loss to suggest who could have done this to his wife. Everyone loved Betsy, Russ said. No one who knew her would ever be able to find enough anger or hatred to kill her, let alone inflict such ferocious wounds on this woman already fighting a likely losing battle with cancer. And he knew of no evidence that some intruder, a stranger who didn't know Betsy, had come into their house on a cold, snowy December night and inflicted such ruthless overkill in the glow of Christmas tree lights. Russ ended his account with the troubling allegation of Sergeant McCarrick's armed threat to blow out Russ's brains on the ride to jail. That image of the cop with a gun to the back of Russ's head would haunt Schwartz. He had no reason to doubt Russ's honesty at that point. He just thought, let's see where the evidence goes. Schwartz had spent years honing an ability to assess people, their character, and their credibility fairly quickly, and, more important, accurately. The police seemed certain this man had spent a pleasant holiday weeknight visiting friends before he rushed home, flew into a rage, and butchered his wife. That didn't fit the man sitting across the table, a man with such a solid alibi, and no man of even the most basic intelligence who had just sliced his wife to ribbons would tell police she committed suicide. Schwartz always retained a healthy skepticism about new clients and new cases, but he thought Russ Faria seemed to be an honest man caught up in a whirlwind of muddled facts and allegations. He didn't seem to be the kind of man who was capable of what the cops said he had done. As Russ Faria's defense attorney, Schwartz offered some simple, essential advice to his new client. Do not talk to anyone about anything. Don't say a word to the police or a prosecutor without Schwartz's presence and permission. Expect the police to try to talk to you again. Say nothing. Expect the police and prosecutor to put a snitch in your cell to get you to talk. Say nothing. Russ was impressed with this lawyer he had never met before, and who came with Mary Anderson's enthusiastic recommendation and full confidence. She assured Russ that Joel Schwartz was the best of the best. Russ appreciated the way Schwartz talked to him face to face in simple language. There was no big-shot lawyer attitude or arrogance, but there was a quiet confidence that spoke of experience and competence. As Schwartz left, he said, I'll get on this, and I'll get you out of here. Russ believed him, and he would always remember with a smile what the jail guard said when he came to get Russ for that first meeting with Schwartz. There's a fancy lawyer in an Armani suit to see you. The path that led Russ Faria to a jail cell was certainly bizarre. But in a different way, so was the one that led Joel Schwartz to this meeting as a renowned criminal defense lawyer. For as long as Schwartz could remember, he wanted to be an actor, or perhaps, more specifically, a movie star. That desire to be a performer seemed to be in his genes. His mother, Susie, had been a dancer. His father, Artie, had dreamed of being a star on Broadway. And even though he now owned an auto salvage yard in St. Louis, he still performed in local theater and sang show tunes around the house. His older brother, Brad, worked for a while as an actor after earning a master's degree in theater. He now operated a salvage yard with his father and performed in local theater too. But Joel Schwartz, blessed with classic good looks, a full head of curly brown hair, and an athletic build, had high hopes for a movie career after he graduated from Ladue High School in St. Louis. He spent his freshman year in 1980 at the University of California, Los Angeles, but decided to get the same quality education for less money at the University of Texas at Austin. Although he had no intention of practicing law, he went to law school to get a practical and marketable degree. While in Austin, he did a little acting and some modeling, and appeared on the cover of Texas Monthly magazine after he published the first male pinup calendar in the state, drawing on experience with the calendar he saw produced at UCLA. His calendar sold well in all the major cities across Texas, and even got noticed in Time magazine. After he graduated with a law degree in 1987, he moved to Los Angeles to take acting classes, attend auditions, and look for that big break. while waiting tables and working for a theatrical agent. When the writers' strike shut down the movie and TV industry in the summer of 1989, Schwartz went back to St. Louis for a visit. He ran into a friend who was an assistant public defender, APD, in the city of St. Louis and was trying a murder case. He invited Schwartz to sit in on the trial. "I think you'll like it," he said. And Schwartz did. His friend referred him to the public defender, and he interviewed with a group of about 20 staffers who mostly asked him 2 questions. Did he have any more of the pinup calendars? And could he start as an assistant public defender the next day? Not long after starting his career as an assistant public defender, Schwartz won a non-speaking role in a movie that was going to be set and partly filmed in St. Louis. But the schedule for his scenes was changed to days when he would be out of town for a friend's wedding. Schwartz decided that he had already committed to being a lawyer, and the movie was unlikely to generate much buzz anyway. He went to his friend's wedding. Later, he heard that the actor who took his place got some attention and more work based on the role Schwartz skipped. It turned out that White Palace, starring Susan Sarandon and James Spader, had been pretty popular. While regretting that missed opportunity, Schwartz was showing a natural ability as a trial attorney in criminal defense. He connected well with jurors, perhaps a function of his interest in performing before an audience. Just 6 or 8 months after starting as a public defender, he tried his first murder case, and then a second, and then a third, and then a rape, and then a robbery, all acquittals. In his second year, he tried 16 cases. When he asked for a raise in his $29,000 salary in the spring of 1991, he was told he hadn't been there long enough. He and another assistant PD resigned a few days later and joined a private law firm. After several months, they opened their own firm, and a while after that, Schwartz started a partnership with 2 more of the region's most prominent defense attorneys, Scott Rosenblum and John Rogers. Rogers eventually was succeeded as named partner by Matt Fry to create the firm of Rosenblum, Schwartz, and Fry. But Schwartz would always remember his first day in the public defender's office in 1989. He immediately was introduced to the APD who would be his supervisor, Marianne Bogacki. It would be some time before they learned they had a connection from years before. While Schwartz was an undergrad at the University of Texas School of Law, he and a fellow student attended the annual spring break activities on Padre Island in 1982. When they learned that students from the University of Missouri School of Law were partying at the other end of the island, they decided to pay them a visit. Schwartz's friend talked him into participating in a push-up contest there, and while Joel was racking up an impressive number of push-ups, he could hear some of the audience yelling, "You're cheating! You're cheating!" He found out they were actually delivering some good-natured harassment to the girl who would eventually win the women's contest, while he won the men's. And that girl was, of course, Marianne Bogacki. Sometime after the push-up champions renewed their acquaintance in the PD's office, they were married. And by the time the Faria case came to Schwartz, they were the parents of 2 sons and a daughter. And at 50, Joel Schwartz was recognized as one of the top criminal defense lawyers in the region. He hadn't become a movie star, but he had found what he realized he was destined to do. Chapter 12. By the time the MCS's file in the murder of Elizabeth K. Faria landed on Joel Schwartz's desk, Russ Faria's trial was set for June 26, 2012, before Lincoln County Circuit Judge Dan Dildine, an experienced and respected member of the bench, and Russ had already spent several long weeks in the county jail. He would describe that experience as living in a small bathroom with 2 strangers. On his first day, the 30 to 40 prisoners in the wing where he was housed knew who he was and what he was accused of. It seemed they all watched the TV news every day without fail. He was surprised none of the prisoners asked about the case, and there were no threats or confrontations. The guards, called COs for correctional officers by the prisoners, also knew who Russ was, and he thought they treated him fairly well. He worked to make friends with his 2 cellmates and as many other prisoners as possible. That included a big man named Mark, who was kept in a cell alone, a self-described, really bad dude. Russ played chess with Mark through the chuck hole, the opening in the steel door used to deliver meals. Mark warned Russ later that he was about to be put in a cell with a prisoner said to have been ordered by police to beat him. Mark had warned the prisoner not to touch Russ. When Russ was moved to a cell with the supposed attacker, the man immediately said he had no interest in hurting Russ. To avoid more trouble and possible repercussions, the man suggested he and Russ pretend to have a fight. They tore their shirts and threw things around in the cell to make enough noise to convince the COs they really had gone after each other. Russ drew several days alone in a cell that had no lights. He couldn't even read to pass the time. He eventually went back to his regular cell, back to sleeping on a thin mat on a steel bunk and eating food that was adequate, but barely. Trying to grieve for Betsy while coping with jail life was an incredibly contradictory reality. His heart was broken, and his life would have been turned upside down even if he wasn't behind bars with dozens of people who, although mostly still awaiting trials, probably had committed a wide variety of crimes. He often felt like weeping and crying out in pain, but he knew that was not the best image to project to fellow prisoners. He worked to keep his spirits up, and regular visits from family members on Sundays and daily letters from them helped. He focused on the knowledge that Joel Schwartz was on the case, working to get him out of jail and, ultimately, to clear him of the charges. That responsibility weighed heavily on Schwartz, and he was eager to build a defense that would clear Russ. The initial pretrial court activity for a major felony case was dragging along at the usual frustratingly slow pace. Schwartz was pleased when prosecuting attorney Leah Askey delivered the major case squad file as part of the pretrial discovery, the required sharing of information by each side with the other. He brought in a promising young associate, Nate Swanson, as his second chair. In 9 months with the firm, Swanson, just 29, had shown a keen grasp of technical issues and a memory like a computer hard drive. He had a fascinating history. He was born in Chicago and lived in Omaha and Boulder before his parents divorced when he was young. After that, he divided his time between his mother, a Lutheran minister in Los Angeles, and his father, a Lutheran minister, lawyer, and rancher in Colorado. He was in San Francisco for the earthquake in 1989, in Los Angeles for the earthquake in 1994, and narrowly missed being on one of the subway trains that was bombed in the so-called 7/7 bombings in London in 2005. Swanson had decided early on that he wanted to be a criminal defense lawyer, and at just 12 years old had been fascinated by the O.J. Simpson trial. He graduated from the huge Santa Monica High School, got a master's degree from King's College in London, and graduated from a small law school in Colorado Springs. While he was there, he met his future wife, who was attending a nearby nursing school. He graduated in the down market for lawyers in 2009 and landed the job with Rosenblum, Schwartz, and Fry in April 2011 after calling Matt Fry, an acquaintance who had also attended the same law school. Swanson had seen the media stories on the Betsy Faria murder and wondered if the case would land at his firm. He wasn't surprised when Schwartz told him they would be defending Russ Faria. When the MCS file arrived in Discovery, Schwartz was out of town for a few days, and he asked Swanson to begin going through the reports. When Schwartz returned, Swanson was waiting with a surprising conclusion. He handed Schwartz the police reports from interviews with one of Betsy Faria's friends and a thumb drive with audio recordings of those interviews, and said simply, "You've got to see this. This will tell you who killed Betsy Faria." Schwartz began to read and listen to perhaps the most intriguing police reports he had ever encountered. Swanson wanted Schwartz to see and hear this story. Pamela Marie Hupp answered the cop's knock on her door in O'Fallon at 6:40 a.m. Wednesday, December 28th, with her dyed blonde hair still wet from a shower. And then the chunky 53-year-old married mother of 2 adults gifted detectives with a nearly 3-hour recorded interview that provided intimate and revealing insights into what she described as the fatally troubled marriage of Betsy and Russ Faria, with some ugly personal accusations about Russ thrown in at no extra cost. Detective Stephanie Kaiser and Sergeant Perry Smith tried to break the news of Betsy Faria's death gently, explaining that all they could say was that her friend was dead, not how she died or even whether it was an accident or natural causes. Pam sobbed and her voice choked as she told the detectives she had known Betsy for almost 11 years and saw her almost every day. Were they best friends? Betsy had a lot of best friends, Pam said, an apparently happy memory accompanied by a slight chuckle. Zillions of best friends. But yes, I saw her almost every day, every other day. The detectives wanted to know everything about Betsy's last day. Crying again, Pam explained that Betsy had spent Monday night at the apartment of her mother, Janet Meyer. Pam planned to pick her up there and drive to her Tuesday chemotherapy session at the Siteman Cancer Center in nearby St. Peter's at 1:30 p.m. But Betsy texted Pam that morning to say she was getting a ride from a friend Pam knew only as Bobby and wanted to spend one-on-one time with her while she was visiting from Texas. Pam decided to join Betsy for the chemo session anyway and drove to Janet's apartment about the time she thought Betsy would need to leave. Betsy had already left with Bobby, so Pam chatted with Janet for a while and then drove to the cancer center to join Betsy and Bobby. After the chemo, Pam turned down an invitation to accompany the women to a Lion's Choice restaurant because she wanted to go home for dinner with her husband, Mark. After that, she drove back to Janet's apartment to wait until Betsy was ready for her to drive her home. Pam added that Betsy stayed at her mother's apartment most weekdays. "Why was that?" Smith asked. A lot of it she didn't like the drive, and a lot of it she didn't like going home." "Why didn't she like going home?" A lot of it was her husband." Schwartz's eyes widened in surprise at Pam's unexpected allegation that Betsy had been avoiding Russ. Pam began a depressing story about the Farias' marriage and Russ's behavior. They had been separated, 6, 7 times all through the years that I've known her. I don't know him that well. I've only met him maybe 3 times in 10 years. He doesn't come to, functions and stuff. As far as her friends, it was just her. He's kind of not nice verbally to her, so he makes us uncomfortable sometimes. Have you heard him being not nice to her verbally?" "Oh, yeah," Pam said, almost casually. "He's kind of pompous. I mean, he seems nice enough. I just don't know him that well. The last time I saw him was at her 40th birthday party that he had for her. I think that was the last time I ever really talked to him. No, I take that back. I was at her house last week. She wanted to make me lunch. He works in the house, and I went down to say hi to him. She said Russ had earlier given her directions to the house and asked why it had taken her so long to get there. She explained she was unfamiliar with the area, and Russ responded, 'Oh, you women are such asses.' Pam clicked her tongue and said, 'So we just went back upstairs. I just wanted to say hi.' Pam said Betsy talked often about leaving Russ. Betsy and a friend, possibly a cousin named Linda, whom Pam met once, spent the weekend before Christmas in the popular tourist center of Branson, Missouri, 250 miles southwest of Troy. Pam said both women were thinking about leaving their husbands and discussed moving into a place together in Branson and working at a college there. Schwartz was surprised again. This was the first suggestion from anyone that Betsy was considering leaving Russ. Schwartz viewed that with great skepticism after hearing from others how well the Farias had been getting along. Pam drove back to Janet's house about 5:15 p.m. to pick up Betsy and take her home. She waited while Betsy finished playing a board game with her mother and Bobby and guessed it was after 6 p.m. when she and Betsy left. Pam called her husband after they pulled into Betsy's driveway to let him know she had arrived safely. "I don't really drive at night too much," she explained. Her husband had left his phone in his truck and didn't answer the call, so she left him a voicemail. Betsy took the phone to leave Pam's husband a cheery message of "Merry Christmas and Happy New Year." "Did you go inside?" Smith asked. "No, I helped her. It was weird because we drove up, and the reason she said she didn't have a car was because Russ had it. We drove up and the car was in the garage, or in the driveway, so we thought he was home. I said, 'Well, there's no lights on. Maybe he took another car.' And she goes, 'No, he was taking my car.' Pam said the car was a silver Nissan Maxima. And I said, 'Do you want me to walk you to the door?' And she said yes. So I walked her up to the door and in until she could get a light on. And she got the front light on, and she walked in and turned on the living room light and called for him, and he wasn't there. Nobody answered." "So did you ever actually go inside the house?" "I did. I took her in." Pam's answer startled Schwartz again. She had just contradicted her statement from seconds ago and admitted that, as the last known person to see Betsy alive, she had gone into the house where Betsy was killed at about the time she was killed. "We just went in. She turned on the hall light, and Betsy doesn't like to be alone," Pam explained. "I went in and turned on her living room light and then walked around and turned on her kitchen light so she would have the lights on." She was calling for him, and nobody was answering. Schwartz recognized yet another contradiction within a few sentences. She just said she turned on the living room light after saying before that Betsy turned it on. Either way, she had placed herself in the living room where Betsy was murdered, at just about the time Betsy was murdered. Pam described how Betsy put the dog in the backyard because she was jumping up on the women, driving us nuts, as they stood talking. The two women discussed meeting for lunch the next day, and Pam said she had to take her mother to see her financial advisor in the morning. Smith asked if she was there for 10 to 20 minutes. It could be, yeah. I wasn't really paying attention, but I was just trying to get out of there. She said she called her husband again after she left, and the detectives wanted to know where she was when she made that call. There was a long pause. Actually, I don't think I called him. I called Betsy when I got home, or was on my way home, almost home. I'm trying to think which one I called. I called Betsy to... That's right, I called Betsy to tell her I was home. Did she answer? No, she did not answer, which is not unusual for her if she's on the other line. And you left her a message? I think I did, yeah, that I was home or almost home. She called and texted Betsy again later that evening, but never talked to her again. Pam was worried because Betsy had been feeling sick and was sneezing, and she knew Betsy's white blood cell count was low from the chemo. She later called Betsy's mother to express her concern over not reaching Betsy. Betsy had asked Pam to stay and watch movies with her until Russ got home. She knew Russ had a weekly card game or some activity with friends every Tuesday night, but she just wanted to go home, and she told Betsy she should go to bed. So I I left her, and she was sitting on the couch. She had a blanket on her, and she was going to watch TV. There it was, Schwartz thought. Pam was prosecuting attorney Askey's source for her comment to the media that Betsy was on the couch when she was killed. Pam retrieved her cell phone for the police and pulled up the record of calls she made Tuesday night. The call to her husband registered at 7:04 p.m. The call to Betsy after she said she left was at 7:27 p.m. Detective Kaiser asked if she had arrived at home when she made that call to Betsy. Oh, yeah, when I was close to home. Smith asked, do you remember about where you were when you made that call? Were you on the road still or at home? Oh, I was on the road. Actually, I called her because she's afraid. I always get lost in Troy, and it's really dark. So, actually, I was still in Troy and I either said I'm on my way or I'm home already, so she wouldn't worry. After Pam got home and showered, she was concerned there was still no response from Betsy. Her phone showed she called Betsy's mother at 8:52 to ask her to check on Betsy. Smith checked the phone's record of text messages between Pam and Betsy, finding several Tuesday morning as the women made plans for the day. He read one to Pam from Betsy at 10:35 a.m., saying that Bobby was going to take her to chemotherapy. Have not spent any one-on-one time with her, Betsy had said. Pam then told the detectives about an idea she and Betsy discussed at the chemo session. A complicated controversy, she called it. The idea was for Betsy and Russ to buy the house where Betsy's mother and father lived before they divorced. One of Betsy's sisters was living there with her family, but they hadn't been making the payments, and the house was about to be foreclosed or sold. Betsy and Russ would buy the house and live in the downstairs with Betsy's daughters, and Janet and Bobby would live upstairs. The Farias would rent out their house in Troy to generate income toward Russ's recent goal of retiring to Florida. Betsy mentioned she was upset that the house in Troy was in Russ's name only, and that he referred to it as his house. Betsy planned to talk to Russ about the idea when he got home Tuesday night, but said it would probably make him very angry, and he would refuse to consider moving out of the house in Troy. Betsy didn't like living in Troy, so far away from her mother and sisters. She already spent most of her weeknights on the sofa at her mother's, and did not look forward to weekends at home in Troy. Pam said Betsy did not like to be stuck in Troy with Russ, and stayed away from their house as much as possible. She had told me she doesn't like to go there on the weekends because, sometimes he's in a good mood. They do a lot of things together. But he's very degrading to her. He makes comments about how much money he'll have after she's gone because he's got... This is what she said. I don't know for sure. I haven't seen the financials. But he's got life insurance on her at work. She's got life insurance. Pam added, that's not uncommon for her to be away from him. She goes to Branson as much as she can to get away with the girls. I've been through several of her separations. He is, according to her, verbally mean to her. Smith asked the obvious question. Is he ever physically mean to her that you know of? I don't know. I never really got into that conversation because I don't know the guy. I know him enough. A couple of times I've seen him, and he is pompous. Women are like, he's a know-it-all. But I know a lot of guys like that. He smokes in the house, even though she's sick, and doesn't care. Sort of disrespectful? Oh, he's very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. He'll say disrespectful things. She gets her feelings hurt a lot, and she just doesn't care to be around him. She's tired of the talk about what he's going to have when she's gone, and she got real tired of that. She was afraid to be there on the weekends with him. Schwartz was surprised again. Pam had just escalated Betsy's attitude from limiting her time with Russ to being afraid of him. She clearly was building a case against Russ as a menacing potential killer. Pam said Betsy had invited her to join her and Linda for their weekend in Branson to help make a plan for getting away from Russ. Pam didn't go because she didn't enjoy such trips, and her husband didn't like her to be away. Besides, she and her husband flipped houses, buying houses, renovating them, and then selling them for a profit, and they often did that work on the weekends. She then delivered an accusation that Schwartz thought made her effort to incriminate Russ even more transparent. When she was with Betsy at her tennis club last week, Betsy said she had written a message to Pam about something Russ was saying to her that was really disturbing to her. Betsy hadn't been able to send it to Pam because it was not in the body of an email, but on a form on her computer. She also said she was afraid to email it to Pam because Russ had been looking through her emails, and she couldn't print it because the printer was in Russ's home office. Pam never saw the document, but Betsy had hinted at the content. She did say that the last weekend she was with him, that he'd start playing this game of putting a pillow over her face to see what it would feel like. This is what it's going to feel like when you die, or whatever, and then act like he was kidding. She was very upset. Smith was intrigued. So she said he was actually putting a pillow over her face. Yeah. Did she sound scared? Oh, yeah, very scared. But then she would laugh, and that's why she didn't... Really, toward the end here, she did not want to go home. She's been sleeping on couches for months. So she's talked about divorcing her husband, Russell. Oh, yeah, a lot. She's always done that, though. And she was desperate, like talking yesterday that she wanted to get back in and live with her mom. But she was going to approach Russ yesterday evening with this deal with moving into her mother's house and renting out their house? He was going to get angry? Absolutely. She said he would not leave his house. It's his house. Schwartz couldn't stop shaking his head as he listened to Pam Hupp single-handedly build a case against Russ Faria as an abusive and scheming husband eager to cash in on the death of his wife, a man who could torture his wife by putting a pillow over her face in what easily could be seen as test runs for murder. She had even provided the cops with the trigger that could have set Russ off on a murderous rage. Betsy's proposal to abandon his house and move the family into a house 25 miles away. Schwartz now assumed Pam was the source for much of the information the police used to accuse Russ of Betsy's murder during that brutal last interrogation session. The cops seemed only too delighted to accept her allegations without the skepticism that was clearly warranted, and without acknowledging some glaring contradictions. Chapter 13. While Pam Hupp was explaining that she and Betsy Faria worked together in insurance offices for 10 years, she almost offhandedly dropped a bomb that shocked Schwartz and clearly cast the entire story of Betsy's murder in a new light. Pam said Betsy had recently talked more about Russ's fixation on the money he would have when she died, including his desire to buy a motorcycle from his uncle that Betsy said they couldn't afford. Betsy said Russ was her sole beneficiary on her life insurance policies. But before they got into that financial issue, Betsy mentioned another concern. She was talking. This was after she had mentioned that he was getting really creepy and kind of made her nervous with, like, the pillow, and I don't know what else he was doing. She was just saying he was making her feel really creepy. And she would turn around and he would just be staring at her, and then talk about wow, what he's going to have, and he wanted to trade in his motorcycle and that kind of stuff. Pam said she suggested Betsy change the beneficiary on her policies to her mother, but Betsy feared her mother would not handle the money properly, and she was sure her daughters would blow the money if they were the beneficiaries. Betsy said she might consider Pam's suggestion to make the beneficiary Betsy's sister Mary Rogers. And then Pam Hupp delivered an explosive bit of information that would become the focal point of the Betsy Faria murder case. She said Betsy turned to her and said, "Would you be my beneficiary on my life policies and make sure my kids get it when they need it?" And I said, "Well, I could. I don't feel real comfortable with that, but..." She goes, "Well, I can't trust my mom because she'll give it to the kids." I said, "I don't know. I guess, to me it's no big deal. Whatever." Replacing Russ with Pam Hupp as a beneficiary on Betsy's life insurance had not been an idle thought. Betsy called the week before she went to Branson. Pam thought it was between Wednesday, December 14th, and Friday, December 16th, and asked her to meet at the nearby Winghaven Public Library, where Betsy surprised her by producing a change of beneficiary form on her policy with State Farm. She said, "I'm going to make you the beneficiary. If you could, when my daughters are older, give them some money?" I said, "Okay. Well, how much is it for?" Betsy said, $150,000. And I said, "Well, Russ is going to know. I'm just assuming he would know if he changed." And she said, "No, the policy's in my name, and I have the right to do that, and I picked the beneficiaries. He's never going to know." She was real freaked out about him getting all this money. She and Betsy sat at a table near the front windows of the library as Betsy filled out the form to change the beneficiary to Pam. They took the form to the front desk and asked Lauren Manganelli, the young woman librarian, to sign as a required witness to Betsy's signature. Both women produced their driver's licenses when Manganelli asked for identification. The librarian then signed the form. Pam remembered Betsy also checked out a book, but she had no idea if Betsy filed the form with the insurance company before she died. Pam didn't think Betsy would have had the time to follow through on the second step in her plan to keep the insurance money away from Russ by changing the beneficiary on another policy for $100,000 to her friend and relative named Linda. Joel Schwartz rocked back in his chair and took a deep breath. Pam Hupp had just given herself motive and opportunity to murder Betsy Faria. This ominously odd woman had made herself a legitimate suspect amid a transparent attempt to frame Russ by creating a Frankenstein's monster version of him. But Pam now had the same motive to kill Betsy that she had been building for Russ. Money. $150K, free and clear. It was a reasonable inference that Pam somehow convinced Betsy that making her the beneficiary was the best way to keep the money away from Russ while protecting it for her daughters. Pam then killed Betsy at the first opportunity, when she knew Russ would be away at game night, and happily spoon-fed the police a case against him. Pam Hupp had framed Russ Faria. She certainly could be the answer to the central question in this case. If Russ Faria didn't kill Betsy, who did? But Pam wasn't finished talking. While Detective Smith took a bathroom break at 7:50 a.m., she and Detective Kaiser talked about whether Pam would have to miss an appointment at 8:30 a.m. with her brother to take their mother, who Pam said had dementia, to her financial advisor to talk about stocks she was holding from her late husband's employer. Pam called her brother to explain she couldn't make the appointment and said to him, "My friend, something happened to her last night, and I have 2 police officers here asking me questions. They just showed up at my door. I don't even know what happened." She had a discussion with her brother about handling stock and annuity payments before and after their mother died. That conversation wasn't reported in the official transcript of the interview or the police report later, but it was captured on the audio recording. It didn't seem especially pertinent to Joel Schwartz when he heard it. When the interview resumed, Pam continued to build a money motive for Russ. The Farias were struggling financially because Betsy's DJ business was down. Pam had recently taken Betsy to a Missouri state office to try to get food stamps for her daughters because they had such limited incomes. Betsy said she received a payment for her disability claim from Social Security and was expecting some money from her daughter's father. She mentioned $20,000 in back child support from his Social Security payments. Before Betsy married Russ, Pam said Betsy had been married to a man Pam knew only as Ron. "Actually, I've probably met him more than I've met her husband now," she said. Kaiser asked, So what was that relationship like between her and Ron? Oh, they still saw each other up to this day. What's Ron's last name? I don't know. Russ would know. He knows him. He doesn't know that they see each other, but not often, but they do. Betsy's funny. Betsy's... How can I say this? My husband says, Betsy's your little Hoosier, a Midwestern slang term similar to hillbilly or redneck, friend. Betsy would sleep with him to get things done in the house, and that's how she is. With Ron? Yeah, they had that kind of relationship. He loved the kids, always has been there when she's fighting with Russ, or if she says Russ doesn't give her sex, Ron's there. I've met him about 3 times. It's just a weird arrangement. That's how Betsy is. Detective Smith moved to the real question at hand and asked if she had an opinion on who you think might have done this to Betsy. Pam hesitated. You didn't tell me what happened to her. You said there was an accident or whatever. Kaiser offered an awkward explanation. No, she's not accidentally dead. She's not naturally dead. What does that mean? Well, let me ask you this, and I'm trying not to play word games with you, but we are trying to figure out what happened to your friend, okay? You understand that she's dead. I told you that. Yeah, you told me. And I'm sorry. Okay, I'm very sorry. Okay. We're trying to figure out what happened. Do you think that she could kill herself? Pam's voice trembled slightly. I don't know. I don't think so. Just because she's my friend. Even though she's been very depressed. But no, I don't know. I don't think so. I wouldn't like to think that. She's Catholic like me, and we're very serious about it. So I wouldn't think so. I'm just going to ask. Can you think of anyone that might want to hurt your friend? No. Everybody loved. She had zillions of friends. No, absolutely not. She was the nicest, sweetest, would give you anything you asked for if she had it. Anyone that scared her or that would want to hurt her? Just recently, she's been afraid of her husband. But that's been throughout their marriage, and that's why they separate a lot. And how would you describe that marriage? Well, it's not a marriage. They don't even really live, She got back to him for financial reasons because she had the 2 girls. She said Betsy had planned to divorce Russ so she could marry a man she was seeing the last time she and Russ were separated. She was devastated when the man decided to return to his wife. Betsy then returned to Russ only for financial reasons. Pam began to cry as she talked about the recurrence of Betsy's cancer, her fear that she would not survive it, and her desire to stay away from Russ as much as possible. She cried even harder as she said Betsy had not wanted a prognosis from the doctor because she didn't want to know how much time she might have left. But Russ insisted, and the doctor delivered an estimate that Betsy had just 3 to 5 years to live. Betsy was scheduled to get another scan that very day to determine if chemotherapy was shrinking the tumor. Betsy did not believe the chemo was working because she had started wetting the bed, which was angering Russ because he didn't want the mattress to smell. Pam continued to cry as Kaiser tried to offer more of an explanation of Betsy's death. She didn't die accidentally, and she didn't die from an illness. So we're trying to figure out, then, if it's either by her own hand or somebody else's hand. Pam asked, Then how did she die? I don't think Betsy would ever kill herself. She's way too Catholic. She would not do that. She was still crying as the detectives explained that they couldn't be specific about what happened to Betsy. Was there anything they hadn't discussed that could help them determine what happened? Pam said again that she knew that Betsy was really bothered by the fact that the house in Troy was only in Russ's name. And then she said, Maybe if you guys could find that letter that she was going to send me. If she really has it, or if she deleted it, or whatever. She said she was going to talk to me about changing her beneficiaries to me, and that he had started doing this weird thing with a pillow that had just started happening. Pam launched into a long diatribe about Betsy's fear of Ross, adding, And though he's always been very nice to me, I do know over the years the hardcore stuff he has said to her. He's just verbally. He's nasty, especially when he drinks. She said Betsy talked about a decision to make Pam and a relative named Linda the beneficiaries on the insurance policies to protect the money, saying, I want my kids to have it. I don't want Russ to have it because that's all he's talking about. He said he would give the girls some money and give my mom $25,000, and I said, okay, that's nice. But then the other day he said, don't you dare give Leah any more money. I'm sick of it. Don't give her a dime. I want to give it to somebody that Russ can't get it from. That prompted Detective Smith to ask about the HUPP's finances. Pam said they were set, $20,000 plus in a checking account, and money in annuities and in traditional and Roth IRAs. Do you think Russ could have done this? Smith asked. I don't know him well enough, Pam said as she began a convoluted debate with herself. I know there was something going on there. I'm not sure what it was. I don't know if she was getting ready to permanently leave him, but I can't imagine why he would. When I talk about it and see how much she's been through in 10 years in their relationship, I can see kind of her stage that she's going toward. But as far as him doing anything to her, I don't know why he would. He thinks he's going to get a lot of money, unless she told him he wasn't going to get a lot of money. I mean, they can get in some nasty fights. I don't know what happened last night when she talked to him. She was very excited to talk to him. Joel Schwartz shook his head again. Her comment about not knowing what happened last night just confirmed that she knew when Betsy had died, and she had neatly supplied the police with the trigger they had been looking for, the why and the something that happened that could explain Russ's rage and extreme violence against his wife. It seemed to Schwartz that Pam had just cleverly suggested that Russ snapped when his wife announced her plan to move him into a house he didn't want, with relatives he didn't want to be around, in a town where he didn't want to live, all while abandoning his first house that he had bought in the town where he wanted to live. Pam had supported her suggestion that Russ would not want to live with Betsy's family by building stories of mistrust and dislike between him and Betsy's mother and daughters. She recounted several times when Russ had banned the daughters from his house and insisted Betsy not provide any financial support for them. And Pam knew Russ and Janet Meyer weren't getting along. The detectives asked if Russ hurt Betsy physically. I don't know physically. Never got into a lot of it. I can't say for sure. She would insinuate stuff that they would get in really big fights and stuff like that. I've never seen him hurt her. I've never seen bruises on her, and she really didn't complain too much about the verbal. I mean, people will be going, your husband's an ass. That was just rude. And she's like, oh, he's always like that. And I'm like, damn. He's just a smartass. Mean, though. He can't say mean stuff. When the detectives were about to conclude the interview, Pam asked about Betsy's death. What time did this happen? This morning? Smith said he couldn't get into that information. But Schwartz immediately recognized another telltale contradiction by Pam. When he called her brother earlier to tell him she would be late for their appointment, she said something had happened to her friend last night, but she had just asked the police if it had happened this morning. That struck Schwartz as an obvious attempt to hide her knowledge that Betsy had been killed last night, because the police had not disclosed that to her yet. Kaiser and Smith turned off their recorder at 9:06 a.m., after 2 hours and 24 minutes of conversation with her. But then she remembered an incident the police might want to know about. They turned the recorder on again at 9:17 a.m., as she described being at the gym with Betsy a week or two before the holidays. Betsy asked her to get a couple bottles of Gatorade from a bag in Betsy's car. Pam said Betsy took a big gulp from a bottle and started gagging. It tasted horrible, and she asked Pam to taste it. Pam wouldn't taste it, but she said it smelled okay. She held it up next to the other bottle and noticed Betsy's looked cloudy. Betsy said Russ had bought the Gatorade for her because he wanted her to get electrolytes into her system to help combat the effects of chemotherapy. Betsy took her bottle to the restroom and poured out the contents. As Kaiser began to close the interview for the second time, she asked if Betsy had ever hurt herself or talked about suicide. Pam recalled one time when Betsy and Russ were separated and she was beginning to have problems with their teenage daughters. She had said, I just feel like killing myself. I can't do this anymore. But I've had friends say that to me before. Whether she's ever attempted, I don't think so. She had talked about, she felt like killing herself, but Betsy can be down in the dumps and an hour later be flying high. The detectives ended the interview at 9:41 a.m. and left, but they returned at 12:15 p.m. with more requests for Pam. She signed a form agreeing to a search of her cell phone and one allowing the police to take a DNA sample from inside of her mouth, a buccal swab. Kaiser asked for the clothing she had worn the night before and accompanied her upstairs to retrieve a long-sleeved red T-shirt from a hamper in the bathroom and khaki slacks that were folded neatly on a shelf in the bedroom closet. She also gave Kaiser a pair of tennis shoes and a white coat that were in the dining room. She said she had not laundered any of the items. She consented to photographs of her face, neck, hands, arms, and feet. Kaiser noted in her report later that Pam Hupp bore no noticeable marks or injuries. Kaiser also wanted a more detailed description of where she had been when she called Betsy at 7:27 p.m. on December 27th. Pam said she had driven 10 or 15 minutes after leaving Betsy's and called her after reaching a familiar point in her drive home. Less than 24 hours later, the detectives were back. On the morning of Thursday, December 29th, Kaiser and Smith returned Pam's cell phone to her and then asked for more details about the visit to the Winghaven Public Library to complete the beneficiary form. The police had essentially confirmed Pam's account when they interviewed Lauren Manganelli on Wednesday. The librarian remembered two women working at a table in the front window for less than an hour and then asking her to sign as a witness on some sort of insurance paper. She didn't remember the women's names, but described them as cheerful and friendly, dressed in workout clothes, both with short hair, one blonde and one brown hair. Manganelli also confirmed that Betsy had checked out a book that same day, on Friday, September 23rd, confirming that as the date for signing the form. The police paid their fourth visit to Pam Hupp's house Thursday evening so detectives Mike Ryder and Donald Thurman could interview her husband. The detectives sat in the living room with Mark Hupp and then violated the first rule of police interviewing 101 by allowing Pam to join them. With his wife present, Mark said he knew Betsy but did not know her husband. Mark confirmed his wife's statement that he had left his phone in his truck the night before and only learned later she had left him a voicemail at 7:04 p.m. His wife's message said she had arrived at Betsy's house and would be leaving for home soon. Mark added that Betsy had taken the phone to leave him holiday greetings. The detectives then made another amateurish error. Although Mark played the voicemail for them, they failed to seize his phone so they could preserve the recording. They would learn later that he erased it. The detectives noted that Pam had commandeered the interview with her husband. In their report later, they wrote in grand understatement, "While interviewing Mark, Pam would begin to speak and engage us in conversation." Actually, there was not another word from Mark in the report. The detectives quoted Pam as saying she had just visited Betsy's family that day and wanted to let the police know that Betsy's daughter Leah had forgotten to tell them how Russ would throw water on the girls to wake them up in the mornings and would drag them out of their beds. Joel Schwartz was shocked again. The police had gathered absolutely no useful information from Mark in an incompetent interview they absurdly conducted in front of his wife. They didn't ask Mark what time his wife arrived home Tuesday night, what she was wearing, or what she said. The cops made no attempt to preserve the voicemail, and they allowed Pam to hijack the interview to heap on more unsupported hearsay about Russ Faria. Wasn't any cop paying attention to what this woman was doing, to how she was playing them? Schwartz was struck by another bizarre element to Pam's contact with police. She agreed to Detective Kaiser's request to take a polygraph scheduled with Detective Gary McIntyre on Friday, December 30th. But Sergeant Ryan McCarrick delayed the test because Pam said her attorney wanted to be there. Pam then told McIntyre she wasn't sure she could take a polygraph because she was on a variety of medications to address the effects of a head injury suffered in a fall some time ago that left her prone to seizures. McIntyre suggested she get a letter from her doctor saying she was medically fit to undergo the test. 3 weeks later, on January 25, 2012, Pam provided a letter from Dr. Ronald L. Fisher that read, "To whom it may concern, Pamela Hupp is unable to undergo a polygraph due to her medical condition. This was discussed with Pamela when she was last seen in the office on January 3, 2012. Sincerely, Ronald L. Fisher." It wasn't until later that the police learned that Pam had sent a handwritten note to Dr. Fisher the day before he wrote his letter. Her note said, "Dear Dr. Fisher, could you please write Detective Kaiser a letter stating that I was not able to do my polygraph due to medical reasons. Don't need any more detail than that. Thank you, Pam Hupp. Call if you need questions." Fisher would later tell Schwartz during a deposition that he was unaware of any medical reason Pam Hupp could not take a polygraph. So Pam duped her doctor into giving her a medical excuse to avoid a polygraph. Why would she do that if she was telling the truth? And why didn't the police call her on such an obvious deception? Indeed, why didn't the police call her on the seemingly dozens of contradictions in her zealous effort to frame Russ Faria? Schwartz met immediately with Swanson to discuss what they had learned about the case against Russ that they now realized should be the case against Pam Hupp. Russ's defense was built on the solid foundation of his unshakable alibi, and that fit, hand in glove, with what was called the Saudi defense. Some other dude did it. The defense team now had the name of that other dude. Pam Hupp. Chapter 14. Identifying Pam Hupp as the prime suspect in Betsy Faria's murder and the architect of the effort to frame Russ Faria didn't answer other glaring questions for Joel Schwartz and Nate Swanson. They still needed to know how some of the most experienced detectives in the St. Louis metropolitan region and prosecuting attorney Leah Askey had gotten this case so wrong. The defenders still had to dissect hundreds of pages from the major case squad's investigation by 23 detectives and other forensic experts, pursuing 104 leads over 4 days between Tuesday, December 27th, and Saturday, December 31st, 2011. Schwartz continued his investigation with what surely would be the ugliest document in the police file, the autopsy report. The first thing Schwartz read made him shudder. Betsy Faria was stabbed 55 times. The cops had told Russ she was stabbed 25 times and counting, and that had seemed an appalling level of brutality. But 55 times? Who does that to another person, and why? Schwartz steeled himself against what he knew would be gruesome details as he read the 14-page report by Dr. Kamal D. Sabarwal, a forensic pathologist with the St. Louis County Medical Examiner's Office. The autopsy had begun at 1 p.m. Wednesday, December 28th, 15.5 hours after Russ found Betsy's body. First, the routine clinical observations. The deceased was a white female, 42 years old, 5'4", 160 pounds, with a mix of dark and light brown hair. Both blue eyes contained clear contact lenses. Both earlobes had 2 piercings, and each ear contained a silver earring with a red stone. The body was dressed in a black t-shirt, blue athletic pants, black bra and panties, and white and green socks. Rigor mortis was severe in the jaw and the upper and lower extremities. The chest bore surgical scars from a mastectomy and breast reconstruction. And then the pathologist documented with cold medical precision every one of the 55 stabs and cuts and slashes that rained down on Betsy as she surely fought for her life. The shape, length, width, and depth of each wound and the damage it inflicted created an almost unending list of horror and cruelty. 10 wounds to the neck, including injuries to the thyroid gland, the trachea, and the right jugular vein. A knife protruding from a wound 5.5 inches deep. A gaping wound almost 3 inches long by just over 1 inch wide on the left side of the neck below the knife. 3 wounds to the scalp, including one that caused a small fracture of the parietal bone above the left ear. 1 slit-like stab wound to the lower left eyelid. 2 wounds to the left ear. 3 wounds to the left shoulder. 5 wounds to the left upper and back of the chest. 7 wounds to the abdomen, including 2 that were 6 inches deep and penetrated the liver. 1 wound through the left bicep that extended into the chest and penetrated the upper lobe of the left lung. 2 wounds to the back, almost 3 inches deep, that penetrated the spleen and pancreas. 1 wound through the right bicep extending almost 3 inches. 10 wounds to the right arm, hand, and fingers, including a gash above the right wrist 4 inches long and an inch deep that cut through tendons, muscles, and blood vessels. 9 wounds to the upper left arm and 7 to the left forearm and hand. 1 wound to the upper left thigh. The pathologist entered a seemingly foregone conclusion. The cause of death was stab wounds to the neck, chest, and abdomen. Blood tests identified only one substance, a low level of diphenhydramine, known as Benadryl, and commonly used to treat allergy symptoms or as a sleep aid. There was another observation that may not have drawn much attention by the police. The pathologist noted the liver that suffered 2 stab wounds also showed several firm tan nodules, up to 3.5 inches in size, the cancer that would have slowly taken Betsy's life, had not a sadistic killer inflicted a more sudden and violent end. Schwartz next had to experience the sounds of Russ Faria's overwrought 911 call. His first reaction was that Russ's hyperventilating hysteria did not seem excessive for an average guy who had just come home to find his wife's bloody body on the living room floor. And Russ's assumption that Betsy had committed suicide didn't seem outrageous or even incriminating, given the wound to her right forearm, her background of depressed suicide threats in the past, and the recent diagnosis of terminal stage 4 cancer. The cops' allegation that Russ had tried to misdirect them with a bogus claim that Betsy committed suicide now seemed even more absurd. How could a killer who had just inflicted 55 stab wounds on the victim expect a mere suggestion of suicide to cause the police to overlook the overwhelming evidence of murder? It was a ridiculous proposition that the police had set as the cornerstone of the case against Russ, and, Schwartz thought, perhaps the element of the state's case that would be simplest to overcome. Schwartz thought the average person would find the sounds of Russ's agony, grief, and shock genuine and believable. Surely people would understand that every person would react differently and unpredictably to the scene Russ Faria had just encountered. Surely people would find nothing in the sounds of Russ's pain to suggest he was anything but an anguished husband. Chapter 15. The official investigation into the murder of Betsy Faria began when Lincoln County Sheriff's Deputy Chris Hollingsworth arrived at 130 Sumac Drive just minutes after Russ's 911 call. The first to respond to the dispatcher's call of a possible suicide, Hollingsworth knew as soon as he saw Betsy's body that he was looking at a murder. He took Russ to a chair on the front porch to protect the crime scene inside. Although Hollingsworth pointedly noted that he saw no tears being shed, Russ's erratic breathing and speaking and apparent state of panic and shock made the deputy fear Russ could collapse or pass out. Joel Schwartz realized it had taken bare minutes for the first cop on the scene to cast suspicion on Russ with an observation, a rather early judgment, about the way this husband was reacting to his wife's death. No tears, Hollingsworth reported before noting the husband seemed to be about to pass out. Sitting in Hollingsworth's patrol car to get warm, Russ chain-smoked cigarettes as he described Betsy's cancer, the couple's schedule of activities that day, and his discovery of Betsy's body just minutes before. Hollingsworth wrote in his report, "It should be noted during this conversation Russell appeared to be calm, laughing at times." But Hollingsworth also wrote, when he got out of the car to get another cigarette for Russ, "I observed a few tears in Russell's eyes as he stated that he needed to contact his mother and is unsure how he is going to tell his daughters." Captain Robert Schromick of the Lincoln County Fire Protection District, FPD, arrived moments after Hollingsworth had led Russ out of the house. The first official to examine Betsy's body, Schromick felt unsuccessfully for a pulse on her upper arm and noted how cold and stiff the body was. When he tried to lift her hand, the hand and fingers didn't move, but her entire arm lifted up. To Schromick, that meant the victim had been dead long enough for the onset of rigor mortis, which usually begins 2 to 4 hours after death. The blood under Betsy's head and the other streaks of blood on the carpet around the body appeared to be cold and coagulating, more evidence that death had occurred at what he estimated to be 2 to 3 hours earlier. Supervisor Mike Quattrochi and 2 paramedics from the Lincoln County Ambulance District arrived at 9:51 p.m., right behind Schromick. One of the paramedics wrapped a light-colored blanket around the shivering Russ Faria as he sat on the porch. Quattrochi didn't know who the man under the blanket was, but he would remember him sitting with his face in his hands, noticeably distraught and probably in shock. Schromick met Quattrochi at the doorway and told him the victim was dead and in rigor mortis. "Stiff as a board," Quattrochi would remember Schromick saying. Quattrochi leaned down and touched the victim's arm, cold and stiff, just as Schromick had said. He saw the knife protruding from the neck and noticed the wide, deep gash across the right forearm. The drying blood on the carpet confirmed what the condition of the body indicated. The woman had been dead for some time. There was no need for the emergency medical services of Quattrochi and his team. They left immediately. Recognizing the complexity of this investigation, the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office filed an official request at 1:30 a.m. Wednesday for assistance from the Major Case Squad of Greater St. Louis. The MCS is a multi-jurisdictional organization of local police departments that calls out detectives and other resources from across the region to provide massive and unmatched manpower and expertise to investigate a case, usually a homicide. MCS has a stellar reputation and a record to match. MCS directors quickly activated the squad, and early morning calls went out across the region for member detectives to report to Lincoln County. Detective Sergeant Ryan McCarrick of the Sheriff's Office took the role of MCS Deputy Report Officer, with the responsibility to keep track of all the activities by detectives and the results of the overall investigation. Teams of MCS detectives immediately fanned out across the area, searching for witnesses and information that might shed light on the life and death of Elizabeth K. Faria, the woman known to everyone as Betsy. The deceased was universally described to police as bubbly, upbeat, effervescent, extroverted to the extreme, friendly with everyone, and loving to her family and friends. She had a zest for life that even the shadow of terminal cancer couldn't diminish. No one in her circle could begin to think of anyone who would wish her harm, let alone kill her so brutally. Neighbors on the few streets in the Waterbrook Estates subdivision said they hadn't heard or seen anything suspicious or unusual that night. They had few concerns about neighborhood safety because there had been no break-ins or other troubling events there for years. Crime scene investigators had begun combing through the Faria house even before Betsy's body was taken to the St. Louis County Medical Examiner's office. They took hundreds of photographs documenting every corner of every room, as well as the outside of the house, the 2 cars in the driveway, and the 3rd in the garage. The bloody carpet under the body was cut from the floor, and sections of the sofa upholstery bearing bloodstains were removed. A second knife that looked like the one still in Betsy's neck was found under a pillow on the sofa, but did not bear any blood or other obvious evidence. What the police thought looked like a print from a dog's paw on the left rear hip of Betsy's pants was marked for testing. If the dog had touched Betsy after she had been killed, that could contradict Russ's statement that the dog was outside when he got home and was never back in the house. A photo captured a sad scene as a detective actually took inked paw prints from a patient, Cicely, to compare to the marks on the pants. The police made some of the most dramatic and potentially valuable discoveries early in the search, and Schwartz finally learned more about what the police had been talking about in their assault on Russ during the interrogation. Tossed casually in the rear of Russ's bedroom closet, but certainly within easy view, investigators found a pair of tan, size 11 men's house slippers bearing smudges of what appeared to be dried blood. To the police, they were the first direct link between the husband and the wife's bloody body, and a potential contradiction to his claims of finding her already dead and never changing his clothes. There also appeared to be smudges of dried blood on the white plastic switch plate for the ceiling light just inside the master bedroom doorway and near the closet where the slippers were found. Had the killer used a bloody hand to flip on the light? Found on the kitchen floor, the yellow ball cap Russ had worn that night showed a stain that appeared to be blood inside the crown. A search of the bathroom led to the seizure of 2 washcloths, 4 bath towels, and a brown bath rug. Swabs were taken from the vanity sink, the shower, and both drains. Investigators lifted what appeared to be 2 good palm prints from the glass sliding doors that opened from the dining room onto the rear deck, where the dog still was chained in the cold. They picked up Russ's black leather Harley-Davidson jacket from the chair in the foyer and a pair of black leather gloves folded on the back of the love seat near Betsy's body. From various locations throughout the house, including Russ's basement office, the police seized 2 cell phones, 4 laptops and computers, 3 hard drives, a mini thumb drive, an Apple iPod, 2 MP3 players, more than 200 writable compact discs, CDs, and a Fujifilm camera. Great care was taken to process Russ's blue Ford Explorer in the driveway, including the installation of a hidden GPS transmitter that could be used by police to track the vehicle, if that became useful later. Swabs for blood or DNA were taken from interior and exterior door handles, window frames, interior door panels, armrests, the gear shift, and the steering wheel. Luminol, a liquid that glows in the dark when exposed to a substance that might be blood, was sprayed on the driver's seat and door panel. But it was the other evidence the police found inside the Explorer that made Schwartz smile. On the front passenger seat, there was an Arby's paper bag from Lake St. Louis that contained a receipt for $3.01 for 2 junior cheddar melt roast beef sandwiches, time-stamped at 9:09 p.m., Tuesday, December 27th. 2 bottles of brisk iced tea, 1 nearly empty and 1 unopened, and a carton of cigarettes with 1 pack missing were next to the Arby's bag. Those simple items should irrefutably prove Russ Faria's account of his stops on his routes to and from game night. Chapter 16. Russ Faria's alibi should have seemed even more airtight, rock-solid, unshakable. Name the cliché. After the detectives investigated all of the elements, everything they learned added proof upon proof that Russ was driving to game night between 5 and 6 p.m., watching movies with 4 fellow gamers 25 miles from his house between 6 and 9 p.m., and driving home between 9 and 9:35 p.m. He called 911 at 9:40 p.m. Betsy surely had been dead long enough for her body to become cold and stiff, maybe as long as 2 hours, when police arrived about 9:50 p.m. Joel Schwartz wondered how anyone could still think Russ Faria murdered his wife in their living room that evening after compiling that evidence. Schwartz began his review of the alibi investigation with the interviews of the game night participants by detectives Mike McCann and Dean Fry. They opened their report on arriving at Mike Corbin's mobile home on Foxtrotter Drive in O'Fallon in the pre-dawn darkness of Wednesday, December 28th, by noting they had barely started up the short sidewalk when they smelled what they recognized as burnt marijuana. The smell was even stronger inside the house, but a little weed passed among friends in a private home was not why the detectives were there, and it drew only that cursory mention in their report. Mike and his partner of 20 years, Angelia Hewlian, confirmed every detail of Russ's account of a night watching movies. Russ arrived about 6 o'clock and left at straight-up 9 o'clock. He seemed fine, completely normal. In fact, he was so relaxed that he got a bit drowsy and dozed off. They had all smoked a little marijuana, but nobody had a drop of alcohol. McCann and Fry then checked out the game night scenario by stopping by the O'Fallon home of the missing player, Richard May. He confirmed he had been unable to attend game night because he was making deliveries for a Chinese restaurant. His boss would later confirm that Richard had indeed been on the job. After that, the two detectives began looking for proof that Russ had made that series of stops on his way to and from game night, and proof was exactly what they found. Video from the Conoco station in Troy showed Russ pumping gas into his Explorer at 5:16 p.m. He was on video at the counter at the U gas station in Wentzville buying a carton of cigarettes at 5:31:32 p.m. Green's Country Store in Lake St. Louis had no video, but there was a receipt for a charge on Russ's Visa credit card for $41.87 at 5:52 p.m. for the purchase of a 35-pound bag of dog food. He appeared on video again as he entered the QT station in Lake St. Louis at 5:56 p.m., bought 2 bottles of iced tea, and left the store at 5:58 p.m. For the trip home, police learned the video camera on the drive-through lane at Arby's in O'Fallon wasn't working, but Schwartz thought the Arby's bag and receipt in Russ's car were just as good. Detectives carefully followed Russ's routes to and from game night, but failed to find any video or surveillance cameras facing the roads that could have recorded Russ's car as it passed, or, on the other hand, could have proven that it never passed. Reports timing both legs of Russ's route were perfectly consistent with his account. Detectives Floyd and Ryder timed the drives from Russ's home to the Conoco station, then to the U gas station, then to Green's Country Store, and then to the QT at a total drive time of 41 minutes and 30 seconds, a route the MapQuest website measured at 24.86 miles. Adding time for stops and purchases at 2 service stations and 2 stores, Russ's claim of a 60-minute trip to Corbin's seemed right on the mark. Checking Russ's drive home, Floyd covered the distance from Arby's in Lake St. Louis to Russ's house in Troy in 26 minutes and 30 seconds. Detective Roger Mozzie covered it slightly faster at 24 minutes and 15 seconds. The police concluded that Russ's departure from Mike Corbin's at 9 p.m. and a stop at Arby's should have put him at home no later than 9:31 p.m., some 14 minutes earlier than Russ's estimate of 9:45, and 9 minutes before he placed the 911 call at 9:40. Despite confirming Russ's alibi details and timing, Schwartz learned the police and prosecutor concocted a theory that Russ had time to kill Betsy between his arrival at home and his call to 911, a superhuman feat in less than 10 minutes. Schwartz wondered how anyone could believe a man arrived at home, changed clothes, stabbed his wife 55 times, cleaned up the scene, changed clothes again, called 911, and presented himself believably as a shocked and grieving husband, all in a mere 9 or 10 minutes. Then he was able to withstand more than 40 hours of intense police grilling without exposing a single contradiction or weakness in his story. Detectives had called the 4 game night players to the Chesterfield Police Department for another round of interviews on New Year's Eve, just 3 days after the police had first talked to them. Schwartz assumed the hours of interrogation of Russ on December 27th and 28th, and the results of the checks on drive times had motivated the new round of questioning of the gamers to try to punch holes in their accounts of that night. As he watched videos of these second interviews, it was clear to Schwartz that the police pulled nothing new or even slightly incriminating about Russ or his behavior from his friends. Mike Corbin told detectives he had known Russ for 15 years and had never seen him lose his temper or be violent. Russ and Betsy had separated for a while, a long time ago, but Mike didn't know the details or much else about Russ's private life. He described the game they played every Tuesday, explaining that he was the referee and Russ's character was a monk named G, who never used weapons. Mike repeated the group's insistence that no one, including Russ, left his house during the 3-hour double feature. "We were all within 8 feet of each other all night," Mike said. He assured Floyd that he was being truthful, adding he would never lie about Russ or assist him in the commission of a crime. Floyd and Ryder got very much the same story during the second interviews with Angelia Hulian, Marshall Bach, and Brandon Sweeney, all of them sincerely seeming to cooperate with police. They were regulars at game night and saw each other at an occasional Saturday viewing of mixed martial arts fights on TV, but they didn't socialize much beyond that. They didn't know details of Russ Faria's marriage or his relationship with his wife, but they certainly had never seen Russ angry or violent enough to hurt or kill anyone, especially his wife. Chapter 17. Informing family members that a loved one has been killed is one of the most gut-wrenching jobs a police officer ever faces. Joel Schwartz had to sympathize with Detectives Paul Barish and Jana Walters as they read the report about arriving at 7:20 a.m. Wednesday, December 28th, to deliver that news to Betsy Faria's older daughter, Leah Day, and Betsy's sister, Julie Sweeney, at Julie's house in St. Louis. There was nothing the officers could do to soften the blow as Leah and Julie burst into tears. When the women composed themselves enough to talk, they said they knew nothing about what had happened to Betsy or who could have wanted to harm her. But they were able to provide information that Schwartz thought established an approximate time of Betsy's death. Leah said she and her aunt went to a U.S. cellular store about 7 p.m. Tuesday to upgrade Leah's cell phone. Since her phone was a line on Betsy's plan, Leah knew she would need Betsy's approval. Leah called Betsy at 7 o'clock to ask her to answer her phone later when Leah called from the phone store. Betsy said Pam Hupp was driving her home then, and she promised to answer Leah's call later. But when Leah called Betsy from the store 3 times, there was no answer. Leah said she hadn't been concerned. It wasn't unusual for Betsy not to answer her phone. When the police checked Leah's phone, they found the unanswered calls to Betsy at 7:21, 7:26, and 7:30 p.m. Those calls were more evidence that Betsy was killed long before Russ arrived home after 9:30 p.m. Schwartz thought Betsy was either dead or being attacked when Leah called. Confirming what Russ had told the detectives, Leah said she had been staying with her Aunt Julie, who was 44 and the middle of Betsy's 3 look-alike sisters. Leah offered some criticism of Russ and his behavior. He would sometimes get angry, mostly over financial issues, and would yell at Betsy. Betsy was afraid to stand up to him and began staying often at her mother's apartment. Leah said things were not good between Betsy and Russ, but Betsy would act like everything was okay to keep peace in the family. Detective Roger Mozzie and Officer Steve Queen were spared the emotional task of breaking news of Betsy's death to her 74-year-old mother, Janet Meyer, and Betsy's younger daughter, Mariah Day. By the time the cops arrived at Janet's apartment in Lake St. Louis, Julie had already called with the grim news. Mariah and Janet could not offer any insight into Betsy's death, but they could describe her final hours at her mother's apartment, and were joined by Bobby Wan, an old friend visiting from Texas. Bobby had driven Betsy to her chemo session at the Siteman Cancer Center, where they were joined by Pam Hupp. They had returned to Janet's after chemo and spent the rest of the afternoon playing Upwards, one of Betsy's favorite board games. Janet said Betsy had begun to feel blah and left with Pam for the drive home at about 6:30 p.m. Janet said Pam called at 8:52 p.m. and said she tried to call Betsy after she had dropped her off at home, but got no answer. Pam was worried that Betsy was mad at her because she didn't stay until Russ got home. The police quoted Janet as saying Pam said she hadn't gone into the house with Betsy because it was dark and the front door was unlocked. Schwartz was shocked by yet another obvious Pam Hupp lie, this time telling Janet that she had not gone into Betsy's house. Pam told the police she was in the house for as long as 20 minutes, but she lied to Betsy's mother about it. Why all of the lies? Janet told the detectives she called Russ's cell phone at about 8:30 p.m. to ask him about Betsy, but got no answer. She left a voicemail, also with no response. She said that wasn't unusual because Russ often would not answer his phone on game night. Mariah told detectives about the depression that had gripped her mother in recent years. Mariah found a suicide note written by Betsy and folded on her bed pillow after her first cancer diagnosis. Mariah gave the note to Russ and didn't remember what it said. She thought Betsy might have gone to a mental health facility after that. Her mother appeared to be handling the new cancer diagnosis well and seemed happy over Christmas. She was planning to take Mariah on a cruise over spring break next March, so she was making plans for the future. Janet confirmed Betsy had received psychiatric treatment at a local hospital several years ago, but she believed that the Farias now had a great relationship, their marriage was going great, and they were in great financial shape. While at Janet's apartment, the detectives also interviewed her friend and house guest, Bobby Wan. She said Betsy had been in good spirits and mood all day Tuesday, including at the chemo session where Pam Hupp joined them. Bobby was able to answer one of the remaining questions. The idea Betsy planned to discuss with Russ when he got home was for the Farias to buy Janet Meyer's former home in Lake St. Louis, where they would live with Betsy's daughters, Janet and Bobby. The Farias would rent out their home in Troy to build up their finances so they could retire to Florida when both houses were paid off in 20 years. Betsy never liked living in Troy and said she just couldn't do it any longer. She didn't think Russ would like the new idea, but she was excited about it and was going to talk to him Tuesday night. Bobby added that Betsy said Russ was very abusive verbally to her. Detectives had to make several calls on Thursday to locate the biological father of Leah and Mariah Day at his home in Cape Coral, Florida. Tramus Day, 43, partially paralyzed and suffering from lupus, quickly convinced police that he had been at home with his wife and 2 children when Betsy was killed. His mother had notified him of Betsy's murder after she saw something about it on Facebook. He last talked to Betsy 2 months ago when he called in an unsuccessful attempt to get her to drop her claim for child support. Betsy's sister, Mary Rogers, provided a little more fodder for suspicions about Russ when she arrived at the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office at 10:15 a.m. Wednesday to be interviewed by detectives. 46 and the oldest of Betsy's sisters, Mary said Russ had ordered her to leave the Farias' home 6 or 7 years ago when she attempted to intervene in a verbal altercation between him and Betsy, which was alarming enough for her to call the police. Mary said she heard Russ say about her, "I'm going to cut her up and put her in a bag." Detectives would later check a report from January 2005 to learn Russ and Betsy told police they argued because she had come home to find that Russ had not cleaned the house as promised. Mary described the early years of the Farias' relationship as rocky. She knew Betsy had cheated on Russ several times, and Russ knew it too, but she said Betsy and Russ had worked through those problems, and now they loved each other very much. Russ had come a long way, earned a college degree, and changed his behavior. Russ now loves and takes care of Elizabeth, Mary told the detectives. She recalled twice in the past when Betsy had been suicidal. She was admitted to a hospital for psychiatric issues in 2008, and again in 2010 after she made statements a police officer interpreted as suicidal. Betsy had been understandably sad after the doctor delivered the terminal cancer diagnosis 2 months ago, but she seemed to get past that quickly and returned to her happy self. She continued to play tennis, which she loved so much that she joked she would probably die on the tennis court. Betsy's eldest sister confirmed that Betsy was married to Ron Carter before Russ. Betsy and Ron maintained a good relationship, and he had been very supportive during her illness. When police interviewed Ron Carter later at his home in St. Peter's, he described a rather more intimate relationship with Betsy that continued even after their 1-year marriage ended in 1996. They still had sex about every 2 weeks, including 2 weeks before she was killed. She would come to his home when she was upset with Russ, and that often led to sex. Betsy would visit him when she needed a release. He talked to Betsy on the phone on Christmas Eve, and she seemed upbeat, not at all depressed. Ron said Russ frequently disrespected Betsy and they argued often, but he didn't think Russ had ever struck Betsy. Betsy's youngest sister, 39-year-old Pamela Welker, said Betsy's history of suicide threats and depression made her think Betsy must have killed herself. Pamela also knew about Betsy's hospitalization after making disturbing statements to a police officer. When she was with Betsy at the family Christmas party on Monday, Betsy had seemed normal, but was feeling down from the cancer treatments. Detectives Mike Ryder and Donald Thurmond began interviews with Russ's family when they arrived at his mother's home at 9:30 a.m. Wednesday. Lucy Faria, 65, and her daughter and Russ's sister, Rachel Faria, 30, could offer no leads on Betsy's killer. Lucy had last seen Russ and Betsy at the family Christmas party on December 26th, when they were in good moods and ate well. In fact, Russ's family had been amazed at Betsy's positive attitude in light of the new cancer diagnosis. Russ and Betsy even talked about taking Mariah to Florida for a vacation in March 2012. Lucy noted that Betsy was still playing tennis and loved her job as a DJ. Asked who in Russ's family would be closest to Betsy, Lucy named Linda Hartman. Lucy also confirmed Russ's statement that he had called her about 5 p.m. Tuesday to say errands would keep him from attending the family dinner at her house. Rachel Faria showed the detectives a posting on Facebook by Betsy's daughter Mariah shortly after she learned of Betsy's death. It read, "R.I.P. Mom. I'm sorry I was never the best daughter. You were such a strong person. Didn't let nothing get you down, not even chemo. I love you and miss you already. Love, Mo." Later Wednesday, Mary Anderson and Rachel Faria tried to see Russ while he was still being interrogated at the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office. They arrived at 12:40 p.m., saying they knew Russ was there, his family was concerned about him, and they wanted to see him. The police wouldn't talk to Mary because she wasn't Russ's immediate family, but they told Rachel that Russ was unavailable because he was being interviewed. Rachel told police the only information she could provide was a vague description of an earlier incident when Betsy was off her meds and depressed and threatened to kill herself with a knife, which Russ took away from her. Asked about Russ's relationship with Betsy's daughters, Rachel offered only that Russ considered them his own children. Joel Schwartz was eager to see if Linda Hartman, Russ's 54-year-old aunt by marriage, would confirm Pam's HUPP story that Linda and Betsy were discussing leaving their husbands. To Schwartz's surprise, the police report on Linda's interview never mentioned that at all. It quoted Linda as saying she had been friends with Betsy for 2 years, and they had gone to Branson for a girls' weekend from December 19th to the 22nd. She had seen Betsy over the holidays and remarked that she remained very upbeat despite her cancer battle. It was Linda's daughter, Ashley Frost, 23, who addressed the report about dumping husbands and fleeing to Branson. Ashley had accompanied the women on their weekend in Branson and said any such discussion was a joke, not serious talk. Schwartz read every word of the police reports on their interviews with dozens of more friends and acquaintances of the Farias over the first few days after Betsy's death. The results offered nothing that advanced the cops' case against Russ beyond varying personal opinions and anecdotes about Russ and Betsy and the state of their marriage. No one could think of anyone who would want to harm Betsy. With so many references to the Farias' involvement with the Morning Star Church, detectives interviewed all 3 pastors. Mike Schreiner confirmed that Russ and Betsy were involved in church activities, ranging from leading a youth group to operating audio equipment for services. He had last seen them at Christmas Eve service, and they both appeared to be in high spirits. Schreiner said the only issue facing the couple that he was aware of, besides Betsy's cancer, was personal conflicts with her daughter, Leah. He didn't know much about the details. The other 2 pastors echoed Schreiner's comments. Kathleen and Edward Meyer, not related to Janet Meyer, said they had known Betsy for 17 years, even before her marriage to Ron Carter. Kathleen considered Betsy her best friend and said the loving, caring, friendly, happy, outgoing Betsy had no enemies. The Meyers also called Russ a devoted husband. Edward Meyer described him as one of the most devoted husbands ever, and said Russ often referred to Betsy as his angel. Detective Mike Merkel got an interesting view of Russ from high school classmate Jimmy Crenshaw. He had not seen Russ much during the last 15 years, but said Russ had a temper in his younger years. Jimmy had seen him get into a fist fight over a girl. He said he couldn't see Russ killing Betsy, adding, "unless he was really, really pissed." Jimmy recalled Russ being in a zombie state at Betsy's wake at the funeral home. He was sitting with Russ next to Betsy's casket when he heard Russ softly say, "I don't understand why you think you would have to leave me." The police report then quoted Jimmy as saying not only had one of Betsy's aunts struck Russ, but Pam Hupp also slapped him. He quoted Pam as saying that she knew there was going to be a problem when she dropped off Betsy at home and Russ was already there. The police were able to confirm that Russ took the blow from one of Betsy's aunts. But the report about Pam hitting him proved to be false, and Jimmy's quote from Pam couldn't be accurate because the police knew Russ wasn't at home then. They had proven Russ was at Mike Corbin's house when Pam delivered Betsy at home about 7 p.m. Betsy's longtime friend, Rita Wolfe, told police the day after the murder that she had spoken with Betsy by phone at 5:08 p.m. the day before while Betsy was playing a board game at her mother's. Betsy complained about how painful the chemotherapy was and said that, if she had to continue to endure that kind of pain, she would stop the chemo and just live out the rest of her life. Rita said that she had known Betsy for 30 years and considered Betsy one of her best friends. Rita couldn't think of anyone who would want to harm Betsy. And Rita thought Betsy's dog would protect her if she was attacked by a stranger in the house. Janet Meyer had told Rita in a call that day that Pam Hupp called her the night before and said Betsy wasn't answering her phone after Pam dropped her off at home. Janet assumed Betsy had gone to bed and didn't try to contact her. Rita told the police she thought it was odd that Pam would repeatedly call Betsy so soon after leaving her house. One of the last interview reports in the MCS file surprised Schwartz, but he thought it was unlikely to be evidence in a trial. An anonymous caller suggested the police talk to Darlene Fuller, who had left comments about Betsy's murder on a TV news website. When police interviewed her on Saturday, December 31st, the 39-year-old woman said she had an affair with Russ for about 4 months in mid-2010. She said Russ ended all contact with her when she sent him an angry message after seeing photos on Betsy's Facebook page of a vacation trip Russ took with Betsy and her daughters. Months later, Darlene sent texts to Russ, but he did not respond, nor had he responded to a call she made after hearing about Betsy's death. She said she did not believe Russ was capable of killing Betsy. Schwartz knew an affair by a husband whose wife reportedly had a number of affairs certainly was not evidence that the husband killed the wife. There seemed to be nothing about an affair with Darlene that was connected to the case. He took a similar view of the witnesses suggesting Russ had been verbally abusive to Betsy. Some were nothing more than hearsay. Somebody said they heard somebody say Russ was verbally abusive or rude or mean. For every witness who said they had heard less than kind comments to Betsy by Russ, there was another witness who said Russ was a loving husband and his marriage to Betsy was solid and improving. And Schwartz knew what a friend or relative might view as a harsh comment could easily be the standard level of discourse between spouses. In the end, occasional angry or sharp comments by a spouse certainly did not portend murder. Chapter 18. Earlier on the same day that police arrested Russ Faria, January 4th, 2012, Detective Sergeant Ryan McCarrick filed a probable cause statement with Lincoln County Prosecuting Attorney Leah Askey. The statement of facts that, the police investigators contend, establishes a reasonable belief that someone committed a crime. McCarrick's 3-page, single-spaced, and unusually detailed document, written as an affidavit signed under oath and penalties of perjury, started with his direct statement, "I have probable cause to believe that Russel Scott Faria committed the criminal offense of murder in Lincoln County, Missouri." He added that he was not including all of the facts he was aware of, only those sufficient to establish probable cause to arrest Russel Faria. Askey used McCarrick's statements as grounds to file charges of first-degree murder and armed criminal action against Russ and to authorize his arrest. To Joel Schwartz, the statement completely failed to establish probable cause to charge Russ while relying on numerous mistakes, unsupported assumptions, and guesses. McCarrick began with the basic facts of Russ's call to 911, his description of finding Betsy's body, his belief that she committed suicide, and the details of his game night alibi. But he quickly challenged part of Russ's account by stating he should have been able to see Betsy's body as soon as he entered the house, not after he set down the bag of dog food and took off his jacket. The detective said evidence included human blood inside Russell's ball cap, on his slippers in the master bedroom closet, and on the switch plate for the bedroom light. recounting statements by the last person to see Betsy alive, Pam Hupp, took up a long paragraph and presented her statements as unchallenged gospel. There was no acknowledgement that nearly all of her statements were unsupported and came from someone with their own motive to kill Betsy. McCarrick wrote, Hupp said Russell was not very nice to Elizabeth, and Elizabeth said she was thinking of leaving Russell. Hupp said Elizabeth was growing increasingly uncomfortable with Russell. Hupp said Elizabeth told her of an incident that occurred the week before Elizabeth's death, where Russell put a pillow over her face and told Elizabeth that was what it would feel like to die. Hupp said Elizabeth was planning to change the beneficiary information for her insurance policies, which, at the time of her death, listed Russell as the primary beneficiary. However, Hupp said there were delays in the changes because Elizabeth started to be very cautious of the business she conducted on the computer. Hupp said this was because she believed Russell was monitoring her emails. Schwartz hadn't found much damning evidence in McCarrick's statement until the end of the third page, when he recounted the search of the Faria house on January 3, 2012, the day before he filed the statement, secured the charges, and arrested Russ. Police looked for blood evidence using what McCarrick called illuminated materials, a reference to luminol that illuminates a substance that might, emphasizing might, be blood. Although luminol was a presumptive test, meaning that it only indicated the possibility of blood, and was known for resulting in false positive reactions, McCarrick used the tests to offer what Schwartz thought were some surprising and unfounded conclusions. McCarrick said the tests illuminated blood evidence. He detailed, It has been cleaned from the crime scene on the vinyl floor between the area where Elizabeth was found and the patio door used by Elizabeth and Russel Faria to let the dog inside. Blood evidence cleaned from the crime scene also was illuminated on the floor in the kitchen, on the kitchen sink, and the handle of the drawer holding towels, which suggested prior knowledge of the towel's location. He wrote, These items, along with the sink trap and a mop head found in the laundry room, were seized. McCarrick took a final shot over the polygraph test. Russell showed extreme deception to all the answers he provided. When questioned about his deception during the exam, Russell requested counsel. Just above his signature, McCarrick wrote, I hereby state that the facts set forth in this probable cause statement are true and correct, and are made by me with the knowledge that false statements made herein are punishable by law. Schwartz was glad he already had the results of the lab tests on evidence McCarrick cited. The lab found no blood on any of the items listed by McCarrick, nor in sink or shower drains or the water collected in them or the attached drain pipes. There were no stains, blood or otherwise, on the 2 washcloths and one of the bath towels seized by police. Stains on 2 bath towels could not be excluded as coming from Russ, but were not from Betsy. Red or brown stains on a brown bath towel showed a weak presence of DNA consistent with a mix from Betsy and Russ. The palm prints on the sliding door in the kitchen came from Russ, but that certainly wasn't incriminating for the man who lived there. The best of the lab results in Schwartz's mind showed there was absolutely no blood on the clothes Russ wore from 5 o'clock Tuesday during his discovery of Betsy's body until police seized them at 10:30 a.m. Thursday. They would have been spattered with Betsy's blood if Russ had inflicted that savage knife attack. The spot of blood inside Russ's yellow ball cap was his. There was no blood on Russ's hands and arms. Clippings from Russ's fingernails contained only his DNA. Fingernail clippings from Betsy contained her DNA, and a tiny sample not from Betsy or Russ that was insufficient to compare to anyone else. The handle and blade of the knife removed from Betsy's neck were heavily coated in blood that came only from her. One other result caught Schwartz's attention. The switch plate from the light in the master bedroom was stained with DNA from at least 2 people, mostly by Betsy's blood, but also by material from a man who could not have been Russ. Did that indicate another man with Betsy's blood on him touched the switch plate and left her blood and his DNA? Russ's slippers stained with Betsy's blood would be the only evidence Schwartz knew he would have to address later. Schwartz was confident that, given the lack of any other bloodstains on Russ's clothing or body, he could make a convincing argument that someone else had applied Betsy's blood to Russ's slippers and then left them in an obvious location in the closet to be found by police. There were no bloody footprints leading from the living room to the bedroom or to the closet, even though there was some blood on the soles of the slippers. Someone carried them to the closet. DNA samples from inside the slippers proved nothing. The manufacturer's tag inside the left slipper, however, showed a mix of DNA from Russ and another contributor that could not have been Betsy. Once more, had someone else handled Russell's slippers, perhaps to stain them with Betsy's blood, and then planted them in the closet? The last two items confirmed Russ's statement that he and Betsy had sex Sunday night, Christmas night, less than 48 hours before she was killed. A vaginal swab showed a mixture of 8 sperm cells, seminal fluid, and other cells that DNA identified as equal parts from Russ and Betsy. A swab from the exterior of the rectum also produced a mix of material from at least 2 people. The major contributor was Betsy, but the material from the second source was too small for comparison and identification. Since there was no evidence of anal penetration, the pathologist concluded that the material was the result of seminal drainage from the vagina after intercourse, not an uncommon finding in post-mortem examinations. As Joel Schwartz studied the police investigative file, he kept looking for something that would hurt the defense's case. He never found it. Instead, he was left with questions about how experienced detectives could have been manipulated so easily by Pam Hupp and misread all of the evidence and witness statements. And he wondered how a prosecuting attorney could believe that this investigation had established a case for a murder charge that could be proved to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Schwartz knew Askey had only been prosecuting attorney for 18 months, a hometown girl elected as a Democrat in a small, largely Republican county. She had graduated from St. Louis University School of Law and opened her own practice in the county in 2006 before running for prosecutor in 2010. Schwartz thought that level of inexperience still was no excuse for filing a murder charge against Russ Faria based on the evidence in that file. Schwartz just hoped Askey would be open to taking an unbiased look at the facts he could present to her. "I know who did it." Joel Schwartz turned to look at his 14-year-old son, Jonah, who had just made that surprisingly confident announcement. After 30 minutes of reading through the police reports with his father, Jonah, already an aspiring attorney, sat across the desk with a calm air of certainty. Schwartz chuckled slightly and asked, "Who?" "Pam Hupp," Jonah said, without a hint of a doubt. The elder Schwartz nodded slightly at his son, smiled, and said, "You were absolutely correct. The police investigation of the murder of Betsy Faria had indeed uncovered the real killer and revealed her to Jonah Schwartz. It should have been that obvious to the police and prosecutor. The murderer's identity nearly exploded off the pages of the major case squad's reports, and Joel Schwartz was as flabbergasted as he was perplexed that the cops and prosecuting attorney had completely and ineptly read the evidence and charged the person who had irrefutable proof that he could not have committed this crime, all while ignoring the evidence against the one person who was at the epicenter of the murder with unmistakably incriminating motive and opportunity. If a high school freshman, regardless of the advanced levels of intelligence and insight his father might impute to him, could so readily see the real killer emerge from those pages, how could some of the region's top detectives so blatantly miss the obvious solution as it sprang up right before their eyes? How could they misinterpret proof of Pam Hupp's guilt that came mostly from her own mouth and was so clear in the careful reading of the statements of other witnesses and in the reality of the hard evidence? Could the case against Pam Hupp be any more obvious? Could the case for Russ Faria's innocence be any more obvious? Chapter 19, June 25, 2012, 6 months after the murder of Betsy Faria. The big bald cop had no reaction when his prime witness casually tossed off the most unexpected, shocking comment Joel Schwartz had ever heard in a police interview. He watched the video of this new interview intently as Pam Hupp explained to Sergeant Ryan McCarrick that the many personal issues she was juggling, selling a house, buying a new house, her own medical issues, also included handling the financial affairs for her mother, who was suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's while living in a residential care center. In the middle of that lengthy diatribe, Pam casually told the cop, "And if I really, hate to say, wanted money, my mom's worth $500,000 that I get when she dies. My mom has dementia and doesn't know half the time who we are. I know this sounds morbid and stuff like that, but I am a life insurance person. But if I really wanted money, there was an easier way than trying to combat somebody that's physically stronger than me. I'm just saying." What was she saying? Schwartz backed up the recording and played it again. Yes, he had heard it right the first time. Pam Hupp had just raised the question of whether she killed Betsy Faria, and suggested it would have been easier for her to kill her own aged, ill mother if she wanted money. And she added, apparently as a factor she thought counted in her defense, that Betsy was stronger than she was and would have been more difficult to kill. Schwartz stared at the image of this bizarre woman in the video for a long time. Had she just actually weighed the options of killing her mother or Betsy? Had she actually pondered her level of risk in each option? Had Betsy Faria died because she came up on the fatal end of a monstrous calculation by this disturbed woman? Schwartz was learning that Pam Hupp was an unfiltered font of inappropriate, off-the-wall, inexplicable comments, shockingly ill-conceived utterances that often were self-incriminating. Why in the world would she raise, with the top cop on the case, the question of whether it would be easier to kill her mother for $500,000 or her friend for $150,000? Schwartz watched the exchange on the video again and again. On June 25, 2012, just 2 days short of 6 months after Betsy's murder, Sergeant McCarrick, the case officer for the Major Case Squad investigation into the Betsy Faria murder, and the detective who probably knew more about it than any other cop, had not even blinked as Pam discussed her options for killing for profit. He just leaned forward with his arms folded on the table in front of him in a small interview room in the Lincoln County Sheriff's Office and continued to look at Pam with no change in expression. He didn't even make a note on the legal pad in front of him, and she simply moved on to a discussion of how Betsy's family had harassed her over the insurance money. As soon as the phone calls started with their family, it was her father, her mother, her sisters calling. Pay for the funeral, pay for this, pay for that. I was like, I'm not paying for a funeral that her husband killed her. I'm not having Betsy pay for that. I'm sorry, that's just my view. Okay, McCarrick said flatly. Pam Hupp's voluntary discussion of the advantages of killing her mother versus killing Betsy had come shortly after McCarrick mentioned her receipt of Betsy's insurance money as an issue the defense was sure to raise when she testified against Russ Faria at his trial, set for a month later in July. McCarrick scheduled the interview, meeting Pam for the first time, to hammer out some of the discrepancies in her comments to various detectives. But it was clear to Schwartz that McCarrick, and, by extension, the rest of the detectives and the prosecutor, were not addressing suspicions that Pam Hupp could be a suspect in Betsy's murder. The meeting clearly was to prepare Pam to be a valuable witness against Russ Faria and to stand up to questioning by the defense. McCarrick had opened by explaining that Russ's family had spent a lot of money to hire a pretty good law firm to defend him. Pam, dressed casually in a yellow t-shirt, gray capri pants, and flip-flop sandals, and sipping on a bottle of soda, listened intently as McCarrick said, "Their whole job is to make sure that Russ is not prosecuted for murder and to try to find anyone else on the planet to blame but him, so their client gets off. You've seen TV. You know how these things go, what they try to do." And then he casually dropped the kind of cheap shot Schwartz was used to from cops like McCarrick. This guy will put up his mother for the murder if he can get his client off, okay?" Schwartz chuckled and shook his head. 30 minutes into the interview, the burly detective had rolled his chair back from the table and was leaning back casually when he unexpectedly broached the subject that had to be worrying the cops and prosecutors. "The insurance policy," he said, without a hint of drama. Pam's head bobbed down and then back up as she said softly, "Uh-huh." "Huge in this case, obviously," McCarrick explained. "The biggest doubt that they are going to try to create is that you, prior to her murder, wound up being the benefactor of $150,000 in cash." "Uh-huh." "What you're originally telling investigators is that she wanted you to do this to try to make sure the kids are taken care of because she's afraid Russ and the kids will blow through it. However, now you have this money and have not turned any of this money over to the family or the kids." "That's correct." Pam nodded without a hint of concern. "That's a huge problem. I'm not telling you you've got to do that. I'm just telling you that it's going to be a huge issue of doubt in court because, by your own volition, Betsy has told you that she wants you to hold on to this money to make sure the family, the girls, are taken care of. Yet they haven't seen a dime of that money. You still have it, and I think if you really look at my wording, It wasn't exactly she wanted me to make sure the girls are taken care of, Pam interrupted as she began a shameless rewrite of history to justify refusing to give any of the insurance money to Betsy's daughters, rattling off a list of the daughters' alleged issues and problems. She declared she had intentionally avoided any involvement with them. Honestly, they're not that nice to her, Betsy. Have never been nice to her. I know all of the problems with them, all that crap. Again, not my world. In fact, Pam now maintained, Betsy did not want the girls or her family to get the money. She did not want them to have their hands on the money. Not that she didn't want me to help or do whatever I wanted with it. Do not let them get their hands on it, or the family, because the family will give it to them. That was her major concern. They'd piss it away. Pam added with that same smugness that $150,000 was not a lot of money to her, and she had not spent a dime of it, and, almost as an afterthought, she said she had been planning to set up a revocable trust for Betsy's daughters, but had not done anything about that yet. McCarrick said he had already received calls from people wanting to make sure he knew Pam had put her house up for sale and had bought a new house. Pam insisted she hadn't used any of the insurance money for the new house and had, in fact, paid $65,000 less for it than she made from the sale of her previous house. Downsizing to a smaller ranch house was part of the HUPP's 10-year financial plan for retirement after her 2 adult children left home, as well as an accommodation for her physical limitations resulting from a fall in 2009. And then she casually tossed out her stunning consideration of whether it would be easier to kill her mother or Betsy. Without any real reaction or discussion about that, McCarrick returned to the issue of a trust for the Day sisters with another reminder that Pam would help the prosecution's case against Russ if she set it up before the trial. She nodded and then reminded McCarrick, "I had told you on the phone originally, it will be set up before the trial. My husband believes in that. We're all on board. That's not a problem." She said her issue with providing money to the girls was whether they were responsible enough now to handle it. Betsy had entrusted the money to Pam so she could help the girls if they built more solid financial foundations. She would establish criteria for them to receive the money. Like Mariah, you will go to school and you will graduate before you touch anything. Leah, the same thing. And I'm doing that in honor of Betsy because that's the right thing to do. Schwartz wondered why Pam Hupp's head didn't explode in flames. How could the person who was responsible for Betsy's death get away with saying anything she had done was in honor of Betsy, especially when it also involved screwing the rightful beneficiaries out of Betsy's money? A few more minutes into the interview, Schwartz was surprised again when McCarrick bluntly asked Pam the question that hung over this case like a summer storm cloud. As Pam was saying she had probably only spoken to Russ Faria once on the phone, the cop asked abruptly, "Did you have anything to do with Betsy's murder?" Pam was unfazed as she calmly responded, "No, absolutely not." McCarrick quickly retreated from what could have seemed an accusation by adding, "That's exactly what's going to be asked of you. You know what I mean?" "That's what the detectives asked me too," she said. "I expect that." "And it's going to come sooner or later, you know. I mean, that's unfortunately the way of the beast." "That's fine. I don't mind that. I know myself." "Uh-huh." "I'm not physically able to do, maybe if I had a gun, I'm not physically able to do that." "I'm not suggesting that you murdered Betsy for real. I'm saying that they're going to suggest that you may have had something to do with the planning or the conspiracy to commit that murder because of your financial windfall." "Okay." "Which, either way, like I said, it helps, obviously, if that trust is going to be set up for the girls before the trial." "It will, and I told you that in the first phone call." He repeated his prediction that the defense attorney would challenge her as a suspect in the murder. Was there anything the defense could find to attack her? Financial problems? Nope, never had financial problems, other than the normal when I was 18 and on my own, whatever. Lack of money, not problems. She said speeding tickets were the only other thing the defense might find. McCarrick tossed off a casual, "Well, I ain't worried about that." Pam launched into a confusing ramble about the timing of the change in beneficiaries and Betsy's murder that again seemed self-incriminating. "She has to be killed. How does that work? She has to be killed or they have to receive it, the beneficiary form, before she's killed. Otherwise, he's still the beneficiary. So why wouldn't I wait a few more days? I mean, that's practical to me. Why didn't I just wait until Friday to be sure they got it?" Schwartz shook his head again in frustration. Pam couldn't wait until Friday because Russ was at game night on Tuesday, giving her the opportunity to take Betsy home and be alone with her, or perhaps to bring in someone to assist in the murder. Pam's timing was so obvious that Schwartz couldn't believe McCarrick was looking right past it, and past her. Pam's warped logic and circuitous, rambling style of responding to questions had been remarkable to Schwartz throughout the interview, and she consistently employed one of her annoying verbal habits, substituting a bored blah 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 for details she apparently found too tiresome to repeat. McCarrick began addressing the primary reason for the interview, the contradictions in her various statements. He asked her to commit to one of her two versions of where Betsy was when she left, on the couch under a blanket or waving goodbye from the front door. What he got was a loopy monologue, which either demonstrated a memory so muddled as to destroy her credibility, or, as Schwartz believed, a deviously evasive response that made it impossible to pin her down to one factual account. "I know she was on the couch," Pam began, "because she was going to put in a movie. She was going to watch a movie. I want to say she walked me to the door, now, but she may have been still on the couch because she had her blanket." "Okay." "And she had her blanket on her, and at one time she was sitting there showing me something she got for Christmas. But I know she always puts a blanket on her, and she had it on her. Right now, and it may just make sense to me, she walked me to the door. She may not have. She may have still been on the couch. But today it makes sense that she walked me to the door. But she could have still been laying on the couch. All that happened really fast, and I'm used to her walking me to the door. Maybe not, but I want to say today she did. Maybe she was still on the couch. She was off and on the couch that, you know." Schwartz was amazed that any rational human being, especially an experienced detective, could think that string of illogical reversals and half-completed thoughts could even approximate an answer to the question. But McCarrick seemed to accept her tortured dithering with a series of understanding interjections. "Right. Sure. Okay. Uh-huh." Had he found some logic in Pam's rhetorical meandering? Or was he simply willing to accept her verbal gymnastics so he could continue to rely on her long list of accusations about Russ? After all, he had applied many of them in his probable cause statement that Leah Askey used as grounds to charge Russ with murder. Schwartz thought anyone who found Pam's answer to this basic question to be reasonable, let alone mentally competent, was either amateurishly naive or unabashedly biased toward her as a witness. As McCarrick continued his questioning, Pam made her disapproval of Russ a centerpiece of her relationship with Betsy, even adding an arrogant claim of being socially superior to him and Betsy. Despite a close friendship between the women, the Hupps and the Farias did not socialize. "This is going to sound bad," she warned. "Me and Betsy are very different people. We come from very different worlds, though we liked each other genuinely. I didn't really care for Russ that much, or his type." "When you say his type, what?" "His type to me. He is a Hoosier," she said, trotting out the Midwestern slang for a redneck or hillbilly, or even the uglier white trash. "I'm just going to be honest with you. He's a Hoosier. He does things that are inappropriate in my social circle, and I'm very uncomfortable in that. He's a heavy smoker. He's a drinker. He doesn't really care for women that much. He's a Hoosier to me." "Okay." "And I just... You know, I've known her a long time, and she's been married to Russ the whole time. I don't like him. My husband has never socialized with him, nor would he." McCarrick said he was good with her explanation that she called Betsy from the road soon after leaving her house, because she was worried that Betsy was angry with her for not staying longer. But McCarrick said the defense would attack her justifications for calling her husband, Betsy, and Janet Meyer, and then texting Betsy, all so shortly after she left her at home. Pam said multiple phone calls and texts were a normal practice for her and Betsy. She had made some of those calls because her husband and Betsy worried about her driving at night. "My sense of direction is horrid and always has been. It's gotten worse since my accident," she explained. If driving at night in an unfamiliar area was so risky, why did she volunteer to drive Betsy home? "Because she wanted to go home," she said with a shrug that suggested it was no big deal and certainly not suspicious. She often helped her friends or family like that and didn't worry about getting lost because she eventually found her way home. My friend who I was at chemo with wants to go home. That's not abnormal for me. It just happened to be at night. McCarrick reassured his witness by interjecting, "You realize I'm not being accusatory. I'm just trying to get some of these things hammered out. I'm not pointing a finger at you. I'm telling you that the defense attorney is most certainly going to do that." Right, and I get that. 2 weeks after his interview with Pam Hupp, McCarrick filed a 3.5-page, single-spaced report detailing her recollections, comments, and explanations in response to his questions. Near the end of the report, he offered this conclusion. "I asked Pam about the subtle difference in her statements to me from the statements she originally gave. Pam said she had documented memory loss due to her accident, which involved a head injury. Pam said she has to write things down on a regular basis to remember them. Pam said I could ask her questions again in 2 days and her statements probably would be somewhat different. The cop and the defense attorney couldn't know it then, but there would be so many more interviews with Pam Hupp, and describing some of her statements as different would be a world-class understatement." Chapter 20. September 11th, 2012, nearly 9 months after Betsy Faria's murder. Movement in the case against Russ Faria was routinely slow through the summer of 2012, and it was finally scheduled for trial in November before Circuit Judge Dan Dildine. At Leah Askey's request, the Missouri Attorney General's office had assigned one of its trial lawyers, Richard Hicks, to assist her. The standard pretrial motions and activities continued to inhibit Joel Schwartz's goal of a full-out assault on the charges that he hoped would lead to their dismissal by the judge. He was haunted by the image of the innocent Russ Faria sitting in a cell in the county jail in Troy, counting on Schwartz to rescue him. Russ was patient and understanding of the court's glacial momentum, but he still wanted to get out of that cell as quickly as possible, and he remained confident Schwartz would get the charges thrown out. Russ's unfaltering confidence weighed heavily on Schwartz as he thought about Russ spending every agonizing second behind bars. Schwartz was relieved when a hearing on his motion to reduce the unattainable $1 million cash bond was set for September 11th. In a forceful and almost angry tone, he argued that there was virtually no evidence against Russ Faria, and certainly not enough to justify the high bond that was keeping him in jail. Russ had strong ties to family and the community that made him an unlikely flight risk if he was free on bond. Prosecuting attorney Askey argued the polar opposite. The case against Russ was strong and backed by significant evidence. The brutality of Betsy's murder marked a free Russ as a threat to society, and none of the defendants in the dozen charges of murder or manslaughter she had filed during her 18 months in office had been released on bond before trial or disposition of their cases. Judge Dildine agreed with Schwartz that the bond was too high and reduced it to $25,000 cash. It was a Pyrrhic victory. Russ still lacked the financial resources to meet the bond. He would stay in jail. But at the end of the hearing, Schwartz got an unexpected hint of the tone he might expect from the prosecutor from then on. He overheard Askey say to a colleague that Schwartz was the biggest asshole defense lawyer she had ever encountered. Schwartz made a quick decision not to escalate the situation with a really biting response, but he couldn't let it pass. He breezed past Askey as he said in a fairly sarcastic tone, "Your depth perception is miserable when you whisper. And you're wrong. I'm not even in the top 3 assholes in my office." He left his affectionate reference to his good friends and partners, Scott Rosenblum and John Rogers, unfinished. He didn't look back as he left the courtroom, but he feared P.A. Askey's remarks sealed a sharp new edge in her demeanor that did not bode well. Personal animosity between the prosecutor and the defense attorney added an ugly and complicating dimension to the natural conflict between them. He hoped he and Askey could get past this initial skirmish and focus on the mutual goal of both of their jobs, to find justice for the victim and the defendant. But he not only could not foresee how wide the chasm would become between the state and the defense, he also could not imagine the depths to which the prosecution would sink. Schwartz was aware of what appeared to be Askey's reluctance to try the case before Judge Dildine. She had even tossed off a remark privately that she might have to reconsider the entire case if Dildine continued as judge. Schwartz had begun to hear rumors that Dildine was planning to retire soon, and a surprising tactical move by Askey to delay Russ Faria's trial date of November 27th seemed to confirm that. Askey filed a nolle pros motion on November 16th that dismissed the charges against Russ on the grounds that the prosecution had decided not to prosecute them. That canceled the scheduled trial before Dildine. Askey then had a grand jury return a new but identical indictment against Russ on the same charges on the same day, essentially restarting the pretrial process from the beginning. Judge Dildine soon announced his retirement, and on December 5th, a quite literally new judge was assigned. Circuit Judge Christina Kunze-Menemeyer was not just new to the case. She had just been elected judge a month earlier as a Republican in an upset victory by less than 1% of the vote over a more experienced Democratic associate judge. She had never participated in a jury trial during the months she had served as an assistant prosecuting attorney handling traffic and juvenile cases under Askey's predecessor, or while she was in private practice after getting her law degree from the University of Missouri-Columbia in 1997. She had trialed a civil case shortly after she was elected judge, but Russ Faria's case would be her first venture into felony criminal law. Menemeyer was an unknown quantity to Schwartz, and he could only hope she wouldn't become another disadvantage to the innocent man she was about to try. Chapter 21. March 18, 2013. Nearly 15 months after Betsy Faria's murder. Pam Hupp was a money-hungry bitch, but she didn't kill Betsy Faria. Janet Meyer's head was tilted up slightly, and her jaw was set, the pose of someone who knows what she knows, and nothing, not even an avalanche of facts or logic, would change her mind. Her daughter had been murdered, and her granddaughters cheated out of the life insurance money they should have received. And Janet knew what she knew. Pam Hupp was the cheater, but not the killer. Joel Schwartz had deposed other witnesses with conclusions set in concrete like Janet Meyer's, and it could be maddening. But he had to know what she would say when she testified in Russ's trial, and this was his chance. He had just asked Janet for her thoughts about the change in the beneficiary on Betsy's life insurance policy to Pam Hupp. That she's a money-hungry, grabbing bitch. Okay? We're talking about Mrs. Hupp? We are. Sorry, but that's the way I feel. She didn't commit the murder, but that's the way I feel. When you say she didn't commit the murder, how do you know that? Because I know who did it, that's why, she said with just as much certainty. Who did it? Russ. No ifs, ands, or buts. How do you know that? You know he did it too, Betsy's mother quipped. It's just you have to defend him. That's a murder of passion, of betrayal. He loved her, there's no doubt in my mind. And that's where it comes into murder, because it was... She took his name off the policy, and nobody stabs anybody 55 times unless they loved that person and they were betrayed. Nobody's going to do it any other way. Pam Hupp did not kill her. Schwartz needed to know how this grieving mother would explain and defend her unshakable conclusions when she testified at Russ Faria's upcoming trial. He had to challenge those opinions now. Now, initially, when you found out about Betsy, you couldn't believe that Russ would do something like this, did you? Her eyes narrowed. You want to know something? What? Yes, I did. And don't ask me why. It all came together to me, in my mind. Schwartz asked who gave her the crime of passion phrase. She said they were her words. Did a detective meet with you or a sergeant meet with you and tell you those words? I don't recall. I just feel it's a crime of passion. Schwartz repeated the phrase with an emphasis on the important word. You feel that way? I just feel, yeah. Because she was stabbed so many times? Right. Someone clearly had provided Janet Meyer with the crime of passion talking point, and Schwartz was fairly certain he knew who. He challenged her again. So it was either a crime of passion or somebody wanted it to look like a crime of passion. It was a crime of passion, no doubt in my mind. Janet believed Russ killed Betsy and cleaned up the blood. When Schwartz pressed, she couldn't remember who had told her that, but it was probably a police officer. She believed Russ killed Betsy after he got home from game night. He had been very angry about her decision to remove him as beneficiary and lost his temper. Janet believed Russ found out about that when he got home, or possibly even earlier. Has anyone indicated to you when he got home? Yeah, we've talked about it. Who's we? Mrs. Askey and Mr. Hicks? McCarrick. There was the name Schwartz had expected. It seemed that Sergeant Ryan McCarrick was making sure witnesses who would testify against Russ Faria were equipped with the pertinent details to support the state's theory, a la a crime of passion. Officer McCarrick, Schwartz repeated slowly. And what were you told? That he came home after he played the games and took care of business. Yeah, Schwartz thought. That sounded like McCarrick, and the sergeant's turn on the hot seat was coming up the next day. Chapter 22, March 19th, 2013, nearly 15 months after Betsy Faria's murder. The big bald cop was one of the most defensive, if not outright hostile, witnesses Joel Schwartz had ever deposed. Questioning Sergeant Ryan McCarrick in a conference room in the Lincoln County Prosecuting Attorney's Office in Troy, with Nate Swanson, Leah Askey, and Richard Hicks, Schwartz hoped even reluctant and petulant comments by McCarrick would expose facts demonstrating how the police incompetently, or perhaps corruptly, focused solely on Russ Faria, ignoring all of the evidence that should have made Pam Hupp a suspect. Schwartz started his interrogation of McCarrick at ground zero. Hadn't the police been advised by first responders that Betsy's body was cold and stiff when they arrived? McCarrick offered a different view. What we got was an opinion from a medic that said she felt like she could have been stiff. Well, there was a medic and a fireman, correct? The only one I remember was the medic. If there was a fireman, I apologize. Schwartz named EMT Supervisor Mike Quattrochi and Fire Captain Robert Schrammick as the first responders quoted in police reports. I'm aware that there's reports that are written discussing those individuals being on the scene. What I'm telling you is what I remember here today, is that Mike Quattrochi is the one that said he thought that she was stiff. McCarrick wouldn't even acknowledge that Quattrochi and Schrammick said Betsy's body was cold and stiff, only that they thought it might have been. Schwartz ignored the equivocation and asked, Now, assuming she was cold to the touch and stiff, what does that indicate to you? We're making a lot of assumptions, the cop responded. Schwartz replied that Quattrochi and Schrammick, with 50 years of experience between them, said in police reports that Betsy's body was cold and stiff. McCarrick discounted their experience. Those are all 50 years of being human, and referred to their reports as opinion he couldn't confirm because he wasn't there. After more back and forth about assumptions and opinions, McCarrick finally said if a body was cold and stiff, it usually means that somebody's been dead for a couple hours at least. Schwartz asked if McCarrick had any information to suggest the first responders were wrong. I don't know any of them, therefore I can't tell you whether or not their opinions could be validated or not. They may be complete idiots, I don't know. Schwartz realized that bit of evasion, beyond making McCarrick look unprofessional for throwing the first responders under the bus, could force the cop into a revealing admission. So, for you to validate an opinion, you need to know them personally? Yeah, if I'm going to validate somebody's opinion. Schwartz pounced with an unexpected question he hoped would draw an unscripted response. Is Pam Hupp telling you the truth about where she was that night? That sudden challenge seemed to rock McCarrick. Do what? He replied awkwardly. Is Pam Hupp telling you the truth about where she was that night? Don't know. You have no idea, do you? No, McCarrick tried to regain his footing. I have no idea whether or not she's telling the truth, other than what I can tell you from my training and experience in talking to her. I did speak to her personally. I didn't speak to those other 3 individuals. I spoke to Pam. Schwartz upped the pressure with one word. And, based on my opinion of speaking with her, I did not visibly observe any deception when I was speaking to her. Schwartz tested the basis for McCarrick's confidence in Pam's statements. Did McCarrick know what she was wearing that night? No. Did he believe her statement that she left Betsy's 20 or 30 minutes after she had called her husband at 7:04 p.m.? My opinion doesn't matter, sir. Well, you're the one who filed the probable cause statement that caused his arrest. I did file a probable cause statement based on what I gathered during that, okay? But my opinion here, or in court, doesn't matter. Schwartz asked if much of the information in the probable cause statement was now known to be incorrect. McCarrick said he believed the information to be accurate when he wrote it, as he had stated in the first paragraph. Schwartz was surprised when McCarrick said he had no reason to believe the game night players were lying, and no reason to doubt Russ Faria was at Mike Corbin's, as they said, or that he left at 9 o'clock. That was a significant admission. Schwartz thought the whole case should turn on whether Russ could have been home to kill Betsy sometime around 7:30 p.m., at least 2 hours before her body was found, in order to be cold and stiff. McCarrick confirmed it took 23 minutes to drive from Arby's in O'Fallon to the Faria home in Troy. Schwartz asked if McCarrick believed Russ Faria made that drive and then killed his wife when he got home. That he went home and murdered his wife? Yes. I believe he got home sometime around 9:30ish or so. And murdered his wife? Yes, I do. And then what did he do? Called 911. Schwartz thought about how much he was going to enjoy cross-examining McCarrick in front of a judge and jury. Judges usually won't let a witness get away with equivocal or vague answers, and jurors generally know when a witness is shading his testimony, being unnecessarily combative, or stubbornly denying an obvious fact, and they discount that witness's credibility. McCarrick agreed Betsy had not answered 3 calls from her daughter between 7:21 and 7:30 p.m., but wouldn't agree that indicated she was in a struggle or already dead. Maybe she's in the bathroom. Maybe she took a nap. They said she was tired. Maybe she was getting something to drink. Maybe she simply didn't answer her phone because she didn't want to talk to anybody. You're asking me to make assumptions about a woman I never met. Schwartz asked what McCarrick's assumption that Russ killed Betsy was based on. It's based on 105. What is it based on specifically? If you want me to answer the question, then stop talking. 105 leads. All right, Schwartz sighed. I don't know why you're getting so frustrated with me, sir, McCarrick said, but I am trying to answer your questions. It's based on 105 leads of investigative information during a major case squad call-out. It's based on the previous information gained prior to that major case call-out. And it's based on the information gathered following the deactivation of the major case squad. It's based on about 6 months' worth of work. All right. Now I'd ask you to answer this question. Give me one fact it's based on. One fact. It's not based on one fact, sir. It's not based on any facts, is it? It's based on 105 different leads and information prior to and after. It's not based on one fact. McCarrick had to agree that some of the facts he was citing had come only from Pam Hupp, such as Russ putting a pillow over Betsy's face, and Betsy writing a letter to Pam, which couldn't be found. And Pam was the only person to get $150,000 from the change in beneficiaries 4 days before the murder, and the only person known to be alone with Betsy 2 hours before she was confirmed dead. Of the 104 leads McCarrick cited, he had to agree not one confirmed where Pam Hupp went after she left the Faria house. Was Pam's husband asked to confirm when she arrived at their home? McCarrick didn't know. Was that ever confirmed? We asked her where she was. She explained to us where she was. That's the only thing I can do. How do you want me to confirm it? Do you want me to pull a magic trick? That's the best I can do for you. Ask her husband? Schwartz suggested. Okay, well, that's the best I can do for you. Her husband was interviewed, and I can't tell you exactly what the interview said right now. McCarrick had to admit he would not have handled an interview with Mark Hupp the way the police did. Should Pam Hupp's account of that evening have been checked out more extensively? Again, that's why I re-interviewed her. And when I re-interviewed her, I didn't see any signs of deception, indicating anything that was untrue to me. Would McCarrick agree that the actions of Russ and everyone else involved in the investigation, except Pam Hupp, were accounted for until 9 o'clock? Yes. Did Pam Hupp tell McCarrick that she had been fired from 2 insurance jobs for forging signatures? No. This is the first I'm hearing of it that I can recall. Obviously, if I would have been told that somewhere along the line, I probably would have asked her about that. McCarrick said he assumed Betsy turned to Pam to control the insurance money, because she didn't trust Russ, her mother, or anyone in her family to get it to her daughters correctly. He added, So, outside of that, again, I can't tell you what was going through Betsy Faria's mind before she was murdered by your client. Well, you're assuming that, right? That she was murdered by my client? No, I'm not assuming that. Schwartz couldn't let that go unchallenged. You were there, he asked with justified sarcasm. I'm saying that based on 105 leads or 104 leads, as we're sitting here, not one fact like I said before, but several facts. Schwartz asked again for one fact indicating Russ's guilt. McCarrick said Russ's story about his activities that night changed more than anyone else's in the case. He once reversed the order of two of the places he stopped on the way to Mike Corbin's. Russ claimed he got home at 9:45 p.m., which was several minutes after he placed the 911 call. Russ said he had lain on the floor in front of Betsy's body, but he had no blood on his clothes. I'd like to know how that's possible when we've got wet blood on the floor. Your client changes his story as much as everybody else. Your client failed his polygraph. How many facts do you want? McCarrick's mention of the polygraph reminded Schwartz that he suspected the police had not really given Russ a polygraph, but had faked it so they could tell Russ he failed to get more leverage as they badgered him to confess. Leah Askey had told Schwartz the police could not find a copy of the test, and the camera and audio recorder that Detective McIntyre told Russ were recording the test apparently did not work. Lying to a suspect about polygraph results is a court-approved tactic in Missouri, but the test results must be turned over to defense attorneys. In Russ's case, Schwartz thought the results didn't exist because there had not really been a test, and failure by the state to disclose a faux test was unconstitutional. Schwartz asked if Pam Hupp claimed the effects of her brain injury meant she might give different answers to the same question if asked on different days. McCarrick said that was part of her explanation for her memory problems, but he had not reviewed her medical records. Didn't he think it was necessary to confirm her medical condition? She is telling me that she got a head injury, and there you have it, and there you are. Schwartz moved into what he thought was significant misconduct by McCarrick. His suggestion to Pam Hupp that funding a trust for Betsy's daughters before Russ's trial would be helpful to the prosecution. McCarrick agreed he asked her 3 or 4 times to open a trust when he interviewed her on June 25, 2012, just before the trial date in July that was postponed. Why did it need to be before the trial? It's what the family wanted. They wanted it done before the trial. The family wanted to make sure that they've got some kind of peace of mind. So you don't want it together before the trial because you think it would look better. It would make your case better if it, McCarrick had to agree. Oh, I'm sure it will look better for us. Yeah, absolutely. Schwartz switched back to the contradictions in Pam Hupp's stories that McCarrick had called subtle differences. She said the last time she saw Betsy, she was wrapped in a blanket on the sofa, watching TV. But then she said Betsy waved goodbye from the front door as Pam was leaving. Schwartz asked, "Those are subtle differences, or those are major differences?" Yeah, and that's why I asked her to follow up with it. When Schwartz asked about the several contradictions and why she made a phone call after she left Betsy's and whom she called, McCarrick said he only remembered Pam saying she called Betsy because she was afraid Betsy was angry with her. When Betsy didn't answer, she became worried and called Janet Meyer. Schwartz asked if McCarrick remembered that Janet said Pam told her during that call that she did not go into Betsy's house. McCarrick didn't remember even hearing that. Schwartz showed McCarrick the detective's report on the first interview with Pam Hupp when they quoted her as saying that. Schwartz asked, "Is that a big difference to you? No, I didn't go in the house?" The cop was ready with an excuse. No, if she's just been told that her friend's dead and she corrects herself immediately on a statement, no, I can deal with it. You can deal with that. So when Russ was told his wife, or knows his wife is dead, and he's making a statement that night, and he got the order of 2 stores wrong, at least initially, that's a big deal to you? When you're being asked what your chain of events was, and you're under the gun for murder, yeah, I consider that to be a decent deal. McCarrick agreed Russ's correction about the order of his visits to stores had been confirmed by police, but Schwartz's next question pushed the difficult disposition into open hostility. Pam Hupp's never been confirmed as to where she was, what she did, and she's not under the gun. What's your question? McCarrick interrupted abruptly. Pam Hupp's stories have never been confirmed, have they? What's your question? McCarrick's tone took on a more hostile edge, and Schwartz was getting frustrated and a little angry. Listen, please, the defense attorney said with a sigh. I'm trying, but you're not asking a question. Schwartz tried again. Pam Hupp's stories, as to what she did and where she went, have never been confirmed? McCarrick snapped. We answered that 30 minutes ago. It's still no. It was time to call McCarrick on his obstinacy. Why are you so angry? Me? Yes. I've stayed in my seat the entire time, Joel. You're getting up, walking around, swinging your chair around, getting mad, calling me Sergeant McCarrick, and huffing. I'm trying to agree with you, Joel, but at the same time, we're still having this problem with you asking me the same questions over and over again. Schwartz wasn't going to let McCarrick dictate questions or control the deposition. Because I'm getting different answers the entire time. You're not getting different answers, you're getting the same answers, Joel. Schwartz's tone intensified as he began. Do you believe? Hicks tried to diffuse the conflict by jumping in. Hey. What? Schwartz snapped. Objection. This is argumentative. McCarrick kept talking. I find it funny, he began in a condescending tone. On whose part? Schwartz interrupted. That you think I'm aggravated with you. I find that humorous. The cop and defender also disagreed about the way McCarrick's probable cause statement characterized the tests on kitchen floor tiles and front of the towel drawer. McCarrick wrote that the tests indicated blood evidence, which had been cleaned from the crime scene. Didn't later tests show no blood was found? McCarrick insisted that, because of dilution of the evidence, the lab was unsure if there was blood, but the report suggested there was blood evidence. Schwartz asked if the lab reports had concluded there was no blood on the mark on Betsy's pants, the floor tiles, or the drawer front, or the mop head and sink traps. McCarrick repeated that he had based the evidence he cited in the probable cause statement on what he had been told by investigators at that time. Schwartz ended the difficult deposition with a couple of simple questions. When McCarrick saw Pam Hupp earlier that day, did he ask her about the trust for Betsy's daughters? No. When they analyzed her computer, did police find the letter she said Betsy was writing to her about things Russ was doing? No. Did the insurance company tell McCarrick how or when they received the change of beneficiary form? No, they just said it was imaged into their system on December 28th or 29th, 1 or 2 days after Betsy was murdered. When Schwartz turned over the deposition to prosecutors for questions, Hicks held up his hands and cracked, No more questions. I ain't asking any. Sergeant Ryan McCarrick had been an obstinate and surly witness, but he had basically confirmed Schwartz's suspicions that McCarrick, and by implication Leah Askey, had based their conclusion that Russ Faria murdered his wife on suppositions and conclusions unsupported by even one solid fact that pointed beyond a reasonable doubt to Russ as the killer. And while they were trying to twist evidence to conform to their conclusions, they were not only ignoring the obvious prime suspect, but they were also accepting her contrived and contradictory statements as damning evidence against Russ. Schwartz couldn't wait to depose Pam Hupp the next day. Chapter 23. March 20th, 2013, nearly 15 months after Betsy Faria's murder. I did not kill Betsy. The unsolicited declaration from the woman sitting across the table from Joel Schwartz caught him by surprise. He would never have expected Pam Hupp to initiate a conversation about suspicions that she killed Betsy Faria. But that was exactly what she had just done, as Schwartz was taking her deposition, with the same participants in the same conference room where he had deposed Sergeant McCarrick the day before. She had been explaining that, although she and her husband were financially secure, she could not afford health insurance after an injury kept her from working. Her husband, who worked for a building rehab company, had also been without health insurance for a while, but had it now. Schwartz started to ask why someone who had sold life insurance hadn't maintained health insurance, but she interrupted. I sold life insurance for over 12 years, she said, and I don't have that either. Why not? Schwartz asked in surprise. I don't believe in it for myself, she said. But you obviously believe in it for other people if you're selling it. That was my job. So I'm not clear what you're saying. You sold. My job was to sell life insurance. If I had to sell grapefruits, I would. But that doesn't mean I'd eat them. Fair enough. Does your husband have life insurance? Yes, he has life insurance. And? I sold him that too. And, amazingly, he's still alive. What did she just say? Schwartz caught his breath. I'm sorry? Pam responded with smug aggression. I said, amazingly, he's still alive, because it's a lot, and I sold it to him. So? Schwartz was stunned. What do you mean by that? I mean, if I wanted a lot of money, I could kill him instead of her. For a second time, Pam Hupp had analyzed the dollar value in killing someone besides Betsy Faria. First, Pam's mother, and now her husband. Who said you killed Betsy? Pam was calm but defiant. You did, or at least your private detective told my friends that. And you didn't kill Betsy? I did not kill Betsy. Schwartz asked if she was willing to take a polygraph. No, she didn't want to now. She denied sending her doctor a note asking him to say she could not take a polygraph for medical reasons. Schwartz was surprised by her willingness to lie about things that could be so easily proven. He had a copy of the note she sent to her doctor asking him, "Could you please write Detective Kaiser a letter stating that I was not able to do my polygraph due to medical reasons?" Did she not realize her note would be found by the police or the defense attorney? Did she just not care? Pam was delivering exactly what Schwartz hoped to draw from her in this deposition. The more he could get her to open up and talk, the more likely she was to lie and contradict herself and make up more absurd stories. The more she talked, the more ammunition she provided Schwartz when he tried to impeach her testimony and credibility as a witness against Russ at trial. She would prove herself to be a pathological liar, a person who couldn't be trusted to tell the truth about anything, especially what happened at the Faria house between 7 and 8 o'clock on Tuesday, December 27th, 2011. With so many lies and contradictions, how could a jury believe anything she said, especially about Russ Faria and the supposed danger he presented to Betsy? Pam said a neighbor named Susan, with a Hispanic last name, told her Schwartz's investigator said she killed Betsy. And you didn't kill Betsy? I did not kill Betsy. Schwartz broached the possibility that someone had helped her kill Betsy, perhaps an accomplice more physically suited to the demands of a violent murder. Did you have someone kill Betsy? No, I did not have someone kill Betsy. You would agree, if Betsy died, you had a considerable amount of money to gain. In your opinion? In my opinion, what? That's a considerable amount of money. You had money to gain? Absolutely, was her more brazen response. Pam Hupp had just supplied her motive to kill Betsy, so Schwartz moved to opportunity. Why did she drive Betsy home from her mother's that night? Because she asked me to. Actually, you asked her if you could take her home. No, she asked me when we were at chemo if I could take her home. So if the text messages say you offered a ride to her, that would be incorrect? That would be incorrect. She agreed Betsy sent her a text that afternoon saying Russ would drive her home that night. But she said she had not seen the text because she was driving, and she does not text and drive. So she didn't know Betsy had arranged for Russ to drive her home until Betsy mentioned it when she and Pam were on the way home. Pam said her husband was lying on the sofa when she got home that night, and she sat there to watch TV with him for a while before taking a shower and going to bed. She confirmed that she also took a shower when she got up the next morning, as she always did. That's my normal routine, because, honestly, I don't like messing around with somebody who's been sweaty from all day. So, yes, that's my routine. Another curiously odd and inappropriate remark in a deposition in a murder case. Schwartz turned back to the money, the motive. Pam said she had not set up a trust for Betsy's daughter, but had been thinking about it. McCarrick asked her in June 2012 to set up a trust fund, and she told him she would. Why did Betsy leave you the money? Why did she tell you she was leaving you the money? She trusted me. She liked me. Her family dynamics at that time, as all the time, had a bunch of stuff going on with it that she couldn't trust with the money. She just gave the money to you free of any stipulations? That's right. She wanted me to take care of it and make sure that her daughters and Mom wouldn't piss it away, were her words. Do you intend to give it to the daughters? I don't know. It's on my mind to set up a trust. Schwartz asked repeatedly why she never told the police she had gone to the post office with Betsy. They didn't ask me that, she said. They asked me if Betsy ever mailed that. And today, I don't know for sure. They never asked me if I went to the post office. Pam denied telling Janet Meyer that she did not go into Betsy's house when she took her home. Betsy's mother must have been confused if she told police that. Janet's quite often confused. He quickly caught her in another significant contradiction when he asked why she had gone to the chemo session after Betsy texted her that she wanted to spend some one-on-one time with Bobby Wan. She said she probably hadn't read that text yet and didn't remember it at all. He read her the transcript of their text that day, including the one Betsy sent at 10:35 a.m. "Bobby is going, and I want to spend some one-on-one time with her." Schwartz added, "1 minute later, you responded, 'Bummer.' Would that indicate to you that you read the text?" "Yes." "Do you remember reading the text?" "No, I don't remember the reply either." Pam said she would have gone to the chemo session even if she had seen Betsy's text. "Because Betsy was a good friend of mine, and she was dying, and I wanted to spend as much time with her as I could. It didn't matter what she said." The next contradiction was even more glaring and equally inexplicable. Schwartz asked if she and Betsy had gone door to door collecting money for cancer research. She said they had not gone door to door but were trying to raise money for a woman who was dying of cancer. When Schwartz asked how they were raising funds, Pam said, "Just door to door collecting." "Didn't you just say you didn't go door to door?" "Did I? I don't know. Did I say that?" "You said it." "I don't know." She said she gave the money they collected to Betsy, but didn't have any paperwork related to the effort. Schwartz asked what condition qualified her for monthly disability payments through Social Security. "I'm not sure what they classify it as. I know I have drop foot and balance problems. I don't know what the classification is." She said her injuries occurred in 2009 when she worked for United Healthcare. She tripped in the office and hit her head on a file cabinet. She filed a workers' compensation claim, which remained unresolved. Pam said she had worked in insurance for more than 12 years and had met Betsy Faria the day in October 2001 that she applied for a job with Bob Davenport's State Farm agency, where Betsy worked. She said Davenport had been let go by State Farm, but she didn't know why. "You were never told that Mr. Davenport was accused, that people in his office or somebody in his office was forging documents?" Schwartz asked. "We weren't told anything by corporate. There was a lot of gossip." "What was the gossip?" "Some that he was forging documents, other that he was selling insurance across state lines, a bunch of stuff like that." "That he was forging documents or someone in his office was forging documents?" "I think it was somebody forging. Irma Donnelly." Irma Donnelly was forging documents. What kind of documents were being forged? "I have no idea. I wasn't with her when she was doing that." "Were there any repercussions as a result of some of the rumors and innuendos to you? Specifically, was your car keyed?" Yes. Pam said later she went to work for another State Farm office run by Agent Al Wansing, but he eventually let her go without explanation and rehired a former employee. "Did he ever accuse you to your face of forging notary seals on documents?" No, he never said any of that." Pam agreed that she and Betsy would have known how to write a life insurance policy with contingent beneficiaries. She showed no recognition that Schwartz was implying they easily could have added Betsy's daughters as contingent beneficiaries on Betsy's policy without taking the radical step of making Pam the sole beneficiary with only a verbal, unwritten agreement to use the money for the girls. Schwartz wanted more information about Pam's medical condition, but she said she couldn't name the injury to her head. "I have balance problems." "Why?" "I don't know what that's called." She said she had had a CAT scan, but the doctor's conclusion was, "We don't know what's wrong, I think." She said she wouldn't release her medical records to Schwartz or Askey because that's my business, and I don't want my business out medically. She said she had stopped seeing her doctor because she couldn't afford the visits. Her health insurance had lapsed, and she was not old enough to qualify for Medicare. She said her last visit might have been January 3rd, 2012, just 7 days after Betsy's murder. "What kind of symptoms do you have as a result of your head injury?" "I have balance problems, fall down. I can get migraines from fans." "Do you have memory issues?" "Yes." "Tell me about those. How do you know you have memory issues?" "Well, because you're asking me questions and I don't remember." Schwartz closed his questioning by addressing one more contradiction. Had she told police initially that she had been driving her Nissan Sentra when she took Betsy home that night, when she was actually driving a Honda Accord? "Well, I might have, but I don't know why I would say that. I haven't had one for a long time. Don't even know anybody who has one." The prosecutors didn't have a single question for their primary witness, and Schwartz's first confounding exposure to Pam Hupp was mercifully over. He had gained an important insight about this strange woman. She knew there were suspicions that she was Betsy's killer, and she was driven to proclaim her innocence. and he had reached one defining conclusion about the prosecution's star witness. She was as slippery and slimy as a fish coated in oil. Chapter 24. May 28, 2013, 17 months after Betsy Faria's murder. The one-page order from Circuit Judge Christina Kunze-Meneminer was the most catastrophic 4 paragraphs Joel Schwartz had ever read in one of his cases. The judge had just prohibited the defense from arguing, presenting testimony or evidence, or in any way implying that Pam Hupp could have been Betsy Faria's killer. In fact, Schwartz would not even be able to cross-examine her in a way that suggested she had motive and opportunity to kill Betsy, or that her long list of contradictory and inconsistent statements about almost every aspect of the case suggested any guilt on her part. He couldn't question her about becoming the beneficiary to Betsy's life insurance just 4 days before her murder. He wouldn't be able to point out that she had said repeatedly that Betsy made her the beneficiary so she could give the money to Betsy's daughters later, but was now denying that and saying the money was all hers. He would not be able to argue that the real killer could have been Pam Hupp, even though the essence of an alibi defense is some other dude did it, because the defendant was elsewhere at the time of the murder. The judge had agreed with Leah Askey's position that none of the issues involving Pam Hupp qualified as the direct connection to the murder, as Missouri case law required. Russ's bloody slippers and his claim that Betsy had committed suicide established a direct connection to Betsy's murder, but there was no such connection for Pam. Askey insisted case law decided motive and opportunity were not enough unless the person also had a direct connection to the crime. The judge's decision was wrong on the law and wrong on the facts, and Schwartz was almost as furious as he was astounded. In a hearing before Judge Meneminer a week earlier, Schwartz had explained meticulously how scores of cases in Missouri, if not more than 100, supported the defense's right to treat Pam Hupp as a suspect. Case law established that a person with motive and opportunity to commit a crime, who makes inconsistent and contradictory statements, or who was with the victim at or near the time of death, had a direct connection that justifies the defense treating them as a suspect. Case law gave the defense the unrestricted right to cross-examine a witness who had any kind of interest in the outcome of a trial, such as maintaining a claim to $150,000 in life insurance or helping convict someone else of a crime the witness may have committed. Schwartz argued the facts involving Hupp created more of a direct connection for Pam Hupp to Betsy's murder than any of the state's evidence against Russ Faria. Over the next few months, Schwartz would make repeated efforts to convince Judge Meneminer to reverse her decision, all without success. He would become so frustrated during one hearing, when he had carted in a huge stack of cases to support his position, that he would risk a contempt of court citation by proclaiming, "Judge, I don't know what to do to get you to listen. Would it work if I stripped down and banged my head against the bench?" Russ Faria likened the judge's decisions to sending Schwartz into a boxing match with one hand tied behind his back, or perhaps both hands. But he agreed with Schwartz that they could still convince a jury of Russ's innocence even without mounting a full frontal assault on Pam Hupp. Russ had an invulnerable alibi for his time between 5 and 9:30 p.m. The forensic evidence proved Betsy had been dead for some time, perhaps even as long as 2 hours, before Russ called 911 at 9:40 p.m. Even with this wrong-headed decision by Meneminer, the jury would hear that Pam Hupp was the last person to see Betsy alive in the place where, and about the time, she was killed. There wasn't a speck of blood on Russ or his clothes from a savage knife attack on Betsy, and Russ's bloody slippers appeared to have been dipped in her blood, an act anyone could have committed as a fairly obvious attempt to frame Russ. Surely a jury would see the obvious truth. About a week before Russ's trial was scheduled to begin on November 18th, Leah Askey called Joel Schwartz and asked what it would take to make a deal for a guilty plea. Schwartz almost laughed before he said, "Dismiss the charges against Russ and hire me as a special prosecutor. I guarantee I'll get a conviction against Pam Hupp." Askey wasn't interested. Chapter 25. Monday, November 18th, 2013. First day of testimony in Russ Faria's trial. Prosecuting attorney Leah Askey was barely 5 minutes into her opening statement to the jury of 7 men and 5 women, the first 5 minutes of the murder trial of Russ Faria, when she handed Joel Schwartz the grounds for his first motion for a mistrial. He had expected the trial to be contentious, but he was surprised how quickly Askey had stepped over the line on a key issue. She had begun her opening statement by attacking Russ's shocked and confused initial assumption that Betsy had killed herself, and she used his own words against him. "I just got home from a friend's house, and my wife killed herself." That is what the defendant said when he called 911 after he saw his dead wife lying on the living room floor with some 56 stab wounds. The correct number was 55, but it is often misstated in her. After he saw her arm nearly severed off, after he saw a knife still protruding from her neck. "My wife killed herself." That's what the defendant said. You'll hear him wailing in despair on the phone with the 911 operator as he's moving about, trying to convince her, and himself, likely, that that is, in fact, what had happened. That last sentence, just her fifth of the trial, drew Schwartz's first objection as improperly argumentative in an opening statement. Askey withdrew the comment before Judge Mennemeyer could respond. Just several sentences later, Schwartz made another argumentative objection when Askey told the jurors, "Folks, this is a murder about greed." Again, Askey withdrew the remark. But the first real explosion occurred just sentences later, as Askey said, "You'll hear evidence the defendant was well aware that Betsy had 3 insurance policies totaling—" Schwartz quickly interrupted with an objection and asked for a sidebar conference with the judge at the bench. He argued that the judge's rulings on motions, including one that very morning, prohibited either side from discussing the insurance policies. He motioned toward Askey and said, "She just said that you'll hear evidence that Betsy Faria had 3 insurance policies." Askey parsed her sentence more precisely. "That's not what I said. What I said was the defendant knew she had 3 policies. That's what he tells the detectives." Schwartz was furious about the entire insurance issue and the state's position now. "I will ask for a mistrial based upon that statement to the jury at this time." Richard Hicks seemed flabbergasted as he spat out, "What?" "Which rulings by the judge," he asked, "could be interpreted as prohibiting the prosecution from saying there were life insurance policies listing Russ as beneficiary? That's establishing black and white motive evidence that there were 3 insurance policies in his name," he said. Schwartz noted the judge had granted the prosecution's motion barring him from mentioning the change in beneficiary to Pam Hupp, and had just denied his motion that morning for her to reconsider. "The state cannot get into the fact that there was an insurance policy that exists, and then keep us from arguing that the policy had been changed," he said. Surely the judge hadn't ruled that the defense was barred from alleging that being a beneficiary gave Pam Hupp a motive to kill Betsy, but the prosecution was allowed to argue that being a beneficiary gave Russ a motive to kill Betsy. Judge Mennemeyer rifled through her file and said all she could find was rulings barring the defense from mentioning the change in beneficiary and from arguing that someone else committed the murder. "At this point," Mennemeyer added, "the court is not granting a mistrial. We're just going to direct the parties to stop talking about insurance at this time." Schwartz then asked the judge to instruct the jury to disregard Askey's last statement about the insurance policies. And then he added, "And I would then like to request a mistrial." Hicks asked the judge to reconsider banning the mention of insurance. "Judge, this is a vital issue. This evidence that he knew about the existence of 3 insurance policies goes right to motive." He argued that a lack of direct evidence linking Pam Hupp to the murder made the change in beneficiaries irrelevant, while direct evidence against Russ, such as his bloody slippers, made the policies with him as beneficiary relevant as a motive. Mennemeyer continued to search her rulings until she found 2 that said she supported the prosecutor's position. She told Askey to proceed with her opening statement. Schwartz asked again, "Your Honor, so I can make a record, the last order from the court correctly stated that the issue of any insurance policies is inadmissible and will only serve to confuse the jury." Mennemeyer shook her head. "That's a mischaracterization. I'm saying the fact that they mentioned it at this point doesn't mean anything." "So my motion for the jury to disregard is overruled?" "Right, that's correct. And my motion for a mistrial is overruled. The state may proceed." As Askey stepped back in front of the jurors to resume her opening, Schwartz returned to the defense table with the confirmation that unjust rulings by this judge would continue. He glanced at Russ and was pleased that his client remained unruffled, even stoic. Russ certainly was not surprised to see more of the adverse rulings the defense had suffered for almost 2 years, But he remained optimistic that, with Joel Schwartz and Nate Swanson conducting his defense, the jurors would see the truth. Askey picked up where she had stopped when she was so rudely interrupted by Schwartz's attempt to ensure a fair trial. She explained that Russ knew his wife was insured for between $300,000 and $400,000, and then she began to create a version of Russ Faria the jurors might be able to see cutting his wife to shreds. You were going to hear that the defendant had a short temper, a short fuse. He oftentimes would instigate arguments that would result in name-calling and disrespectful statements to his wife and her daughters. You're going to hear that his language that he chose to use is some that I don't even feel comfortable saying to you, frankly. You're going to learn that sometimes his anger got so far out of control he was even abusive to the family dog. Askey began to attack Russ's alibi by offering a warped view of game night. Now, this wasn't a game like you guys are probably thinking about. I'm not talking about poker, not pitch, not blackjack, no three-card stud. No, this is a role-playing game where this band of merry men dressed like hobbits act like monks, sorcerers, all sorts of things that I don't really understand, and they do this every Tuesday night while they smoke pot and drink beer. Schwartz bristled again, but still decided not to object. Askey had just lied to the jury. No one had ever said the players dressed like hobbits or acted like their characters. That was an intentional lie designed to cast the players as vaguely threatening weirdos involved in sinister activity fueled by drugs and booze. Yeah, there was a little pot, but there was seldom even a beer. And this harmless game was not that much different from any board game, even the dangerous, mind-bending adventures in capitalism called Monopoly. Askey was on a roll. She cast the text between the Farias that day like this. You'll see text messages from Betsy to Russ where she says, "Don't you have a game tonight?" Do you think he says no? No. Instead, he starts orchestrating a plan with the same people. I know we can't play the game tonight, but how about, instead, let's get together and watch Conan the Barbarian or something? He waits until he gets some commitment from them that they are all going to get together anyway, and then he tells her, "Yeah, I'm playing." Orchestrating a plan with the same people? Schwartz and Russ looked at each other, marveling at how Askey could make friends getting together to play a game or watch a movie sound like Osama bin Laden and his cadre of terrorists designing the 9/11 flight plan. Askey's next target was Russ's call to his mother while he drove to game night to explain that errands would keep him from attending dinner at her house. The errands are my favorite part, Askey quipped. And then she reached for the absurd again by saying, after Russ talked to Betsy and his mother, "The wheel gains momentum." She trotted out a neat little semantic trick when she began to attack Russ's stops on the way to game night. Each time she mentioned his stops for gas, cigarettes, and iced tea, she emphasized, "Got a receipt, got on video," 3 times. Got a receipt, got on video. She had to break her pattern to mention his stop to buy dog food because he only got a receipt. She mentioned his stop at Arby's on his way home. Guess what? Keeps the receipt. That's his alibi. She told the jurors that first responders at the scene would testify. This guy's emotions were all over the place. He was really up, wailing, crying. You'll hear the 911 tape, and the only time he's not wailing and crying, with no tears by the way, is when he's answering their questions or asserting his alibi. He can just shut it off, answer a question, and then commence the wailing. She started her listing of evidence against Russ with the alleged paw print in Betsy's blood on the hip of her pants, left by the dog who, Russ said, was outside. There would be evidence and testimony that there were cleaning agents used on the floor between where her body was found and the back door where the dog chain was. Betsy's blood was found on the switchplate for the light in the master bedroom, where Russ told police he had not gone, and on the slippers Russ always wore that had been tossed in the back corner of a closet, a very disheveled closet. To close her attack, Askey moved to Russ's account of arriving home to find Betsy's body. After saying he should have been able to see Betsy's body as soon as he walked in the front door, she said, "He tells the detectives how he was so distraught he laid down next to her. He shows them he laid this close to her, just trying to get it together and figure out what to do, realizing she was gone. But you're going to find out not only did he not have one speck of blood, not on his hands, not on his clothes, but he lay next to her, a woman who has been stabbed 56 times, who has a knife protruding from her neck, whose wrists are lined upright and her hands are almost cut off, and he lays this close to her. And yet, when he calls 911, "I just got home from a friend's house, and my wife, she killed herself." Askey let her last sentence reverberate for a second before she ended with, "Ladies and gentlemen, after you hear the evidence, the state trusts that you will return a verdict of guilty." Across the courtroom, Joel Schwartz wasn't impressed by Askey's presentation or her evidence. He knew how he would address each part of the specious story she had just tried to sell to the jury, and he would begin by acquainting jurors with a family not much different from theirs, a husband and wife just struggling to build a good life with each other. "The evidence is going to show that this is absolutely a tragedy," he began as he stepped before the jury. "It's a tragedy for the Faria family. It's also a tragedy for Russ Faria. His wife of 11 years was brutally murdered on December 27, 2011, and he's the one who found her. Calling the Farias a typical family today, with a stepfather, a mother, and 2 stepdaughters, Schwartz explained how they had moved to Troy in 2010 when they found a house at a good price. He recounted the fatal diagnosis of Betsy's cancer and her decision to keep her plans for a cruise with family and friends in November. He took jurors through family parties over the Christmas holidays and Betsy's stay at her mother's in Lake St. Louis on Monday night to be closer to her chemotherapy session the next day in St. Peter's. Russ spent that Tuesday working a normal day in his home office and exchanging texts with Betsy about getting dog food on his way to his regular game night from 6 to 9 o'clock, which Schwartz emphasized as a cheap, fun, easy way for them to enjoy their evenings. But the absence of one of the usual players meant they couldn't play Role Master, and after some exchanges of texts among Russ and the players, game night became movie night. Schwartz explained the pivotal change in plans that originally called for Russ to pick up Betsy on his way home. Betsy texted Russ that afternoon, while mentioning the essential detail that she had picked up toilet paper, that her friend Pam Hupp would be driving her home early so she could rest. Russ asked if Pam was taking Betsy home to Troy, and Betsy responded, "Yes, she offered and I accepted." At 5 o'clock, Russ started his drive to Mike Corbin's house and stopped at Conoco to get gas. Schwartz pointedly rebuffed Askey's misleading attempts to deride Russ's alibi. He doesn't get on video, but it later turns out he is on video getting his gas, and it shows the time he's there, approximately 5:16 to 5:20. Schwartz hoped the jury would catch the difference in how Russ's appearances on surveillance videos at 3 of his stops that evening were portrayed. Askey's snarky gets on video, implying a devious scheme, versus Schwartz's explanation that Russ simply appeared on the video in the normal course of conducting his business. And, Schwartz noted, the videos showed Russ was wearing the same clothes he was when the police seized them for testing, that showed not one speck of blood on that clothing, not one speck of blood on his hands, no blood, anywhere. All 4 of the players at game night would testify that they were with Russ every second between 6 and 9 o'clock as they watched movies. And, Schwartz said, records from cell phone towers would show that Russ's phone was in exactly the locations he said, at the times he said. Schwartz drew from the first objection from Askey when he recounted the text between Betsy and Pam over attending the chemotherapy session. Before Schwartz could tell the jurors that Betsy had texted Pam that she preferred to have some one-on-one time with Bobby alone, Askey objected to citing Betsy's text as hearsay. The attorneys gathered before the judge for Schwartz to argue that it was not hearsay because police documented it when they examined Pam's phone. But Judge Mennemeyer agreed with Askey that there was no hearsay exception for texts by Betsy to Pam and sustained her objection. Schwartz was limited to telling jurors that Betsy and Bobby went to the chemo session together and Pam showed up later. Schwartz emphasized Pam's insistent insertion of herself into Betsy's plans that day, explaining to the jury that Pam went to Janet Meyer's apartment later and took Betsy home about 6:30 p.m., in time to arrive at Betsy's and call Pam's husband at 7:04 p.m. He also explained Betsy had agreed to answer a call from her daughter sometime after 7 o'clock, but her calls went unanswered at 7:21, 7:26, and 7:30 p.m. He hoped the jurors would see that as establishing the first half of the 7 o'clock hour as the time of Betsy's death. Firing an opening shot in his attempt to impeach Pam Hupp's expected testimony, Schwartz explained that cell phone analysis showed that Pam's call to Betsy at 7:27 p.m., when she had, at first, told police she had arrived at her home in O'Fallon 27 miles away, was actually placed from the same sector of the cell phone tower as the call to her husband from Betsy's house at 7:04 p.m. Schwartz followed that quickly by telling the jurors that Pam, at first, told police she did not go into Betsy's house, but then changed her story and admitted she did. Askey asked for a sidebar with the judge to say Schwartz's mention of the cell phone location and Pam Hupp's contradictory statements about going into the house signaled he was going to suggest Pam committed this crime. Under the judge's earlier rulings, Schwartz could not argue that, and therefore his last two statements to the jury had to be stricken. Schwartz offered a simple defense. It's the facts and it's the evidence. Swanson added that legal statutes said prior inconsistent statements by a witness were admissible to impeach the witness. Hicks said the cell phone tower locations and whether Pam entered Betsy's house could only be relevant if Schwartz could argue that Pam killed Betsy, and the judge had already prohibited that. Judge Mennemeyer agreed with Hicks and prohibited Schwartz from getting into those matters. With an edge of incredulity in his voice, Schwartz asked Mennemeyer, "So I can't open regarding the statements that she made to the police that are inconsistent. Is that what you're saying?" She responded, "I don't think they're relevant at this point. That was a prior ruling. I don't know how that would change." When Schwartz said, "That has nothing to do with the court's ruling that I can't get into her motive or opportunity to commit the crime," Mennemeyer snapped, "Just no, it's sustained. Let's move on." Schwartz returned to the jurors to explain that the timing of pings from Russ's phone off the cell phone towers showed that the earliest he could have arrived at home was 9:38 p.m. He did indeed tell the police he thought his wife had killed herself, but the jurors would hear testimony that Betsy had threatened suicide in the past. As he started to recount what Betsy's sisters would say, Hicks objected that testimony from them was hearsay. Schwartz and Swanson disagreed with the state again, saying the testimony would not be hearsay because it would include only the women's knowledge that Betsy had threatened suicide in the past. Hicks said if that testimony was admitted, he should be able to introduce evidence that Betsy was happy and excited about talking to Russ when he got home that night about her idea to move into her mother's former house. The judge said that testimony might be admitted at the proper time. She told Schwartz to proceed with his statement to jurors. Schwartz decided to be less specific. Referring to Russ telling the police she had committed suicide, Schwartz said, "You'll hear an explanation, and you'll understand as to why that was stated." He hoped to establish the time of Betsy's death as some 2 hours before Russ got home by quoting the paramedic and fire chief who were first to inspect her body. They will each tell you that the body was stiff, they will tell you the body felt cold, and they will tell you that the blood was matted, coagulated, and drying. Schwartz took on the prosecutor's #1 piece of evidence, the bloody slippers, describing them as soaked in blood, including the bottoms of those shoes. And then he added, "But what you won't see is any bloody footprints anywhere in that blood. What you won't see after 55 stab wounds and incisions is a speck of blood anywhere on Russel Faria." And finally, what about Russ's alibi? Schwartz said the police interviewed the 4 alibi witnesses from game night and found the receipts and videos, all confirming Russ's account of his whereabouts during the crucial time when his wife was murdered. "After you hear the evidence," Schwartz said, "I will stand before you and I will ask you to return a verdict of not guilty." Chapter 26. A lot of bickering and fighting, Mariah Day told the jurors. A lot of cussing at each other. Leah Day echoed her younger sister when she testified next. It was just a lot of bickering and fighting. Betsy Faria's daughters were Leah Askey's first 2 witnesses, and she quickly led them into accounts of squabbling between their mother and stepfather. Askey asked 19-year-old Mariah if the cussing by Russ was aimed at her mother. "Usually toward my mom, sometimes toward me and my sister," Mariah said. As Askey began to ask if Mariah's occasional fear of Russ played any role in her decision to live with her grandmother, Mariah began crying and trembling so badly that Askey handed her a cup of water and suggested taking a minute for her to calm down. Her sister, Leah, now 23, had the same emotional response while testifying next. Askey started by asking for more information about the words her stepfather had used. The C word? The C word, Askey repeated for effect. And would that word be used directed at you? Yes. Now Leah was crying. Would it be directed at your mother as well? Leah was struggling. I don't know. Askey handed Leah a cup of water and promised the questioning wouldn't last too long. Tell the jury about the situation with regard to your dog. I don't want to do this, a sobbing Leah said. I really don't. I don't want to do this. Schwartz interrupted with a request to approach the bench to argue the judge had already ruled that prosecutors could not bring up any prior bad acts by Russ, and Askey's question suggested she and Leah had a discussion about some incident involving the dog that was never disclosed to the defense, a discovery violation. Askey and Hicks said discovery rules only require information to be disclosed to the defense if it was memorialized in a report based on a witness's statement. Judge Mennemeyer decided to prohibit discussion of any incident involving the dog until she had a chance to research the situation in the Missouri Rules of Evidence. Russ Faria felt an intense ache in his heart as he listened to the two young women he had loved as his own daughters tell twisted, exaggerated stories of their lives with their mother and him. He soon found the word to describe the ache: betrayed. On cross-examination, Schwartz asked Mariah if Russ and Betsy's relationship hadn't gotten better after Betsy was diagnosed with cancer in 2009. Mariah offered no support. I couldn't tell you about that. The judge sent the jury out of the courtroom so Schwartz could make an offer of proof, an on-the-record presentation without the jury of what the evidence would be if the defense was allowed to present it to the jury, and a tactic that also preserved the evidence or legal point for consideration by the appellate court. With the jury out, Mariah testified that about an hour after Russ was arrested, she went to their bank, withdrew approximately $9,000 from an account in Russ's and Betsy's name, and deposited it in her savings account. She said she didn't get Russ's permission to do that, but her account was linked to her parents, and it was legal for her to transfer the money. She also said she and Leah had never received any of the money from her mother's life insurance that she assumed Pam Hupp had. Schwartz tried to get Mariah to repeat the comment she made to police, that her first thought was that Betsy had committed suicide. Mariah resisted, saying instead that she had been confused and hadn't known what to think. But you had told the police that you had found a note several years before of your mother's contemplating suicide? Right. Judge Mennemeyer said she would decide later whether Schwartz could question Mariah about the bank withdrawal in front of the jury. She would eventually decide against it. Leah Day had been on the witness stand for only a few minutes when Schwartz filed his second motion for a mistrial. Askey had Leah identify photos of the jewelry box Russ gave Betsy for Christmas as it leaned against the wall in the master bedroom with a broken leg and some chips to the finish. When Schwartz objected on relevance, Askey responded, "It shows a struggle ensued. You typically don't struggle when you are committing suicide." Schwartz's temper flared again. With the jurors listening, he said Askey was intentionally distorting Russ's suicide remarks, again, to imply he had been lying and trying to mislead the police. Your Honor, I would ask that be stricken from the record, and I would ask for a mistrial. The judge ignored the mistrial request, but said, The last statement will be stricken from the record. At this time, the exhibit, the photo, will not be admitted into evidence. Schwartz was again realizing that he would not only have to be extraordinarily vigilant to put all of the evidence into the proper perspective for the jurors, but he also would have to combat Askey's improper implications and snide insinuations. She was quickly proving to be a master of ringing the bell, as in the old courtroom adage that you can't unring a bell once a jury has heard it. On cross-examination, Schwartz focused on Betsy's promise to answer the call from Leah sometime after 7 o'clock the night of the murder. Although she said she was getting confused when Schwartz quoted the exact times of her 3 unanswered calls, she readily agreed that Betsy had not answered the calls she made at 7:21, 7:26, and 7:30 p.m. Askey called another pair of sisters to the witness stand after that, Betsy's sisters Pamela Welker and Mary Rogers. Much like Betsy's daughters, Pamela and Mary focused on allegations of Russ's poor treatment of their sister. Pamela described Russ as condescending to Betsy. She said Betsy was really not herself at the family Christmas parties, She just seemed tired and just not her cheery self. Schwartz had Pamela confirm that she, Russ, and some of their friends from church had gone on a cruise the month before Betsy was killed, and that she was undergoing chemotherapy during the holidays when she seemed tired and not herself. And then Schwartz told the judge in a sidebar that he wanted to ask Pamela if her first reaction to news of Betsy's death was that she had committed suicide. Mennemeyer seemed ready to prohibit Schwartz from asking about this, but Hicks said the prosecutors would stipulate that Pamela had told the police that, a rare agreement between the sides that would avoid the need for Pamela to testify about that. The judge would explain the stipulation to the jury later. Mary Rogers' criticism of Russ was stronger than her sister's. She called Russ's behavior toward Betsy demeaning and recounted getting a frantic call while she was at work 6 or 7 years earlier from Mariah and Leah because of an argument between Betsy and Russ. Mary said she went to the Farias' mobile home and heard Russ calling Leah and Mariah, the younger daughter was only around 12 years old, the C word. Russ pushed Betsy, and that was when Mary called the police and took the girls out of the house. When I was walking out of the house, I heard him say something like, "I'm going to cut her up into several pieces and bury her," or some kind of grotesque that I can't even imagine, she said. On cross-examination, Mary agreed with Schwartz that the incident had been 6 or 7 years before Betsy's death. When Schwartz asked if Russ and Betsy got along better after her cancer diagnosis, Mary said, "For a spell." The prosecution called Russ's mother, Lucy Faria, in a veiled attempt to cast suspicion on his game night alibi. Adopting a friendly and solicitous approach to Russ's mother, Richard Hicks asked if Russ had called to alert her that he could not make her usual Tuesday night dinner the night Betsy was killed. Yes, she said, he called and said he wouldn't be there because he had some errands to run. Schwartz was ready with a very short but pointed cross-examination. How often did Russ call and say he could not attend? "Oh, I'd say at least might be twice a month," she said. "So, fair enough to say half the time?" "Yes, half the time. Correct." Chapter 27. Pam Hupp took the witness stand, embodying Joel Schwartz's greatest challenge in the trial. He had to overcome her ability to make lies sound reasonable, while also working around the judge's ruling barring any implication that she could be Betsy's killer. He was still optimistic that, first, he could reveal to the jurors the real Pam Hupp, a lying, conniving narcissist and likely murderer whose testimony had to be viewed with the greatest skepticism, and second, that he could plant enough clues about her motives for the jurors to suspect that she had framed Russ Faria because she was the killer. But before he could try to accomplish any of that, Schwartz had to listen to another muddled recitation of her version of the life and death of Betsy Faria as Richard Hicks questioned her. Pam started by explaining that she was wearing a TENS unit on her waistband. TENS is an acronym for transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation. It stimulated the nerves to reduce pain in her right leg resulting from an injury in an accident that had left her unable to work and on disability payments. "I lost some discs. I have a plate in my neck," she said. Before the accident, she was working in an insurance office when she met Betsy Faria, and they became close friends. Betsy began to confide in her about the problems with her health, her daughters, and, especially, her marriage to Russ. "I ended up being a sounding board for her, and a lot of things going on in her life," Pam said. What were her observations about interactions between Betsy and Russ? "To me, he was very degrading to her, talked down to her, made her feel like she was simple, not that smart. My husband and myself never socialized with him, nor did our group of friends, and their husbands did not want to socialize with him, because he made people feel uncomfortable, the way he talked to her." Pam said she often accompanied Betsy to her chemotherapy sessions and joined Betsy and Bobby Wan there on December 27th, even though Betsy asked her not to come. "Selfishly, I went there to spend time with her." Pam said Betsy asked her to drive her home from her mother's later that evening. They arrived at Betsy's home between 7 and 7:05 p.m. Pam called her husband to tell him she was in Troy, but got his voicemail. She left a message, and Betsy took the phone to wish him happy holidays. Still sitting in the car, they gabbed for a few minutes because she was trying to talk me into staying all night with her. And then we went into the house. After turning on some lights, Betsy took her dog, Cicely, outside. We're goofing, talking about Christmas, what we got, what the kids got, blah, blah, girl stuff. Then she wanted to show me her Christmas present in the bedroom. So you went into the bedroom? Yes. Pam said she was in the house 20-30 minutes or so. Betsy tried repeatedly to get her to spend the night, or at least stay and watch some movies. She was angry when Pam refused. She said Russ was on his way home, or should be home shortly, and I just really did not want to be there. I had never been around him that much, or socially, so that made me uncomfortable. Pam said she left and called Betsy from the car to make sure she felt okay and wasn't still angry at her, but got no answer. She called Betsy's mother later that evening to alert her that Betsy had not answered her phone. She didn't know Betsy was dead until 6 o'clock the next morning, when the police knocked on her door. Schwartz wasted no time attacking Pam Hupp's thick catalog of contradictions that he hoped the jury would see as manipulative lies. After quoting her testimony that Russ degraded Betsy, made her feel simple, and made people uncomfortable, Schwartz got her to agree that she had told police in her first interview, "I don't know him that well. I've only met him maybe 3 times in 10 years. Schwartz wanted to add some perspective to Pam's decisions to go to the chemo session on December 27th, and then go back to Betsy's mother's to give Betsy a ride home. Were you trying to track her down? Pam's voice reflected her objection to Schwartz's implication. Trying to track her down? I knew she was going to chemo, so I didn't have to track her down. Schwartz zeroed in on the witness's lie about who suggested giving Betsy a ride home later. She said again that Betsy asked her for a ride and denied knowing until later that Russ was planning to pick up Betsy and take her home. She said she hadn't seen Betsy's text about that until she arrived at Janet Meyer's apartment on the way to the chemo session. Schwartz pointed out that Pam lived about 10 minutes from Betsy's mother's apartment, suggesting she could have easily gone back home from there rather than driving to the cancer center, driving home, returning to Betsy's mother's, making the 30-minute drive to Troy to take Betsy home, and another 30-minute drive back to her own house. That was a lot of extra effort to furnish a ride Betsy didn't need. Yes, because she asked if I could just take her. Then she would tell Russ. Schwartz put Pam Hupp in the house with Betsy about the time of the murder. She agreed she had gone into the house after calling her husband, Mark, from the driveway at 7:04 p.m., and stayed 20 minutes or even longer. She agreed that 7:27 p.m. would be about the time she left, if that was what the police said her cell phone showed. Did you tell the police that you called Betsy to tell her you were home? Yes. Schwartz decided to mix things up. Let's step back for a moment. Initially, you told the police, when they interviewed you, that you never went into the house. Correct. And then you changed it and told them, yes, I did go in the house, and you went in this room and you went in that room? Right. I went in the bedroom, correct? Correct. But Pam said she didn't remember telling Janet Meyer in a phone call later that she did not go into the house. Schwartz let another lie by Pam hang in the air, and then moved back to her call to Betsy at 7:27 p.m. Did she tell the police she called Betsy when I got home to tell her I was home? That's not what I said. Are you certain? No. Richard Hicks asked for a conference at the bench to object to questions that could lead to a suggestion that Pam Hupp was the killer. Schwartz defended cross-examining her on this point. It's prior and inconsistent statement. He said Pam had not really answered the question of whether she told police she called to tell Betsy she was home. Hicks said she had. Schwartz offered to narrow the question. Schwartz read Pam Hupp's statement from the transcript of her interview. I called Betsy. That's right. I called Betsy to tell her I was home. Pam agreed that was accurate. She also agreed it was impossible for her to be home by 7:27 p.m. So why had she said that to police? Because that's not exactly what I meant. As we continued our conversation, what I said to them was that when I got out of our neighborhood, because I didn't know Troy that well, and I get to the interstate, I give her a call and always say, I'm home, which means I'm on my way home. I made it out of your neighborhood. I made it home free. That's what it means to me. Schwartz hoped the jury would see through the witness's contrived nonsense and recognize it for what it was, a failed effort to put herself at home at 7:27 p.m. as an alibi, if the time of Betsy's death was established as between 7 and 7:20 p.m. Now, when you were interviewed by the police the next morning, you told them the last time you saw Betsy, she was sitting on the couch with her blanket on, watching television. Is that correct? Yes, or she was putting a blanket on. Well, you said, let's be accurate. Hicks objected to the form of the question, and Schwartz reworded it without waiting for the judge to rule. How was Betsy positioned when you last saw her? She was going to get cuddled up to watch a movie on the couch with her blanket. What did you tell the police 2 days later when you talked to Detective Kaiser, when she came back to see you? She asked you, when was the last time you saw Betsy? What did you tell her? I don't remember. Isn't it true that you told her the last place you saw Betsy was at the front door, waving goodbye? I don't remember. Pam rejected Schwartz's offer to read the police report. He moved on, this time hoping the jury would catch a clue in the way she talked about the time of Betsy's death while interviewed by the police the next day. Did you ask them, toward the end of your interview, what time did this happen? This morning? I don't remember that, she said, before rejecting yet another offer to listen to the recording of the interview. Schwartz cited the phone call with her brother during the police interview. You told your brother, my friend, something happened to her last night, and I have 2 police officers here asking me questions. Do you recall telling that to your brother? Yes, I do. So why did you say later in the interview? Why did you ask them, did this happen this morning? If I did, I just found out my good friend has been killed, and I don't know, obviously I did just say it. And then Pam Hupp created a new excuse for the contradictions in her statements and testimony. I have a little bit of a memory problem. I'm 55 and going through menopause. It's been 2 years. I can't tell you every minute of what I have said about anything, honestly. Schwartz couldn't let this new attempt to wriggle out from under her lies go unchallenged. Is this memory problem the reason why you would have told the police that you didn't go inside? No. Is this memory problem the reason you would have told the police you called her when you got home? No. Schwartz aimed his last attack at putting her exactly where the bloody evidence was found. Pam agreed that Betsy had shown her the jewelry chest Russ gave her as it sat in the bedroom with the broken leg. That not only put her in the bedroom where police found the bloody slippers and light switch, but it also put the lie to ask his comment to the jury that the broken leg suggested there had been a struggle when Betsy was killed. On redirect examination, Richard Hicks hoped to get a final answer as to whether Pam Hupp told police she did not go into the house and then said later she did. Did you ever lie to them and say, no, I never went in? Never. I told them every room I was in and what we did and what we talked about and what we saw and everything. I was always up front. That persistent lie ended Pam Hupp's testimony before the jury, but Schwartz had more questions for her and an offer of proof to the judge after the jury left the courtroom. He hoped to convince Mennemeyer to allow him to question her in front of the jury about the beneficiary change on the life insurance policy. Under the new line of questioning, Pam agreed that Betsy had made her the beneficiary, but remarkably denied knowing who the beneficiary was before. Schwartz asked why she never told the police, the morning after the murder, that she and Betsy had gone to the post office, where she assumed Betsy mailed the form. Pam said she didn't know why it wasn't mentioned, adding that she wasn't sure then that Betsy had mailed the form. She agreed with Schwartz that some time after Betsy's death, she told the insurance company that she and Betsy went to the post office to mail it. She said she hadn't told police because it didn't seem relevant. She said she knew the insurance company scanned the beneficiary form into its system the day after Betsy was killed. Now, why did Betsy change that policy to you? She said that she just wanted to change it to me. She didn't want whoever was on it, and we had talked about Russ, I assume it was Russ on it, any longer, and she was changing on all her policies. She had a sister as a secondary one on one of the policies, and she was going to change another policy to her cousin that also had breast cancer. Pam said she may have told the police in the first interview that Betsy wanted her to give some money to her daughters when they were older, but she denied telling the insurance company that Betsy's daughters would get none of the money. Schwartz said he had an affidavit from the insurance company's business records department, quoting Pam as making that statement to a company official. She said she thought that was wrong, adding, I don't know what you're talking about. On redirect, Hicks asked who brought up the insurance policies when the police first interviewed her. I did. They didn't know anything about it. He asked about the costs of changing a beneficiary compared to drawing up a trust. She said changing the beneficiary was free, but she spent $1,400 to set up a trust. He asked about the insurance money. I received a check for $150,000. I put $100,000 in a trust for the girls, and the other $50,000. My other girlfriend died of breast cancer in August, and she had a 12-year-old daughter that I'm trying to help. But $100,000 is in a trust fund for the girls? Absolutely. I have the paperwork right here. Schwartz came back immediately to ask when she created the trust. It was official, I think, in July, June or July. Schwartz didn't argue with her, even though he knew she had not created the trust until the week before this trial in November. Instead, he commented that opening a trust fund in June or July would have been right before the trial was originally scheduled. I got it done when I could get it done, she said. I have a son with cerebral palsy. My mother just died on the 31st of Alzheimer's, that I had been taking care of. So it's taken me a bit to get around to it. But if it was done for court, I probably would have done it the first time around. Pam's mention of her mother's death seemingly passed without notice. It wouldn't be the last mention, however. Pam Hupp completed her testimony, and, under the umbrella of protection by Judge Mennemeyer's rulings, avoided explaining to the jury the potentially incriminating fact that she was the last person known to see Betsy Faria alive, just 4 days after Betsy made her beneficiary to a $150,000 life insurance policy. Although the judge would later deny Schwartz's request to educate the jurors about that, he hoped they would find the long list of contradictions and lies he had been able to expose reason to doubt anything Pam Hupp told them, and to suspect she might even be a murder suspect. But one man in the audience couldn't believe that what he had just heard from Pam Hupp about becoming Betsy's beneficiary, just days before the murder, would not be presented to the jurors. Chris Hayes, from Fox 2, the only reporter covering the trial, could barely restrain his reaction. He thought, "What the hell is going on? This is astounding. Why isn't the jury hearing this testimony?" He would ask Joel Schwartz for an explanation at the next break, and Schwartz directed him to the judge's decisions prohibiting the defense from presenting evidence about the insurance or cross